Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here. So we get some fun, fast action, hopefully carrying along today as we are at the start of free agency officially today. Of course, it's been going on for a couple of days as you've got the period breaks that used to happen where the teams couldn't speak to the player, but they were talking anyway, and then the NFL said, just to hell with it, just let them negotiate. But today is the official day. Everything kind of does kick off, so I'm kind of a traditionalist in that respect. We've got plenty to talk about with our Seahawks. They have, of course, started out this fray just being a little bit quiet, not unusual. I don't think any of us completely expected them to jump into the first wave of free agency. I think you have to go back almost 10 years to find a time where they really did that, when they went on and got Zach Miller, Robert Gallery, Sidney Rice back in the 2010 years, as they say. So it's not been completely surprising in that respect, but it is still maybe just a tiny bit disappointing nonetheless. This is an offseason where if you were to make an exception to that rule, if you were to want to maybe not necessarily go into those waters, but this year we've got to go into those waters, this year would have been it. This is the year that you had your star quarterback unhappy, disgruntled, wanting more help, especially, let's be specific here, as it is pertinent as it pertains to the offensive line. And instead, Seattle's not gone after those top-end offensive linemen who would have truly have been an upgrade. Because let's face it, we've gone for the second-tier guys before. We've targeted the third-tier guys before. We know what those results bear out as it is pertaining to protection for Russell Wilson. We've been down that road. We've been smacked in the face by those branches. We don't have to go down that road again, do we? But it does appear now as more and more talent drains off the board. And again, I'm pointing towards the offensive line and then vis-a-vis pointing back to Russell Wilson and his happiness. Because it would appear that the Seahawks front office does want to hold on to our Russ. Our baby Yoda's not going nowhere. Because now we see Chicago goes out and they get Andy Dalton officially here. They've moved off Russ. They gave us the reports today about what they were truly offering. 3 first-round picks plus a third-round pick plus potentially 2 defensive players, maybe 1 defensive player. There's been a little bit of uncertainty with that. That certainly is a pretty large haul. Seattle, from a PR standpoint, could say we just had too big of an offer to turn down for a quarterback who no longer wanted to be here. But if he does want to be here, which this would seem to indicate, because the Cowboys are off the board, they signed Dak. The Saints are off the board, they signed Taysom Hill. Many of the teams that Russell Wilson had targeted wanting to go with his 4-team trade offer have gone to thin air. And outside of there being some surprise team that is lurking in the background like a Jets or a Miami Dolphin team, he is going to stay, it would appear, and the Seahawks want to keep him, it would also appear. Because they turned down a huge haul in a year when they don't have many draft picks. And you know that if Schneider and Carroll were at all interested in going down this path, this might have been the year that they said, let's go do it. Let's hit the reset button on this thing. But they didn't, so they want him to be here. And what's my point on all this? Well, why not then go build up the offensive line? Why not then make some moves towards then making him happy if it's you wanting him here? Many of the issues I've had with this team as I've seen it is I'm okay with whichever way you want to go. Carroll, Schneider, Russ, pass happy, not pass happy, play to a defense, run the football, don't do that. However you want to operate, fine. But just choose a lane. Don't go from here to there. It's you're on the freeway and you're driving and you've all had one of these drivers behind you where you're already going 9 miles over the speed limit, 15 miles over the speed limit, and you got this guy whipping back and forth in traffic just trying to get an inch forward, and he's not going to make it much further up ahead. It's a little bit of what I feel like is going on here. So it's frustrating to see them not do anything as far as this offensive line is concerned. The best names are off the board. Yeah, there's some other guys out there. You get the center position, get an Austin Ryder or Austin Blythe. But can we say for certain that those guys are going to be massive upgrades over what Posick was last year or what Justin Britt was prior to him? I don't know that we can. And the left guard position continues to remain the black hole, seemingly, of this offensive line, where I don't know where that left guard's coming from at this point. I don't know how you're bringing that, who you're bringing in or how you're bringing in or what. Maybe they go with a draft. But outside of Damian Lewis, they haven't hit on any early round offensive linemen over the past 8-9 years. Hard to see them suddenly turning that around just because they had some success with Damian Lewis. That's a little bit of a sample size. We'll see how they attack this a little bit more stronger. We'll get over here into the chat in a sec, guys. But the other thing, I guess we can kind of lean over into, it's good we are keeping Russ. I am excited about that. I would be a little more excited if I felt like we were actually doing some things to then maximize the fact Russ is here. I don't want to see the situation as being just a one-year holdover, being that the front office just could not come to grips with the $39 million, or they wanted such a big offer for that $39 million cap hit that they would have taken by moving off Russ, that they just said, to hell with it, we're not going to do it, we'll wait a year. Well, now we're in a year of just waiting then. And I'm speaking specifically to the fact that they have yet to convert Russell Wilson's base salary into bonus money. Maybe they'll do it when they absolutely have to do it, but they've yet to do that. And that was one of those key indicators we all looked at and said, if they do that, then we know that they're looking to keep Russ not just onto this year, but into the greater beyond. If they don't do it and they just hold pat with his base salary this year, I think it would be an indicator that Russ still is going to be then moved on next year. The bonus money goes down just a little bit. It's only down to $29 million of the cap hit, so you lose $10 million, I think, by next year. It's not that substantial. It might be 26, but still not that substantial of a difference. It's still going to be a big dead money hit. All that being said, that would be an indicator of that. If they decided, we're going to let the base ride out this year. We're not going to bonus money because, man, saving $10 million right now, freeing up $10 million right now as we stand with this market where it's at, certainly would seem to come in handy, you would think. Again, especially if you're considering this from the thought process that the front office wants to mend these bridges with Russell Wilson, bring him back into the fold. So let's start doing some things to make him happy. We'll see what they do. There's still plenty of free agents that are off the board. We'll cover really quickly here. I know it'll be asked about Akhello Witherspoon. I'm sure many of you have already been doing much of your own look-see into this guy. He came out, of course, in the same draft that Shaquille Griffin came out in. He was a guy who I targeted at the time and liked a lot for the Seattle Seahawks, being, of course, right out the gate. You saw with him at Colorado that he played a good amount of zone, a little bit more of man than zone, but he also was that big, long corner that they looked for. And I thought he had a really good natural talent at just being sticky in coverage. He was a guy I would have been happy with them selecting that year. I think he went up a little bit higher than Shaquille did in the third round. I think he's a little bit better athlete than Shaquille Griffin is overall. Shaquille is probably faster, maybe straight line, but just in the fluidity of athlete, Witherspoon's a little bit more of a fluid athlete. The issue with Witherspoon coming out, the gaping hole to his game was the guy didn't want to tackle. He was allergic to tackling. It was not his thing, and he hated it. So it's been a part of his game that I think that has still continued to follow him even in the pro level. I've seen it a few times when the Seahawks have played against the 49ers where it does show up. Nonetheless, he had his highest rated Pro Football Focus rating last season, playing in 11 games. I think he started like the last three games of the year or something. He finally kind of cracked into the starting lineup at that point. And looked really good. We keep in mind with this guy that he's not an old player, just becoming he's only going to be 25 years old. And while prior Pro Football Focus dinged him because he had some rough seasons before that, he's had a lot of up and downs here to his career. He's got some injury problems, not able to necessarily stay on the field as much. But when you really look at it at the bottom end on this, you're at the bottom end. The bottom line on this is that what you're getting here, I speak to this often, it's about value to cost. Value to cost in building up your roster, getting a player who may give you near to the value of player B. Player A gives you near to the value of player B while costing way less in as far as the monetary value is concerned. So in this case, you're spending nearly 1/3 less than what Shaquille Griffin got out there. He got nearly $14 million, 14.3 a season? Oh my goodness. No. I'm not paying Shaquille Griffin 14.3, but instead with this guy, $4.3 million, $4.5 million, you're getting it essentially about 1/3 of the cost of what Shaquille's going to cost this year without any multi-year commitment. He's on that prove-it deal. We love prove-it deals here at the Hawks Nest. Prove-it deals we get on board with. Prove-it deals make players play hard. Prove-it deals make players kind of fight through injury. Prove-it deals makes them lay it on the line because they know they're trying to earn that next contract. I like those. I like those a lot. So I think it's a good stance point there. 25 years old, still got some upside. He's on the upside. He's playing his best football right now as you're getting him, as he's moving into his prime. You look at Shaquille on the other side of it, I feel like Shaquille might have played his best best year in 2019. And that might have been his only real outlier year to his career, that the other years you stack around it are really where his value is at. So last year, I believe he was rated by Pro Football Focus at about a 65 rating, whereas on the other side of it this last year, Witherspoon was up at about an 80 rating. Now, Witherspoon was in 11 games, a little bit of a sample size aspect of things going into that to a degree here. But again, we're talking about potential and maybe even improving the position while paying 1/3 of the cost. These are moves I can completely get behind. This is value add. This is good roster building. Doing more of these type of moves would be very smart if Seattle can go through the rest of this offseason and get there in that respect. So I'm very much in favor of this move. 2 thumbs up on this one. I think it's really all upside. Certainly the guy could come in and just get injured and give you nothing, but I do think that he's got some potential still. 25 years old. That's just right about the spot you hit your prime in football. He came into this league really, really, really young. So, and congrats to Shaquille, but I wasn't going to pay anywhere within $7 million per a season on that deal. That's a gross overpay. The Jags had the money to spend, but no. And Puna, glad to see Puna signed. It hurts a little bit that you got to spend more even this year, and the cap hit being even higher this season on this deal than it would have if you just kept him on the restricted tag. But Seattle might have felt that he would have gotten a multi-year offer. They're out in free agency, and they would have lost him to a second-round pick, and they weren't comfortable doing that. I mentioned the Pro Football Focus grades for the corners. He is kind of a darling of Pro Football Focus, Puna Ford is. They really, really like his game, play in and play out, and what he does on the football field. So maybe Seattle's looking at some of those analytics and aware as well that he's just kind of a guy that is on the rise here as a football player. And then again, we talk about a player we haven't seen his top end yet. This might be one of those guys. This might be a guy just kind of getting into his top form to where maybe he can start to generate some pass rush and add that element to his game. We already know he's an upper-level run stuffer. We already know that he's a TFL machine. But maybe he can be even something more than that at this point. I'm very encouraged and intrigued by this. It's a fine deal, 2 years. Again, you're not breaking the bank for him, about $7 million on average per season. It's only $4.5 million this year, I think, as he's costing. But solid deal, hard to argue with it. Happy to bring Puna back into the fold. You couldn't lose another defensive tackle. This does open the door at this point for Seattle to move on from Jaron Reed, though. I don't know if they're going to want to be investing the resources in that way. They might want a little more bang for their buck for a player costing what Reed's costing this year, though I like Reed. I do. We'll see how they go. There's a lot of flexibility right now. That's my last point before I get over here to the chat, is that we've got a lot of flexibility right now as we look at our salary cap and the players that we have on this team, restructures we could do, cuttings we could do. Dunlap was the big SWAT. He's the guy you could cut out, clear the $14 million right off the top. No brainer for Seattle's standpoint. It would have been a brainer for me. I don't know if I would have been as willing. I know it's probably smart in retrospect, but I'm very worried about we're going to end up being much weaker in our pass rush cumulatively than we were having Dunlap just here on the roster. But there's other guys out there, from the Wagners and Jaron Reeds and Lockett's and Adams, if you want to sign him to an extension and then get that first-year cap hit down low. I've seen plenty of these teams over the course of even just this offseason. You look at Joe Thuney. I pour out a little bit of my 40 here to Joe Thuney. I would have liked to have brought him here, man. I would have liked to have brought him here so bad. Oh, gosh. But the Kansas City Chiefs, being the smart organization they are, picked him up, spent a boatload of cash for him. But in that $80 million deal, they've got his first-year cap hit all the way down at $4.5 million. That is a good deal for them. Man, it hurts that you couldn't make something like that happen for him this year, but that's the way you can smartly build any of these contract extensions theoretically on any of these guys you look at. So it might be Lockett might be a little harder, but you could even get him probably even a little lower than maybe what I thought prior, being that maybe you can get him down to the $9 million this year range on a new contract extension, but maybe you could get it lower. If they're able to get Thuney down that small, maybe you could find a way to just squeeze and force it down in there on the spot to make it happen. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see where it goes. So let's get over in the chat here. I've yacked enough. Seahawks Network, how you doing, man? I fixed my notifications. I don't know if I did. Maybe YouTube fixed the notifications. I did nothing different. Nothing. Maxwell Stern, hello. This free agency hasn't been the best start. No, it's tough. It is tough. And again, it seems like we get the double SWAT. We get the double nut shot, right? One nut shot to the left and then one to the right. First to the left is Seahawks don't do anything in first wave. Then the shot to the right is the Cardinals going out and picking up A.J. Green. and then going and signing or trading for Rodney Hudson for the Oakland Raiders, a really good center for the Raiders. You've got the Niners out there re-signing Trent Williams. Seemed like I didn't feel like he was going to leave, but he was definitely flirting with other teams. Then you had them sign Alex Mack. Again, the guy's been a very good long-time center from the Atlanta Falcons now. They've improved their offensive line. The Cardinals already this offseason went out and got J.J. Watt. It's tough to watch on this. One shot, two shot, man. Oh, God. Hopefully they got something up their sleeve, though, Maxwell. Hopefully there's something up their sleeve. Seahawks Network says Seahawks Twitter has been toxic as hell. Yeah, I bet they have. There's a lot of folks, I'm sure, that are not happy on this one, and I can't. I'm remaining patient at this time, but I'm reserving the right to be able to freak out. Not soon, but over the course of this offseason, I've got a freak out phase that's coming if we don't do some more things here. Because as we stand right now, folks, I mean, I don't know how I can look at us right now, and this is again anticipating that I think the 49ers are going to do something at quarterback. I don't know if it's going to be Sam Darnold. I don't know if it's going to be to draft a rookie. I don't know what they'll do, but I think they're going to upgrade their quarterback position some way or another, at least bring some competition in there. And then at that point, you've got all three teams across the board this offseason have relatively improved. I think the Rams losing their starting safety like they did is a big blow to them. That's going to hurt them. But all the same, man, are we competing to just get out of the cellar at this point? I mean, is that where the expectations are? Because I don't know how with a tougher schedule next year than we had this last year, with a division now that it's improved across the board. I know we went 12-4 last year, but I look at the roster as it sits right now and I go, okay, guard seems to be at worse shape right now. Maybe we marginally improve the center. Tight end, Olsen didn't give us a lot last year, but you've lost it nonetheless. You've lost Hollister. Okay, hopefully Disley can step up. David Moore's out the door. Who's your number 3 now going to be? They've got plenty of time here to fix this. This is just the start of free agency. I'm not freaking out on it, but there's work to be done. There's wood to be chopped and stacked, And unfortunately, the Hawks have been pretty quiet throughout this whole offseason in their process. And they haven't indicated to us through any kind of press conferences or anything else, even just a word through the media about what it is they're going to even try to get done this offseason, when usually in the past they've been pretty open and honest about it. So I think that's going to lead people to get a little bit into the freak out mode of things. Maxwell, the Bears really went all out on Russ and offered the Seahawks like 3 firsts, a third, and 2 starters, and we declined. Kind of says that the Seahawks want to fix things with Russ. I agree. This is my thinking on this as well, Maxwell. That would be indicative. I don't know. Certainly you didn't get the big offer in the respect of you didn't get the high first-round pick to go get the quarterback of the future for turning him out. That's got to be the toughest part of that, to even maybe above the signing bonus to swallow. There was no pathway to you getting your next quarterback. So maybe it's a little understandable that made them a little reticent. But they're not going to get a better offer than that next year if they trade him. That offer is going to go significantly down next year if they do trade him. But I also don't know if that is the equivalent of 5 first-round picks like I've talked about, Maxwell. I mean, that's what I said was my barometer for eating it, and I don't know if that it comes close, but I don't know if it's exactly there. Maybe it depends on the defensive players you got and what you could have flipped those defensive players for in draft capital. The Seahawks Network, I would have taken that trade if they had added one more first. I would have too. I would have wanted, I probably would have, with one more first, but then they would have had to have generated that first with another player that they traded off their roster to get there. I don't know that they had that to do. If they give us 2 defensive players, let's say it's Kyle Fuller and Khalil Mack, or Roquan Smith and Khalil Mack, they need to just go get the first rounders for them and flip it over. I wouldn't have really wanted the players. Azoz, are you on Discord right now? Also, both our rival O-lines got so much better, the 49ers and Cardinals. I'm not on at the moment. I might be on here a little bit later. I might just be yapping today on my own here. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Master Chief, I feel like the front office is sleeping. I'm the same. I don't know if that. I really hope they're not doing we're just going to really trust our roster development this offseason approach. We're good. Right? Because I mean, there's no trade. There's no, I mean, it's not even free agency. I'm necessarily just pointing to. It's you guys haven't made a trade. If you don't want to do free agency, where's the trade at? And there's an argument to be made that remaining patient through the offseason is a smart approach, because I know I've said that there's going to be this cutting happen and the great cutting of 2021, but that's going to last throughout the offseason. You're going to have these teams holding on to guys as long as they can. They're not going to release them into the start of free agency and be like, we just can't afford you. Sorry. Football teams are sometimes dicks. And what they'll do is they'll go, we're going to hold you until the last possible second that we can't hold you because of our cap. Then we'll release you when there's all the teams have eaten up all their salary cap space and spending all that money on other players. You'll have no one out there to go then spend the money on. You'll know you'll have your familiarity with us. We'll probably match whatever ridiculously small offers then out there on the market. So come on back to us. So if you can be one of those teams that can increase that offer on that given situation to that given player, that's going to happen a bunch of times over the course of this offseason, then you are able at that point to really get a player for the pennies on the dollar like we talked about, a player that's got some actual talent. But this is going to require patience. This is going to require not spending out on the front end of this and just being all in right out the gate here and just kind of standing pat to a degree and waiting for some of these new guys, the new blood, to get injected into the market. But with that said, I think you can do a little bit of both, especially with all the flexibility that they do have with their cap space. Gino, how you doing, Gino? But we are going to make any moves. Why is it the same every offseason? I think Seattle is fairly smart for the most part by not diving into the first wave of free agency. It's been historically the case that teams that go into the first wave of free agency don't do very well. It doesn't equal out great results for them having done that. So there's a smart. You also tend to overpay when you pay at this time. I've talked about pennies on the dollar. Well, what about dollars on the dollar? Where you're spending more than you should be for a given talent because there's hype involved and there's competition for his services. A bidding war erupts and suddenly you're overpaying for a guy, like happened with Greg Olsen last year. So I can see why they don't do it in that respect. It still is wildly frustrating to watch when you're not getting any movement. That's where it's like, come on, let's go. Just let's do something. Even if it's just a trade, it doesn't have to be a free agent thing. It could be a trade. Cardinals traded for Hudson, a third rounder, and I don't think we could have beat that deal. Cardinals are picking ahead of us in the third round. And they offered a seventh rounder in addition to it. So we would have had to find a way to offer essentially a third rounder, a seventh rounder, and probably throw in like a fifth rounder to make that deal work. Even then, I don't know if they would have taken it over where the Cardinals are picking in that third round versus where we're picking in that third round. So I don't know if we could have beaten that offer necessarily, or even if we were willing to part with a third rounder. It sure would have been nice if Hudson would have just been released, but as was reported yesterday initially. But yeah. Jaden says 10-6. Here we go. Yeah, I have this at 9-7 right now. I mean, there's going to be more moves to be made. The offseason's not done. There's time for me to adjust where I've got them at. But as we're sitting right now, if we just go out there and muddle through free agency and then muddle through the draft, doing what we've previously done in the draft, which is not get guys that can get on the football field and start usually out the gate, then to me, with the division, with the schedule, that looks pretty close to a 9-7 type area of things. Darren West says, "What the F are we doing?" I don't know, Darren. That's been part of the problem here. It's someone spoke to it. It came from Cowherd a couple weeks ago, and I've been knocking Cowherd, and he pisses me off a lot of the time. But I thought he was right on this particular point, and that is when he said, "Doesn't it feel like Seattle's just throwing crap at the wall, seeing what sticks?" And I got to say, it sometimes feels like that's what's going on with this front office. What is the cogent plan here at place? What is it that you're really trying to do? What type of football team are you trying to build? Are you trying to build a defensive team, an offensive team, a balanced team, a team that runs the ball, a team that passes the ball, a team that stops the run, a team that stops the pass, a team that can rush the pass, a team that stops the run? What is this team? What is the identity of this team? I don't need Legion of Boom Reborn. I don't need you to hit on every draft pick, but at least that had an identity. At least I knew what that team was. I go back to the Holmgren days. I knew what Holmgren teams were. It was going to be a little finessey. It wasn't going to be that smash mouth approach, but you knew the identity of what you were seeing on the football field. I don't know the identity of this team. I don't know the identity of this front office right now. I don't know what are they driving towards. Everything, again, always strikes me with them as a little bit reactionary to their approach of things rather than being forecasting and really having guys they're targeting and things they want to do. And I hope I'm wrong on this. I hope they can come back around here in this fold and it's just they've been lying like a snake in the weeds, just waiting to strike. But quiet through the offseason, quiet in their approach, and you just can't help but feel like they're going to go back to that bottom line record at 12-4 and think that they're good. Think that the playoff loss was we're playing a division foe for the third time. Rams always play us tough. Get a new offensive coordinator. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Seahawks Network. Love bringing back Puna, though. One of my favorite players on the team. Great story. Made them as an undersized, undrafted defensive tackle, and now he got paid. Good for him. Yep. Congratulations to Puna Ford. Fantastic player. This is a gem. This is one of those guys that people knock Schneider on and question him sometimes as a general manager. And right now I'm questioning a little bit of the philosophy, but there are things that he can still do really well. And it's when those people who want to see the guillotine drop down on both Schneider and Carroll, I say, well, there's some things Schneider does pretty darn well as a general manager too. He gets you a trade like a Dunlap midseason for a 7th rounder, and then he finds guys like Puna Ford, who's undrafted, free agent. I mean, if you put Puna's value and how he's played, he's really given you like 2nd round type value in the play on the football field. And he was a guy who came in and he's 6 feet tall, 300 pounds. This is why he goes undrafted. As everybody goes, I don't see how this works. There's no such thing as 6 foot, 300 pound, one Tex in this league. Sorry. But there were a lot of people at the time also saying, you guys just got yourself a 10-year starter in this league. We don't know if he'll be a star, but you got yourself a 10-year starter in this league. Hands down. And he's got all the makings of that, if not maybe a little bit more. And it's good to see us having some good young talent on the rise on positions. It's been missing over the course of the last few years. Seahawks Network. Witherspoon got benched last year. Now we're paying him $4 million. Yeah, I mean, he did have a tough time through a little bit of the years, but his play's been up and down on the football field. There's no lying to that. But he's got familiarity with the scheme. His rating last year, Seahawks Network, was 80, 15 points higher than Shaquille Griffin last season. So while he's had some rough moments and points, he's also got a lot of talent. Sherman certainly thinks that he's going to shine out for us. I saw a tweet from him today before I went live where he feels like Witherspoon's really going to ball out for us. Again, not going to have to learn the scheme, probably not going to have to learn the kick step, probably going to understand how to do all that stuff right out the gate because Robert Saleh's defense had a lot of the components of the Seahawks defense built within it in that respect. So I would expect him to hit the ground running. And does it work or not, we don't know, but there's not a lot of commitment there in Seahawks Network. $4 million versus paying $14 million a year for what Shaquille costed. I'm going to go the $4 million territory. I'm going to go, I'd rather go with a Witherspoon and let's say $1 million for a Dunbar. Those two guys and let those two guys fight out for the best man standing type situation rather than spending 14 on just a one Shaquille Griffin. Barry Satoro. How you doing, Barry? Good to see you. Yami, greetings. Skyscraper Greeks. Seattle allowed Thuney, William Jackson, and Carl Lawson to get signed elsewhere. They did. I think probably at the end of the day, especially considering what William Jackson made Skyscraper Gods, Thuney would have been the only one they were really interested in. And again, the fact that he's only got a $4.5 million first-year cap hit on that $80 million contract hurts. But I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on necessarily. I don't know why they didn't make more of a play with that one. There's not a lot of left guards in this free agency. I can understand why they wouldn't have done Lindsley because he was going to break the bank for a center. He's 30 years old. Okay, got it. There's other centers on the market. Okay, got it. Left guard, though, man, there's a dearth of left guards out there. It's not a position that is stacked and you can just go find them anywhere. They're not growing on trees like right guards are. And the fact that they didn't even try with that one, and that would have been a place where you could really have upgraded your offensive line just in doing that one move alone. Hard to see why they didn't do it. Hard to see why they weren't even seemingly kind of in on it. Zoe says, what about Clowney since we cut Dunlap? I got to feel like Clowney and Dunlap are both being targeted by Seattle in some way, shape, or form. We'll see what their value is going to be. It's probably going to take a while to shake out to see where they really do land. The Seahawks Network, I really wanted William Jackson, but 14.5 is a bit much. Yeah, that's too much for, again, a guy like Shaquille Griffin whose play is up and down. That's the thing here is that Shaquille Griffin got paid 14.5. We can talk about, The fact that Witherspoon got benched last season, you're paying $4.5 million for him. Shaquille Griffin's not been a very good player for our Seahawks. He's been one of the most overrated players I've ever seen come through. Not in the respect that people put him up to stardom, but just the people thought he was good. That he was good. And it's because he flashes once a game with some pretty play where he breaks up a ball and then makes everybody stand up. And it's like, you watch him play in and play out. He's just not a very good cornerback. That's why his Pro Football Focus rating grade was at a 65. And he very well may have been benched a la like a Witherspoon was benched if he had the kind of talent that was then on the football field nearing that time, being Jason Verrett and Richard Sherman. So it's I think with with Witherspoon, it's not as much I think he's so great a player. I just think a couple of these corners, William Jackson and Shaquille, were just way overpaid. I've been surprised a little bit about how much teams have paid as much as they paid this offseason, considering the cap situations. It seems everybody's modus operandi is to lower down the first-year cap hit as far as they can get, while still giving all the same guaranteed type money, if not a little more guaranteed money, than to make it enticing for the players. So it just seems every team's kind of decided they're going to kick that can down the road. They'll put everything on layaway. And Seattle's not as willing to do that necessarily, it looks like. But that's a lot to spend for William Jackson. I'm with you, Seahawks Network. I liked William Jackson a lot as well. Fit for Seahawks scheme, all that stuff, but 14.5? He's not been that kind of player. Yami, so one free agent so far, none of them linemen, and everyone goes to the Cardinals this year. Hudson is also there, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty depressing. Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of your division just sits there and goes out and kills it with every move they make. Just like, oh, yep, that improves their team. Oh, that improves their team. At least the Rams are taking some hits. Brockers gets moved on to the Lions. Brockers was always the guy to give us some problems up front, especially when we tried to run the football. It seemed like he just clogged everything up for them up there. And then that safety for them has been a really good player as well. So at least they get to step back a little bit. Now the Cardinals come forward, though. Maybe the 49ers come forward. So it's like one step back, two steps forward. Seahawks Network. Gino, if we trade our second pick, we would have had three picks and would have been picking until the fourth. Definitely would have wanted to see us make a move from some way. Clara. Hello, Clara. Waiting to see who Seattle's picking up in free agency. Clara, we're all waiting. I think there's a lot of frustration out there right now. It's what's been a really tumultuous offseason or just a bummer offseason just continues to be sort of like, come on, please. Maxwell says, I'm just happy we didn't overpay Shaq. That didn't pay Shaq that much. That's insane. Jags really overpaid. Yeah, I am too. I even if you had Shaq in at $10 million right now, I would be pissed about that. I would be legitimately more angry than I am at this moment by not doing anything or just going $4.5 million, because I think that would have been an overpay. You're committing to him not just in the 1 year, by the way, it's a 4-year deal. So it's like for 3 more years of this guy, him being here. I don't trust Shaq. I don't trust his level of play. I think the Jaguars and the Patriots both had a lot of money to spend. They were both rolling over cap space from the prior year. So they had a lot of unused cap space from the prior season that they could roll into this year, and they did so. And so they had money burning a hole in their pocket. They had money to spend, and they were going to spend it. So I don't knock either of those two teams for doing what they've done in that respect. They needed to kind of spend some money at the point. They had enough cap space, a lot of it. Go out and make a few splash moves, especially the Patriots then you can see what they're trying to do, which is replicate the Gronk Hernandez days, having the 2 upper-level tight ends on the football field at any one time. Smart. But hello, Clara. It's good to see you. Jayden, Quinn Dunbar on a prove-it deal. I would do it on a prove-it deal, Jayden, but I'd only go 1 year, $1 million veteran minimum deal. I'm not paying him a $3 million deal at this point for a guy coming off knee surgery who gave me very limited production last year and didn't look all that great in the production that he did give. Maybe it was the knee injury was the big problem of that, but I'm not going over a 1 year, $1 million deal at that point. I would prefer them to, if that's the case where he wants to be paid $3 million, just go draft a corner in this draft that's really deep. Dustin, hello, great stream. Go Hawks, goodbye. All right, Dustin, you have a good one, man. Thank you so much. See you maybe in a little bit. Yummy, the Jags have wildly overpaid for Shaq. Yeah, it's wildly overpaid, sure. Oh, show. Seahawks Twitter was going crazy because we didn't re-sign Shaq. If we re-signed Shaq at $44 million, I would have been so pissed. Yeah, I think we all would have been there. I'm glad to hear you guys are in the same boat as me on that one. I'm glad to hear it. We got our smart people in my chat. I got some educated folks in here who know what the hell is going on. Fish Angel, we could have had Rodney Hudson for a 4th and like a 6th, but no, we're probably going to sign a former Pro Bowler with an injury history. Why is Pete Carroll our GM, man? I'm sorry, Fish Angel. I know it's brutal, bro. It's a brutal one. I think you would have taken more than that. I got to be honest with you. They offered a 3rd and a 7th. I don't know that a 4th and a 6th would have gotten that done. That's a 4th at the end of the 4th round as opposed to having a mid-round, mid-3rd round pick. Mid-3rd round pick is going to carry a little bit more value there. I think you would have had to have given him maybe like a 3rd and a 5th at that point, and then that has you going into the draft at that point with 2 draft choices. You're not as well as you're not picking until the 4th round of the draft, or you'd have the 2nd and a 4th round. Yeah, you'd essentially be like so we didn't even have a third round pick to give. Now that I think about it, so we would have had to basically, Fish Angel, we would have had to offer a 2nd round pick for Hudson. I'm not doing that for Hudson at 32 years old. I'd go with a 3rd rounder if you had it, but you didn't have it. And I don't know if a 4th and a 6th would have gotten it. I don't think that would have done it, man. But I did want him, Fish Angel. I did want him. I had a whole thumbnail of me offering a big bag of cash to Rodney Hudson in my YouTube thumbnail. That was going to be my thumbnail this morning, and then I woke up and he was traded to the Cardinals. Damn it. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. We re-signed KJ for enormous sums of money next. We'll see. I hope not, man. I hope not. The Jacksonville Seahawks. Truth, man. Jacksonville's taking all our dudes. All our dudes. Yeah, Seahawks Network. I think it's hard for us to move a lot of picks this year. It really is. Fish Angel, we never draft good anyway, and if we aren't rebuilding, why not trade? Every NFC West team is improving tremendously except for us. There's an understandable thought process behind that, Fish Angel, in the respect of, you don't have a lot of ways to improve this offseason, and if you're not going to spend in free agency, it's going to be hard to make the trades because of the value of things and where the cap is. So, if you've got to mortgage a bit more of the draft to get the team improved, and we need to improve the team, that's the thing the thing we all agree on is this team needs to improve to get a better top end. I mean, I know I've talked about the glass ceiling we've hit for the last 5-6 years, but I don't even know if we get to the ceiling this year with this team as it's currently constructed. You have no certainty at pass rush. You don't have a Sam. You don't have a Will. Your outside corner situation is tenuous. Offensively, you're missing a left guard. You're missing a center. Those are of the top 3 of the 5 most important parts of your offensive line. Guard and left guard and center would be 2 of them. And you're missing those right now. You have no answers at those positions at all as we sit at the moment. We've got no starting running back past the one that's still coming back up off an ACL. I know Seattle's talking to Fournette, but understandable, man. I can't soothe you guys at all with anything to say. I can tell you to be patient, that there's a greater plan at play, that there's some amazing move, then they're going to be like the wolf sitting in just at the right time. Like I said, the snake in the weeds waiting to strike, that they're just waiting for that key moment. It's just about holding that line, holding that line. Braveheart with the spears and the horses are running to them and hold. That's my best. I can't do Scottish accent. Hold. I can do it like a Sean Connery. Hold. Hold them spears. Hold them spears. Why Dude Why says this is how Seahawks do free agency. Should not be shocked to anyone. Not shocked. Not shocked at all. Why Dude Why? No. I wouldn't say that shock is definitely the word. But it is a little disappointing, especially if you look at it through the lens of not a lot of ways to improve this team this offseason, being you don't have a lot of draft capital, and I know we don't have a lot of money to spend, but you're not doing a lot of things to free up money, i.e. converting Russell Wilson's base into salary bonus, being that you're going to keep him now. That creates $10 million of cap space instantaneously, which they're not doing. But with that said, I agree that a little bit of patience is probably still called upon by all of us in the respect of let's give it a little bit more time to cook and see what comes out of this thing in a month or two to see where this really shakes out, because this is going to be a long off season of players being cut and second, third, fourth wave tier things going on. We just got to hang on for it. Clara says, now Deshaun Watson is stating 49ers or Broncos are teams trading for. How will our division fare if Watson is in the division? Well, can I answer that question after I finish crying? Is that okay? I'm going to bawl my eyes out for a moment while I consider that. Hard not to be doom and gloom if Deshaun Watson ends up with the 49ers, Clara. Hard not to be doom and gloom. I mean, I'm a man of relative optimism, but this Seahawks front office is challenging me. I'm not enthralled by that thought process, Ed Clara. It would be smart by the 49ers to go all in on Watson. If I was the 49ers front office, I would be going all in on Watson. They have no pathway to their next quarterback. Garoppolo is not the answer. The other options out there are not good options. He is a fantastic option. He's just cost the boatload in draft capital to make it happen. You got your offensive line in place there for him. You got him enough playmakers. If they were willing to move a couple guy here, a couple guy there to make it happen, I think they could. And if I'm the Niners, I would absolutely do that move. And if they do that move, I will be freaking out. I will be losing my stuff. I will. There is no doubt about it at that point. And I don't know if you guys will be able to bring me back from that ledge. I think I might just fling myself off of it. The Seahawks Network. Almost all of our starting offensive players last year were drafted in this round 2 and later. We draft fine. We do better in the second round than we do in the first round. I'll give you that. Wide dude wide. Love the Witherspoon signing. Played well when he got us. Went J-E on me there, wide dude wide. Yeah, he played good against us last year. Witherspoon did. And a guy, again, 25 years old, on the rise. He's got some. He's a more stickier guy in coverage than Shaquille is. Probably not exactly as good a tackler, but I think Shaquille Griffin's tackling ability started to go downhill over the course of his time here with the Seahawks. By the end, I don't think he was that far off from where Witherspoon is as a tackler even. So I like the signing a lot. I do like that signing a lot. Jace probably won't be making the Thursday streams at all. Made my high school baseball team. Congratulations. Practices are from 5 to 7 for a little bit, but the normal schedule is going to be 3 to 5. Well, no worries, Jace. That's why I do this. Try to do these twice a week. So if you miss one, we can catch you on maybe on the other one. But congratulations, my guy. Well done, well done, well done. Go out there and kill it. What amazes me this year is that almost nobody seems to care about the cap. Most deals so far are record-breaking, and the rest just seem to be very happy to renegotiate their deals so nobody gets cut. Part of what I did not anticipate on that's been the two-pronged part of this that I did not anticipate this offseason. The first being, number one, teams are still breaking the bank. Nobody has decided that they're going to be frugal or pay any attention to what's going to be happening in the future. I don't know if NFL teams are anticipating that the cap is somehow going to launch into the stratosphere after this next season because of the new deals and the gambling money kicking in. But none of these teams right now are showing any reticence to pay. And the second prong of this being that there's so many players willing to renegotiate. Across the league, we saw 36 deals, it seemed like, of players who would have been cap casualties who renegotiated before the deadline hit, remaining with the teams. Smart on the players, smart on the agents maybe, and understanding what was going to happen if they allowed themselves to get on the market, because I don't think any players want to get on the market in this environment. You do not want to be one of those guys. Even though guys are making money right now in the first wave, this thing's going to drop off really fast because there is only so much money to spend. There really is. But the part of it you're seeing, again, that's really surprising is how low these teams are taking that base money. Joe Thuney, $4.5 million in the first year. Aaron Jones, $4.5 million in the first year hit to the Packers. They're just taking everything down to that low level to make it work. It's pretty odd to see. And again, I'm a little jealous of it because I'd like to see our front office do some similar things. But again, I understand it doesn't, as you said, why do wide, it doesn't shock me. I just do something. Yami, what, Fishy Angel, when has starting to make you good? You could start and not be good. When has starting make you good? When has starting make you good? I don't know what you might have to rephrase that, Fish. Skyscraper Geeks, if the Hawks manage to get Villanueva and Keanu Neal, I'll be satisfied. Neal's interesting. Neal's a very interesting cat, dude, for the will. Very interesting cat for the will. Villanueva, you'd flip him over to right tackle then, Skyscraper? Is that what you're thinking? Flip him over to right tackle for a year and then bounce him to left when Brown retires, maybe? Yeah, that'd be interesting. That'd be an upgrade to right tackle. I think he would be better than, and maybe a better fit for him at this point in his career. You know, lose a little bit of his athleticism, but slide him over that right tackle. Still, he's the big kind of prototypical right tackle you'd look for over that side, and then you could cut away from, at that point then from our right tackle and save a little Brandon Shell and save a little bit of money. Why do I? I can see him blossoming under cornerback guru Pete like DJ did. I could too. I could see Witherspoon. He's a fit, man. He moves like they like it. He's sized like they like, got the length that they like, familiar with the scheme like they like. There's a lot there that can connect well with Witherspoon to this team. Darren West, why haven't we restructured Bobby and Russ's contracts? We don't need their permission to do so. Well, I would read into it. I'm trying not to read into too much at this point, Darren, because I think by doing so, I'm being a little premature versus letting stuff play out a little bit to really understand what's kind of happening. I'm going to land on this side of it. You've got your roughly $10 million to spend right now, and maybe you're negotiating with players and you're trying to tell players, we only have this much money to spend. This is all we can give you. And players, you're not maybe negotiating against another team, but just for player A. And player A is going, okay, I don't have any other offers. That this isn't exactly the offer that I wanted in this offseason. That's really low. And we go, hey, it's a tough offseason. That's just the deal. Sorry, dude. Yeah, but it's a little low. And you guys, you could spend more. We can't spend more. We only got $9.5 million. You can look at our cap right now, $9.5 million. Versus if you if you convert Russ's money to the bonus, then that player can look at you and go, you guys still got more money. I'm going to wait this out. You got more cash. Come on. Could be in cheapskates. Come on. Maybe it could be that. Maybe I'm being a little bit hopeful in that direction of it, Darren. But if it's not that, then it's an indicator that they don't really want to have huge bonus money hits come up next season and moving off of them. Management maybe makes the feeling of, okay, Russ, you got to stay one more year. 39 is too much. 26 or 29, I can't remember which amount it was for next year's hit. But 29 million is not as much next year. We can stomach that, and we can at least prepare for it a year out, knowing it's coming down the pike. Same thing's true with Bobby, where this year it's $10 million. You can get $10, $11 million in savings. You convert his base. I'm sure you could probably get another $5, $6 million shaken out of the coffers. But they may be in the same place where they think Bobby's retiring in a year and they don't want a big dead money hit moving into next season. There is a little bit of maybe the 2 to 3 year plan in place that we all kind of get frustrated by. That's kind of ruling a little bit of the day here. Fish Angel, why aren't we restructuring Russell's contract? We are allowed to anytime. I swear Pete Carroll should have been fired years ago, man. I understand, bro. I get it, man. I do. I do. Again, I don't know. I would say that if it's not done this, I've maintained this is, and the media got on this earlier in the week. It's a very big indicator to this whole thing. If Russ has that money moved into bonus, base salary moved to bonus this offseason, it is an absolute dead giveaway. He's not going anywhere this year and probably not going anywhere next year because the dead money gets big next year too. $36 million still next year. Doesn't make it completely untenable, but still you're getting it at a pretty high amount, a record-breaking amount at that point. But if you keep the base and you don't move the bonus, it's an indicator of the opposite, in my opinion, that he is due to be moved on, if not this offseason. And some of the rumors we've heard about, it'll be you could see maybe a draft day deal. So Seattle can get that extra first-round pick by some sort of weird roundabout way of doing it because you do it on draft day. But I think it's hard to say. This is all me. I'm trying to project a little bit about what I'm seeing here, and it's not really clear as to what's going on. But I get it. Carroll's been frustrating to me, and especially the power aspect of it. I don't ever really need, again, I don't care if we had success with it when Carroll first walked in the door. I think it's an anomaly. I think that I'm a general rule of thumb guy for the most part. I don't like, well, I'm going to take this anomaly and make that the rule of thumb. No, let's take what's been the general pattern that we see. The pattern throughout NFL history is when you give a head coach general manager duties in addition, it doesn't work. It doesn't tend to work. His plate gets overloaded. He has to try to serve sort of two masters and be the general manager and the head coach. That hurts his relationship with the players. It's just too much, and it fails out too often. Separate these things out. On top of the fact that I've said this time and time again that the competition level is too high for you to think that you can do 3 different jobs in one and be sensational at all 3 of those jobs. General manager is general manager, head coach to head coach. But Carroll's not a guy who, by any indications, has been willing to give up any of his power at any point in time here. So, he's going to run this ship as he wants. He's in his winter. He's in his winter season, and being that he is, he's going to want to do things his way. He's going to want to Frank Sinatra it as he leaves. Seahawks Gaming. All the young'uns are gone now. All we have left in free agency are 30-year-old T.Y. Hiltons. Yep, basically. Gito says it's all downhill from here, boys. Yes, sir. We're super positive today on this Hawks Nest stream, folks. I know. We're trying here. We're trying. Seahawks Gen Network. Every general manager misses in the draft. Snyder doesn't miss often. He misses relatively a good amount. I think he misses as much as anybody else. I think he recognizes, though, that he's going to misses and he's going to swing and miss as much as anybody else. And this is part of, I think, his philosophy behind wanting to accumulate as many draft picks as he can. I'll get as many swings as I can at the thing. And then that way I know my miss rate might be what it is. The percentage miss rate might be what it is. But if I've got more swings, I'm going to get more quality players by that logic. Yummy. Crazy that the Pads go for tight ends. They have been mocked, drafted to take Pitts in the first round anyways. Yeah, I think that certainly the Brady effect continues to linger, doesn't it, Yami? The Brady effect. We saw the Brady effect on what it did to Russ and watching the Super Bowl and what that happened to him and him threw Russ into a burnout here into this offseason. And then you see what it's done with Belichick, who gets to see his little disciple leave and go win a Super Bowl without him. And now this has everybody questioning a little bit of not questioning, but just a little, maybe takes a few dings away of the greatness of Belichick at that point. How can it not? So now Belichick goes on, to hell with this. To hell with this. Doesn't even have a quarterback in place yet. Doesn't have a solution or answer there, really. I mean, Cam Newton, who got a little better as the year went on, I'll give him credit for that, but he's not taking him to the Super Bowl. And yet they're going all in on their process, it would seem like. I mean, they're spending for everybody. Chris Carson might go there. He seems to be maybe the next guy they're looking at. Strange, but hey, they're going for it, dude. What can you say? Maybe they draft a quarterback too. Maybe they like one of these young guys. They like Lance or Mond or something. I could see that as well. I've liked all the Patriots' moves for the most part, even the money as high as it was, which was a little bit much for Jonnu Smith. It was, but at the end of the day, I like them that they've got a philosophy in place. It's the safety they got. He's the boxed box safety. He's a box safety of like 1 square feet around him type box safety. A very limited safety. I thought that was a little bit of an overpay on their part. That wasn't. Azoz, Hassan Reddick just signed with the Panthers. Okay. I'm glad to hear that, Azoz. I didn't want Hassan Reddick. He's a guy who had an outlier 12.5 sack year last season. I think 5 of those sacks came in like one game. He's a guy that really has never been able to quite find his way there and just until the end there with the Cardinals, so I'm okay with that. Michael Parker, how does Russell look now? His 4 selected teams went another way. Was it a bad move in retrospect? Yeah, if he really wanted, I mean, it would make me there was a lot of people that contended here on the chat that those teams were BS. It was a BS list of teams that Russ gave, that he essentially was giving a list of teams to Seattle that he knew a deal could not get done with, and maybe, I don't know if I totally agreed with that because I thought there was more of an indication that he submitted a list of teams that had offensive-minded head coaches, and that's what he was leaning towards. So when you look at it and go, okay, what are the teams out there that have an offensive-minded head coach that fits his prerequisite of a big market team? A lot of teams out there that hit that mark. You shrink down pretty quickly, pretty small, pretty fast. And so I think he was down to not many teams that were even really good options for him available out there. And so he went with those teams for it. But he probably should have given a little more thought maybe to the fact of going outside the comfort range of needing an offensive-minded head coach. How about I just get a team, even if they got a defensive head coach, who will get an offensive-minded coach to wrap the offense around me and let me cook. I mean, make that, be it the Jets or be it the Dolphins, which a trade you could have gotten done with. Because then Seattle's got the picks they need. Both of those two cases, both those teams have more than 3 first-round picks over the next 3 years. They could have hit your mark. But he didn't select those teams. And, that they do lurk in the background, both do as dark horse candidates. I will say that. There's still the possibility of something here being that this has been so quiet. And you look at the Dolphins in free agency, they've been damn quiet, the Dolphins have so far. So it's still something that could linger in the background with those two teams if Russ does happen to maybe change his mind a little bit with that. But yeah, I would question why he chose those 4 teams. They were odd teams to choose in the first place. Mighty Johnny Boy, how you doing? You think it would be a good idea to bring in Josh Reynolds, Alden Smith, Ryan Kerrigan, and Gabe Jackson? So let's go through those. I like all those. I like 3 of those 4, Mighty Joni boy. I'm a big Harper, and maybe to extreme a degree on, this is my current Mighty Joni boy. This is my current thing that's like stuck in my craw a little bit, where I don't want to take a right guard and move him to left guard. I don't want to take Damian Lewis and move him to center or left guard. I want to keep Damian Lewis, our up and coming rising star at right guard. And then I want to sign an actual left guard. And Gabe Jackson's played some left guard in his career, but he was moved over to right guard. And I think a lot of the reason he was moved over to right guard, if you trace back that line, you'll probably come to find starting to struggle in pass protection as a left guard as he's getting older, slowing down, not as quick. Let's move him over to right guard where some of those diminishing skills can be a little bit massaged. So I'm not as much on board with wanting to bring him over here and then bounce him back over to left guard where I don't know that he's going to be as comfortable, as good at that position. So probably not him, but those 2 guys, Aldon Smith, Ryan Kerrigan, love where your mind's at with that. You get the 2 bargain basement passment rushers that give you really good productivity. The combination of them is more than just Dunlap at a little bit of a reduced rate than the $14 million that Dunlap was going to cost this season. Again, that's where we get down to smart roster building. Hell, you probably get Josh Reynolds, Aldon Smith, Ryan Kerrigan, all of them inside that $14 million with still a little bit more change rattling around in your pocket to go out there and spend. So, yep, that would be a smart way to go. Patriot Sports Car, Brandon, Seahawks are pissing me off when addressing the offensive line. It's getting significantly thin at the guard and center position. Patriot, I'm with you, man. I'm remaining patient at this time, but I am reserving the right to freak out on this team. If we get into this offseason, if we're heading into the draft, and you're going to tell me that they're going to go get their starter at center in the draft and their starter at left guard in the draft, or that they're going to try to sell me on Phil Haynes being a starting left guard for them moving into next year. I'm going to struggle with that one and being patient at that point. I'm going to struggle and say, in Pete and John, we trust. I'm not going to have a lot of that trust there at that point. I'm going to be pretty pissed off about the situation, especially again, as if pick a way you want to go. Do you want to make the quarterback happy or not? And if not, then move on from him. Take the Bears and what they're going to give you in capital and call it a day. Don't keep a guy here disgruntled that you have no intention of making happy. That doesn't make any sense. That's stupidity defined. But there's a little bit of that's by these early moves. It's like, are you guys going that way? I don't think you're going that way, but are you going that way? Tommy Eden, is it me or is everyone in our division getting better except us? It is not you. It is not you. I would say the Rams are at an equivalent level right now. I thought they got 10% better at quarterback with Stafford, but then you get defensively 10% worse with the loss of Michael Brockers and that safety. So their bottom line point is probably at an equivalency of 0, but everybody else, yes. EFG, I doubt the hole between Russell and the Seahawks is going to be fixed. It's like Brady and the Pats a few years back. It's a good point, EFG. And certainly we knew with the Patriots and the Brady, it was not something that just came up on that offseason where suddenly it was like, oh, there's a sudden rift and he's out. Brady was selling his house a year beforehand of leaving. It was all a year out thing that a lot of people that were going, sorry, he's going to be leaving. And it was funny at that time to watch how many people were going, there's no way he'd leave. He'd never leave. He'd never go. But this is right now the indication until we see moves made to placate and make him happy. Until we see them do anything, it would seem that they went not enough draft capital, too large a $39 million dead money hit to move him. We'll wait till the next offseason. We'll get the same draft capital we got this offseason minus $13 million in dead money hit that we get back into our wallets. So we'll just wait out a year and we get a plan for it to happen and how we build the roster out now and into the future. So this is where the indications are right now. We don't have enough data to go off of. There's plenty of time for this to reverse course from it, but that's a little bit of the indicator at the moment. G-Rod, I think this will be Russ's last year with the Hawks. Oh, you're reading my mind here as I'm speaking, G-Rod. Yeah, it seems like this seems to be the indicator. If this in free agency, they're not going to give you any offensive linemen. They're not going to convert his base money to salary bonus. What else are we to think? Jace, and welcome on in, G-Rod. Jace, when I saw the Seahawks signed former 49ers quarterback, I got so excited because I thought it was Sherman, and then I opened up the NFL app and it was Jason. Or not Jason. You mean Witherspoon, Akhello. Skyscraper Geeks, Reddick nearly did as well as Donald this year, yet we let him walk. I think it's hard to say whether or not, he's really that player he was this year. And again, he had one game of 5 sacks on a 12.5 sack year. You take away those 5 sacks and, he's at 7.5 for the year. That's not that impressive in the rest of the games necessarily. But I think if you look at it too, look, you flipped out J.J. Watt for Hassan Reddick, and you're going to bring back Marcus Golden, who will be your rotational rusher at that point for the Cardinals. You've improved it at that point, in my opinion. And I'm way behind the chat, so let me start catching up here. Maybe I'm not too bad. Maxwell, how are we supposed to outbid the Pats for Fournette? I saw their interest in Carson. Maybe they'll go for him instead. I'm hoping they go for Carson instead. We wouldn't be able to outbid him for Fournette's services, but I'm hoping they grab Carson, which then slides us into Fournette. Gino says our defensive line is looking scary next season. Seahawks gaming thoughts on Mr. Inconsistent Witherspoon. Inconsistent, a little bit beat up, injury prone to a degree. Started to turn it on and play his best football near the end of last year. Had a rating at 80 by Pro Football Focus. Shaquille Griffin last year had a rating of 65. I think that he's very close as a player to what Shaquille Griffin is right now. And he's got a little bit of upside. He's only 25 years old. So he has got some upswing still maybe left to his game. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, watching you and Brendan Nelson at the same time. Yeah, that's awesome, Jose. It's a good way to do it, brother. You're getting fully informed. One ear or the other, it's getting you informed at that point. Yeah, we don't have a 3rd round pick. Fish Angel, Rashad Penny, we could have got Chubb. We drafted Collier, could have got Sweat, and we drafted Rasheem Green. We could have gotten Deshaun Hand. We drafted Malik McDowell, could have got Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, it's been, that's where I do point to there's been some poor spots at draft. They've also drafted well in other spots, so the first round's been a tough one, Fish Angel, for them, but they've done pretty well in the second round overall, I think. We'll see where Darrell Taylor, finishes up at. That's going to be a big indicator, and they've had their share of misses, certainly, but they've also got the guys like DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Frank Clark in the second round. There's been some hits. I mentioned a guy in Poona Ford you didn't even draft. You were able to get him here as an undrafted free agent and know that you could do that. And that probably, there are pluses to their game too, but there are misses. Tommy, if they don't trade Russ or support Russ, if I was the owner, I would fire the front office and head coach. Teams have done that for far less scrupulous reasons. I would too, Tommy. But it seems that for whatever reason, this owner doesn't want to own the team, but also doesn't want to sell the team, which is a little discouraging. You don't really want this team, but you don't want to sell it, but you don't want to actively be here as be a part of this process when right now we need a hand of leadership to enter into this fray. We need somebody as a voice above Coach Carroll. We don't need him as dictator in charge. We need just somebody else over the top, as Paul Allen was, and he was a hands-on owner. Wasn't just a guy sitting there silently doing nothing. He was not. But we do need it. This team needs it. Accountability, everyone needs accountability. It's like you guys hold me accountable. Everybody needs accountability. Ken Jar is a changed man, Jollywood. Seahawks have no damn O-line. This is not funny. Do you all realize J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones, Nick Bosa, Aaron Donald is in our damn division? It wasn't funny until you told me it's not funny, and then that made me laugh. This is worrisome. This is worrisome, Genyor. It's absolutely worrisome. I don't think there's any other way to dress it up. I'm going to still try to be optimistic like Maxwell is, though. I'm trying here, man. Seahawks splash and skills. The Seahawks nest. The franchise remains acting trash-like and incompetent. Just disgraceful. Well, it's the thing I come back to splash and skills is where is the plan? What is the plan? Our plan is so super secret you can't see it even when you're seeing it. That's our plan. I don't buy it. Where's the plan? What is the plan in place? You saw a couple off seasons ago, they go, we want Montez Sweat. We can get him in a couple picks. We'll trade back. Oh, God, he was drafted. We need a defensive end still. LJ Collier. And then they go, oh, wait, our defensive pass rush isn't good enough. Go trade for Jadeveon Clowney. And then last offseason, Darrell Taylor, he'll solve our pass rush. Second round pick, he'll solve everything. We know, he'll solve everything. He'll fix everything. And they get into, and they go, and we know LJ will get better, and we know that we got Alton Robinson, and then we know we got Rasheem Green, and we're going to be amazing with our pass rushers. And then they get into this training camp, and they're like, oh my God, we still can't rush the passer. overpaid for Jamal Adams. It's reactionary. It's not a plan. It's not a good plan. It's this just sort of constant like, that didn't work. How about this? That didn't work. How about this? How about you think through something and do something? Execute a plan of attack, which is what we're looking to see and haven't seen it quite yet. And yeah, Rodney Hudson's on the Cardinals. Cardinals have gotten better. Flag Sabbath says there should be a bit more of a sense of urgency. There's no urgency on and off the field. This is me where I'm at with it, Flag. I'm not expecting them to dive into the first wave of free agency, and I'm very well aware they haven't in the recent history. But then go make a trade. Go do something. Go improve your football club. Don't just stand pat here waiting for all of the talent to drain off the board and then go into second, third wave of free agency as you've done in the past, hoping that's going to improve a football club that has been treading water for 6 years. That's not going to get the job done. Why? We still have faith. LS will fill the holes by the time the season starts, getting harder to, but I'm still there. I'm hopeful. I don't know if I have faith, but I'm hopeful. Brian, I believe that the whole Hawks front office is under concussion protocol again. I think that Bills game more than knocked Russ out of his head. I think it knocked our front office out of his head. I think everybody's been in a little bit of a fog since then, a brain fog. Flag Sabbath, is Austin Blythe an upgrade over Posick? He's a marginal upgrade over Ethan Posick. Yeah, marginal upgrade, but probably about a league average center at that point, Flag, is what you're getting. You're not getting anything above that. I know what you meant, though. Why do I? John Schneider. UE2K, yes, Blythe is an upgrade over Posick, and he knows the system. That's also another part of it. He does know the system. He'd be able to help in that respect. David Kolshnikoff. Why the Seahawks won't address the old offensive line problem? David, I don't know. Hopefully they've got another idea on how they're going to do it via a trade, or they're thinking somebody's going to be cut maybe later on in free agency and they can get him at a lot more of a reduced price rather than paying top of the market in the first wave. Historically, they have tended not to go into the first wave of free agency because, historically speaking, the results bear out pretty succinctly on this. If you dive into free agency and you spend in free agency, you don't tend to do very good as a football club. Those moves don't tend to work out for you. You overpay, and the production on the football field doesn't fit for the overpay that you make. But there has been no secondary plan in place, and I'm speaking to like a trade or just something that would indicate, even if they converted the base salary of Russ's to bonus, then at least you've got the money. You're telling me, okay, we're going to spend this money this offseason. Russ is here for the long term. We're going to rebuild back in around him and help him out and placate him, but we're not seeing that. Maxwell, Seattle could have also gave Puna a raise just because they usually go do good by their playing, and Puna extremely hardworking. Very true. Very true. Fish Angel, we drafted Tedrick Thompson. The next pick was Eddie Jackson. We drafted Jermaine Ifedi. Could have gotten Joe Thuney. We drafted Nick Vanette. Could have gotten Tyler Higbee. It's been some rough spots on that. I will say, if you play that game of could have done this, could have had this guy, but drafted this guy, there's a lot of teams that you can kind of do that with in every draft. If you're just picking the best player, then picked behind a player 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks. Well, you could have done that, but there's a lot of teams that could have with. With that said, I haven't loved their recent drafts. So I'm not arguing that it's not that they've done great on drafts. Enrique M, we should sign Andrews. Andrews is okay. He's okay. Again, probably league average is what you're getting in that. Shane Hafner, Brandon, I'm losing my shit over the Cardinals trade for Rodney Hudson. Why wouldn't Seattle go and get him? Shane, I think that here's why they didn't go get him. It would have costed a second round pick. And Seattle's already without a first and a third round pick. So I think that's, as succinctly as I can put it, the reason they would have done it. The Cardinals gave a third and a seventh round pick. Even if you had a third round pick, you would have had to offer then more than the third and the seventh that they offered because they're picking lower than you in that third round. So in my opinion, that's what it really probably came down to at the end of the day with it. You didn't want to give up a second round. Honestly, I didn't want to give up a second round pick for Hudson. I would have given up a third, but a second's a little bit too high, especially considering you don't have the draft capital that we don't have in this draft. Flag says, I hate speculating on who they'll sign because I'm always disappointed. Same, Flag. Same. I will say, one of the guys of my cornerback list we signed, Witherspoon, was on my top 5 cornerback list of targets the Seahawks would sign. So I was right on that one. And if Fournette gets taken, that was also one of the guys on my running back list of running backs that I would have them targeted, though, again, it wasn't a real deep running backs crew, so it wasn't exactly great prognostication on my part, but a little bit better in that respect. But yeah, it sucks. Seahawks Network, yeah, Shaq is super overrated. Fans just love him because he's a fan favorite. He is indeed. Thomas Cox, what's the point of keeping Wilson if you can't be aggressive to protect him? You tell me when you figure that one out, Thomas. I think that's one that we're all lamenting and trying to understand. Why do why? There are still good centers out there, but G is spare. And it looks like there are still PR out there that will now be cheaper in the Wave 2 signings. But guard is spare. Maybe. I don't know what you mean by PR. Mikey do you think we can afford J.C. Jackson? We can. I think he's more of a slot cover guy, isn't he? Can he play outside stuff? Because I thought he's more slotty. But you could. I doubt they're going to spend more money, Mikey, on the cornerback position after the $4.5 million they're currently spending. I don't think that they're going to put more out there. Tommy Eaton, Shaq Griffin was terrible. Out of place a lot. Barely any ball hawking. Relied on his speed. Just a fast dude. He did tackle well, though. I will give him that. $6 million corner at best. That's pretty much where my value is at on him. I wouldn't have paid him about more than that. I'd even offer that his tackling has gone downhill over the last year. I don't think he was as good. Maybe he was protecting his body for free agency this season. But there were times where I was seeing him make business decisions. David, it's stupid that every year we sign a veteran to a one-year deal and that's it. Why don't they develop the young rushers? Pass rushers tend to develop slower, David, and they're trying to develop young rushers who just aren't developing. You have right now on your roster, David, L.J. Collier, Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green, and Darrell Taylor. That's 4 young guys of draft capital you placed on. None of them have popped for different reasons, but none of them have done it. So it's sometimes you need you need the knowledge. I actually don't have a problem, David, if they go out there and they get a couple of veteran edge rushers that are certain pass rushers, because they tend to be pretty cheap. They don't tend to cost as much. You can get those guys a little bit more of the bargain basement cost, but you're getting them at plus level production on the football field. That is one of those positions I think you can do that with. And this season, I think they'll be able to do that, David. I think they'll be able to get a couple pass rushers. I'm less worried about that. I'm more concerned about the offensive line right now. That's really where my fear kind of lies in it right now. But I think you can get the cheap pass rushers, and especially this offseason, you'll be able to do that. Michael Parker says, why did Philip Dorsett get picked up so fast? Did we miss something? I can only, Schottenheimer's there, and maybe Schottenheimer gave them some information that his foot was coming along. They could have used him at the end of the season, but they just didn't want to activate him. Who knows? I wasn't all that hyped up by him as a signing when we picked him up. I'm not going to miss him walking out the door. UE2K, the best way to improve both the defense and pass protection is to field a formidable running game. A dominant running game makes every other unit's job easier. It does. It does indeed. A lot of people agreeing about they wouldn't have paid Shaq more than 6 years. It's good to hear. I think we're all in agreement on that one. Seahawks Gaming, is Witherspoon a zone man or a man corner? Well, the 49ers have played zone, so they're more of a zone team. They play a little bit more man than probably the Seattle scheme, but he played the first couple of his years in Seattle scheme. They transitioned to then more of a wide 9 with zone sort of tenants built within it at that point, wide 9 on the front 4. So that's really the only difference, but he'll be very fluid in the zone. There should not be a lot of, he might even have the kick step down. I'm not sure if the Niners teach it exactly there, but I imagine they would if they're using our same scheme. So he probably has all the knowledge and understanding of that. Maxwell says, Jonnu got paid a ton. Seattle never would have done that. I agree. Seattle would never have done that. But again, it is an overpay that I probably would have not have liked to have made. But Jonnu Smith is a great player who's just tapping into his potential. And the Patriots are a smart organization. That's a smart move, in my opinion. He's going to give them some excellent production on the football field in a lot of different respects. He would have been a great player for us. Thomas Cox, are we thinking of drafting linemen instead of grabbing Astro Goodman? Yeah, I think that they're definitely could be looking to target offensive linemen in the draft. I mean, there's some good linemen in the second round where they'll be picking. There should be both guards and centers and tackles all right there where they're picking. So league starting at the least with maybe even some potential star potential in there depending on the guy you pick. Brian Koski, if Russell Wilson can reconstruct his contract, can that help free up money for offensive line free agents? I don't know. I'm kind of new at this cap space thingy. Yeah, no worries, Brian. Seattle built within the contract that they last signed Russell Wilson to that they could convert this year's base salary. So his base salary is about $22 million this year. They can convert that into bonus. So at that point, it's only going to cost 1/4 of that amount of money towards this year on top of the bonus money cost you're on the hook for him this year. That all washes out to essentially you're saving $10 million off this year's cap by converting that base to bonus. That's kind of the best way to think about it. And they don't need Russell Wilson's permission to do that. It was built within the contract particulars for them to do that on their own, just if they wanted to, but they've not yet. And I agree with Tommy, UE2K, we do need a dominant offensive line to be we need a good offensive line to be dominant in the run game. All dominant run offensive line attacks have good offensive linemen. Shane Hafner, look at all the former Seahawks in Jacks now. Wow, so many coaches and players on that team. Yeah, Jacksonville Seahawks. I'm dubbing them that's their new name as we go forward. Seahawks Gaming, Solomon Thomas to the Raiders on a 1-year, $5 million. Cheap. Yeah, it's cheap. Solomon's not really done a lot for me, Seahawks Gaming. He's under for a top 5 pick. You take away his top 5 pick status, really, at the end of the day. Overdrafted by the Niners. That was a complete miss by them. Never could find his way really on the football field outside of being a situational, rotational guy. Then he went down last season to a season-ending injury. And that doesn't do a lot for me. I wouldn't have gone anything for that. He's not been that productive of a player. Enrique, Seattle still wants to pay KJ and won't be willing to sign offensive linemen. Again, you want to watch me freak out. Watch them spend $6 million on KJ Wright this offseason. I will lose it. Shane, can Seattle get Andrews from New England? Yep, absolutely they can. Absolutely they can. So he should fit. Brian Koski, Shaq gave up 6 touchdowns, even after missing 4 games. He's overrated, in my opinion. I think we're all pretty uniform, Brian, and most of what I'm seeing in the chat, I haven't seen one person that's dropping a tear for Shaquille Griffin and him leaving. Maxwell Stern asks, do we have any comp picks? We could have had 2 comp picks to start things off here. I think Shaquille Griffin's contract just very well may get us a 3rd-round compensatory pick because it's up that high. And then we would have gotten a 7th-round compensatory pick for the Carlos Hyde signing. But then you offset the Carlos Hyde signing with the Witherspoon signing. So that probably has us at about a cumulative 3rd to 4th-round compensatory spot that we're sitting in at the moment. I can't believe we're willing to offer him $10 million a year, Shane. That's disappointing to hear that you're going to give Griffin $10 million a year. It's like, goodness, no. David says, would you rather sign KJ or start Brooks? I would rather start Brooks at this point, David, and get some production out of the 1st-round pick that you made rather than having Brooks sitting on the bench because Brooks isn't going to be able to play. Well, some of it's a little bit semantics here because Brooks would be in on Will early downs, but then you'd be taking him off the field and passing downs to bump KJ off the Sam back to Will. I'd be willing to bring back KJ, but I'm not going to spend more than like $3 million on KJ Wright this season. That's about as far as I'll go. Maxwell, I hope we restructure Russ. Would save us a ton. $10 million would come in awfully handy right now. Awfully handy. Quentin Huang, what is the point of keeping Russ if we don't have any good offensive linemen? This has been my lamentation. This has been something that I'm pulling my hair out on, Quentin. This is like a 2-step process. You know, the first step of the process is, Russ, we don't want to, you're an amazing quarterback. We don't want to let you go. We love you. And we're not dare giving you to Chicago. The awful, awful team. Well, okay. You going to give me what I asked for then? No. Whoa. Why didn't you trade me then? Because you're an amazing quarterback and we don't want to give you up to anybody. Okay, well then give me what I want. No. I don't know, man. It seems pretty straightforward to me. Green Mobster says the Niners are going to land Watson. I just know it. Our one good part of this is we've got the Panthers. Maybe they can come in and just, they give the bus over, just hand everything over to the Texans. And they've got some interesting defensive pieces they could give them. I mean, there's some things they could do here to entice the Texans. When you look at the Niners, all the Niners have is draft picks. Unless they're willing to part with a Bosa, which, I mean, Bosa and 3 first-round picks, that might be enticing to them. That might be enticing to them. But I hope not. God, please not let this offseason go that way, Green Lobster. Please don't. Just let me get some good news. Let me get some good news. John Robinson, I finally get to vent. Jesus, this has been brutal, especially Hudson. I do like the Hudson signing. Yeah, this is hard so far, John. I'm struggling right along with you guys. I'm right there with you. There's no part of this that It's been on my brain, man. Just this offseason felt like it's lasted a decade, and it's been like a decade of war is what it's felt like. I'm in a PTSD state now, and it's just like Cardinals sign Watt, and I've got the 1,000-yard stare. Cardinals trade for Hudson. Niners sign Trent Williams. Rams trade for Stafford. This is where I'm at. Blazers in 6. Free agency doesn't truly start until the Seahawks sign Walter Jones out of retirement in May. I love it. That would at least make me smile. Maxwell says Pat signed half the free agents they did. Facts. Barry Saturo with the $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate you, my guy. He says, hey, brother. I hope Pete and John can get the ship right. But this is how it's been for about 6 seasons now. Shout out to Andy in Spokane. Shout out to you, Andy. And thank you, Barry. I appreciate you, man. I always appreciate you coming with the dono game. Yeah, it has been this way for a couple of years now, hasn't it? We've gotten used to this. We've gotten used to it. Doesn't sometimes make you any happier about it, but I am getting more used to it. That is true. Myth Turtle, a significant move won't happen until Seattle extends some of its most important players. Could, maybe they've got some cap space right now. They do have some money to move where they don't necessarily need to move money right now to do that, but that could be the case, Myth Turtle. That would make this make a little bit more sense. John Robinson says, I hope the Seahawks know that the salary cap is a farce. We have $40 to $50 million of movable salary cap to create space. Very good point, John. And this is an important part for folks that thinking that we don't have any money. We didn't have any money coming in this process. You could have created a ton of space. Restructuring of Wilson's $10 million. You could get Jamal on a new deal and get him down into the first year cap hit around $6 million. And the same thing maybe potentially with a guy like Lockett. You could do some different things here. Or if you wanted to make a trade of one of those guys, save even more space. Restructure of a Dwayne Brown. There's some things they could do to create money if they wanted to create money, but they have not done any of those things. Shane, I'm going to be crying right with you if Watson goes to San Francisco. Tommy, I get it. I got it. We make Russ throw left-handed so he's actually protected. Green Mobster, Watson said he only played for 2 teams, Frisco or Denver. They aren't trading him to the conference. They aren't trading him in the conference. Maybe not. Maybe not. And Denver definitely has the draft capital to throw at Houston to make them enticed by it. We'll see. We'll see. Master Chief, I would like to get Dunlap and Alden Smith. That would be a dynamic duo of a pass rush. Master Chief, Dunlap and Alden would get it done for me too. I'd be very happy with that. Seahawks Network, outside corner is kind of a big problem in my eyes. Reed was great, but he's not going to be our number 1 corner for years to come. We know the Flowers situation, and I'm not sold on Witherspoon. I'm not as reticent right now. We've got, to me, bigger fish to fry, Seahawks Network, than the corner situation. I think Reed was really solid for you last year. Witherspoon comes in and competes with Flowers. I think your slot situation's in good hands with Ugo Amadi and Marquise Blair backing him up. And then I would expect them to probably go draft a corner in this draft. And you can get a guy in the 5th round that's going to be a toolsy guy that's going to need a little bit of maybe time to develop, who maybe even come in and shows out right out the start, kind of a la like a Sherman did. This would be a year that could happen again because the draft is so deep with corners. You go out and then draft a corner to add to this stable of things. I'm actually feeling relatively good about the corner situation. It's not a one with a lot of top-end, stars, but it would be solid. I think it would be solid. Why? NFC West is going to be a war. Arizona, San Francisco, the Rams. Seattle is hoping for peace negotiations. They are. We're trying to play Switzerland right now, and we need to be Mother Russia. John Robinson, we've been saying be patient every year. There's no master plan. There is no relief coming, just more patchwork and mediocrity. It could be that, John. I'm going to wait for a little bit longer to make sure and see how this thing shakes out. But I will be one of the people jumping up and down screaming that if it's that. I don't care if it makes people mad because everybody wants everything to be positive. I will be one. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. I'm a little bit dismayed, but I'm going to give it a little bit more time to breathe and see what happens here. Brian says, I can't wait to see what Blair and Amadi can show what they do. I do. I think those are 2 guys to get excited about. Amadi had a really quietly, really good season last year from the slot corner role. I thought there wasn't a game he got burnt. Every game he was competitive. He made plays on the ball. He was good in the run game. Solid all-around slot corner. Not a lot of holes to what he does. Really like that guy. It'll be interesting to see how their competition plays out next year. Shane Hafner, now Watson has a sexual assault allegation filed against him. Oh, wow. So maybe NFC West teams will stay away from him? That's crazy. What an odd timing on that. That's odd timing on that one. He has 4 allegations? What the hell? News is coming fast and hot. Jeez. Yami, what I'll say is that Schneider has pulled off an amazing trade each of the last years with Adams and Clowney. I kind of trust this guy. I do trust him too, but my trust does waver when I look at last year and how they spent that $50 million. And my trust does start to waver when I look at this year and see what's going on. The other thing is about those 2 trades, as good as they were to happen, they came out of desperation. You know, they didn't come from a spot of strength or you operating from an aggressive angle of things. They came because you realized, oh crap, all of the moves we made in for our defensive line, all the things that we thought were going to make our offensive line a strength have not worked out. We're going to be league worst at this position if we don't make trade. Yay. And so while I like how the trades resulted out, I still think when you continually make moves from a standpoint of, freaking out or desperation, it's not moves that tend to make out. It's not a smart way to tend to roster build. Green Mobster, take those allegations with a grain of salt. Cal McNair's neighbor is the lawyer who filed the suit. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. And again, the timing of it is a little weird. If these allegations are coming out just right now, it's a little bit odd. It's kind of dirty. I feel like there might be some dirty play happening here on this one. Brian Costi, Chris number 32 Carson's a badass. He's pretty bad, that's for sure. He's a bull. Nathaniel, how you doing, Daniel? Good to see you. UE2K, Adams trade was made out of desperation. That's why we overpaid. It's true. Was hoping for Jonnu Smith. Me too, Gino. Lance Johnson, how you doing, Lance? I feel they are still non-committal with Russ. If they don't do anything with the line, then maybe Russ would open up Miami or New York Jets and the trade still happens this off season. I would agree with you. I mean, if you don't see indicators here that they're going to placate towards what he's wanting and you just have held it, we're just keeping him, but you're not going to do anything he's asked for, but you're still going to keep all the things in place that made him pissed off in the first place. Why? So maybe that is because they're open to doing it further on this offseason, and that's where they're looking and counting on Russ to open up his feasible teams that he'd be willing to go to. There was I didn't confirm this, but there was a report out there that Seattle could theoretically wait till literally the day of the draft, trade Wilson to like a Miami Dolphins team, and that would be a way to get around the 3 first-round picks, that they could then get an extra first-round pick as part of that process at that point. I don't know if that's the truth or not. But that we have to consider that as a possibility if they don't make any moves, if they don't convert the base money to bonus money. I mean, we'd have to start thinking along those realms. The Seahawks Network, I don't think Blair would be a viable option at outside corner, but if we're not trading Diggs, we don't have a spot for our former second-round pick. We should try Blair on the outside in preseason, IMO. Well, he's never played outside, but then he had never played slot either before he did that. So I can't necessarily make that the only reason why they would never move him out there. It's going to be good to have some depth. I like the thought of having a guy that basically can back up 3 different positions. That is kind of a nice thing to have. It sucks to have a second-round pick without a position. I've pointed to this being one of the reasons why I've wanted to maybe look at seeing if there's a trade out there for Quandre Diggs, because you could then move Blair over into that starting free safety slot, and you've got a place for him at that point. But look, coming off an ACL, backing up 3 other positions, I feel okay about that right at the moment. It's, again, just not, I've got bigger fish to fry with this team. Brian says, I wonder if Dunbar is going to rob money and watches from poker players this offseason. Do you think he goes to one party this offseason, Brian? Or do you think he's just home, reading the Bible, just chilling? John, our front office is in shambles. No vision, no plan, no answers. No accountability, and most importantly, no balls. Good for Russell Wilson. I'm proud of him. Yeah, maybe he had a point. Shane Hafner, yay. Yeah, Reed is only 5'9", so he can't play cornerback. Yeah, Reed was okay. Reed was very good for us on the outside. And he is 5'9", but he plays bigger than he is. He's one of those guys who plays bigger than he is. Nathaniel Parks, since Galladay is still on the market, what about signing him and trading Lockett? So then you could get a second and a good slot receiver with the same amount of cap to work with. I like it, Nathaniel. And it's creative, inventive, imagination. And Galladay would be a true number 2 for you on the outside, not really a number 2 that's really a slot. He's got that kind of game that would be perfect with Russell Wilson being the trust thrower. Go up and just throw the ball up there. I'll go up and get it. Just a wide catch radius that works really well with Russell. And then we know there's going to be a slot receiver available in that second round. You know it. You know it. So I like it. Like. UH2K, we just have to face facts. We wish the Seahawks were a Nordstrom's type. We'd even settle for Ross or TJ Maxx type. But in reality, we're a Value Village type of organization. Well, I don't know. How about Kmart? Kmart's a little bit better in Value Village, but then not quite at the Ross level, right? Can I get us to Kmart, 2K? Brian, Blair is a badass. I hope he knee kicks someone in the throat. Enrique, maybe the Seahawks sign Andrews during the stream. Maybe. Let's say a prayer to God right now. Please, God, let Seattle sign either Austin Blythe or Shane Andrews during the stream right now so we can all at least have a little bit of something to celebrate. Amen. Mikey, that is intriguing. Shane, Solomon Thomas, the Raiders, 1-year, $5 million deal. I'm not on the Thomas train. Take away that first-round draft status, and I don't think he should have been a top top 10 pick anyway. I think he's a little overrated. Maxwell Cern says, Sherm pretty much said he isn't coming back on Twitter. That does seem to be the case. And with the Raiders and where they've been freeing up money, kind of dialing back their offense, they seem to be trying to build up their defense a little bit more. And I've long thought that Sherman's probably going to Las Vegas when it's all said and done. So I think he's probably heading in there. They're going to pay him. I don't think Seattle was ever going to pay Sherman. He was going to have to come on a discounted rate, whereas I think the Raiders will pay him. John says this whole Russell thing is going to be a flipping mess all season, which is why I think he still gets moved. It will continue to be. Yeah, this is why. For this reason alone, where it's like, okay, you've remained him here, but now you're not doing anything in free agency. And we know the stories are already, we know the journalists already have their stories written. Seattle holding Russell hostage. Seattle holding him in the basement, not letting him out. Seattle turning off the burners, closing down the kitchen. You know y'all can see it. You know y'all can see it coming. Seahawks Network, I love Blair and this potential, but man, Enforcer 2.0. I do too. I like him a lot. I seriously, that was tough watching that injury last year. Daniel Wayne, how you doing, Daniel? The contract is structured to where the dead increases over the remaining years. Dead money increases. Which contract on that, Daniel? Why, dude, why? Seahawks have the most cap space next year with all the back other teams doing. Will we even be in a better spot compared to others? Doesn't make penny pinching this year feel any better, though. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot of money next year. It's true, why do I? And to a degree, you feel okay about that. But again, it's if you're not going to be all in on this year, then don't be all in on this year. You know, take it down to the studs, as I like to say. But if you're going to be all in on this year, then be in on this year. You know, which means mortgaging some of that future cap space to make this year's cap space work. They've not done it yet. Maybe they're waiting to do it. There's reasons why they might be waiting to do it. This is going to be the longest free agent period that we've ever seen this offseason because players are going to continuously be in cut status as teams are trying to move their teams around. Even with some of the ways the deals have been structured with teams front loading everything and really back loading everything and, you know, really opening up that space in this initial season. So it's good to see, but it's hard to get any feeling good about next year at this moment. Brian says, I hope KJ comes back to play the Hawks to finish his career here. I do too, Brian. Just not super expensive. That's the thing I hope. Seahawks Jose says, Galladay to the Giants. That makes sense. That makes sense if they do. Shane After, Jody Allen should sell the team to someone who knows how to effectively run an organization. How about just sell it to somebody that really is passionate about football and passionate about owning a football team? There's only 32 football teams in this league. I think somebody would come in and be very passionate in the Seattle area about owning the Seahawks team, especially with the passionate fan base we have. I get the impression with her, it's like, she's like, oh, that's Paul's thing. That was like Paul's thing. I mean, I don't want to sell it, but I don't want it. It feels a little bit like that. Lance, sure sounds like the good organizations are able to juggle the cap, and ours was counting on everyone signing small one-year deals. Yeah, other organizations are making moves, man. They're figuring out a way around this cap. I'd long thought that, well, yeah, the cap is real. You can placate for a while. You can kick it down the road, but eventually it's going to cost you at some point. Eventually you're going to have to pay that piper somehow. But then you look at the Saints and what they're doing right now with the Taysom Hill deal and, franchise tagging the safety, and yet they were $90 million to start the offseason, but then they find some way to just, blow out the cap to where they don't have to take the hit for it. Odd to watch, and you wonder why can't our front office do the same thing? As well as there's rumors with that Vulcan company that Jody Allen's owns, and I don't know if we've seen a lot of indicator they're not willing to spend money with us, but there is a thought process here that they're not willing to spend on the sports organizations. The Blazers, for instance, right now, that there's no money going in the Blazers organization. They're not going to go one more dollar passed out of their pocket than they have to go, essentially. And I do wonder if there may be a little bit of that here with our organization going on with Jody, where they don't want to even spend the money into it anymore, or that the spigot is not on as full blast as it once was while Paul Allen was alive. I don't know on that, but I wonder. Shane After, I will be sad seeing Jakeem go to Jax with his bro Quill. I don't know why I had a Quilly. I feel we have a good linebacker room and we'll be fine. It'll be all right on all accounts. It'll be right on all accounts. And I'm with Brian. I want to see some BBK action. Let's get some BBK out there. Jerry 1, Jerry 2, Jerry 1, Jones 2nd. Cardinals do all of this and all we sign is a cornerback. I know, Jerry. I think we're all pretty frustrated in here, man. I think everybody's pretty frustrated. Nathaniel, yeah, Cards got Hudson. We got a cornerback and hiked to fill at left guard, center, edge, and all those positions are pricey. None of those positions come cheap, do they, Nathaniel? Why? All the money New England is spending and still not make the playoffs because Cam is just another quarterback now. Yeah, it's no guarantee they're getting in the playoffs as of yet. They don't have a plan at quarterback. I will say if they go out and they draft a guy like Trey Lance in the first round while they've got Cam to develop behind, it's not a bad way to go. It's not a bad way to go for them at all if that's the direction that they're looking at. Shane says New England will go back to running the ball and dink and dunk passing to a 2 tight end offense. They will. That is something that Cam's been pretty good about in the past is attacking over the middle. He's not an outside guy with that accuracy or arm strength, but he can do fairly well at hitting big targets over the middle in that respect. And he's got a couple of those guys right now. It'll be interesting to see how they play out. And that division's getting tougher. Buffalo's getting tougher. Miami, if they can figure out their quarterback situation, is going to get tougher. And the Jets seem to be on the upswing. But I'm okay with the way New England moves. I can't knock them on their moves. I can't say this is them being crazy town right now. I'm relatively those all make sense to me. Orlando Roca, update on KJ Wright. Are there any teams pursuing him? No word on any teams pursuing him at the moment, Orlando. So that's good in itself. There's nothing imminent. I would say that he's probably going to wait for a little bit of this stuff to play out with some of the first wave of guys. He wasn't going to be anybody's top 25 free agents in there. He's probably top maybe 75, top 50. So it's going to take a little while to get around to him. We'll see. Bear with me 1 second. I made some more coffee, folks, and use the bathroom. So I will be right back. Be right back. Okay. D-Mac. What's up, D? My goodness. I got way behind the chat today, didn't I? BJ, how you doing, BJ? He says, what are some big names in free agency that we should sign? I still would like to see them make a run, BJ, at Leonard Fournette. I think that he'd still be a great target. Ndamukong, I think Ndamukong Suh would be great if you could get him at a cheaper rate than Reed and then move on from Reed. He'd be a guy that'd be interesting to me. Andrews or Austin Blythe at the center position would be very interesting to look at. I think they'd be good, some good guys to target at this point. So I would probably say that would be out the gate what I would take a look at. Receiver-wise, maybe T.Y. Hilton, depending on his cost, but I'm not sure what he's going to cost in this market at this moment. So maybe wouldn't mind to see that either. But those would be the guys off the top of my head right now. Certainly pass rush, getting Dunlap back in or Clowney in would be cool. Might be even open to a Ryan Kerrigan. Everson Griffin, I'm probably out on. John, I think the Seahawks are going to bring in players with medical questions to the facility now that they have that option to get them for cheaper. Could be. YDY, thoughts on trade Russ next year, not to 2021. Seattle knows they don't have a first-round pick in 2022. Would be a terrible trade to have would be a terrible time to have a new quarterback to in 2021. They trade him next year and have the 2023 first if a new quarterback doesn't win. Oh, okay. So essentially, I think the gist of YDY, what you're saying is essentially you don't want to trade Russ this year because of the first-round pick you traded to the New York Jets, and that you'll probably not be good this year. So henceforth, that first-round pick won't be good next year, and so you'll be kicking the can. I've always thought a little bit with that YDY of that I really can't get behind. You want to make your decision this year based upon what happens with that first-round pick. You want to make the decision on what's the best for the team, and that pick doesn't need to enter into it. That pick's gone. That pick's been traded. That pick is off the board. So while it's not awesome that you gave a team potentially a top 10, top 5 pick if it went that direction, I think you've got to go with more of what's best for the team. Is it best for the team to trade him now? Are you getting the most assets for him now? Are you getting less assets for him down the road? What is the offset in that respect? And if that's the case, and you could get more assets down the road, you could get the top pick because there'll be more teams needing a quarterback at that time. Not as good a draft for quarterbacks as this year's draft is, et cetera, et cetera. Makes a little more sense in that respect. I'm okay with it. The only thing with it, why is if you're going to hold off a year, then you need to I don't understand the holding off a year if you're not trying to make Russell happy or try to make it truly work. The holding off a year just because you don't want to take the dead money hit or because you didn't get enough draft capital in return for him seems a little bit of a strange one to me and doesn't seem like that's necessarily a good... What if Russell goes in the tank again for 16 games? Like he did on the back half of the schedule after his storming out meeting against the Cardinals. Well, then you're top 10 anyway in that respect, aren't you? And now all of his value's been lost. McFamily79, did we get Leonard Fournette? No, we have not gotten Leonard Fournette, but we've been rumored. We're rumored to him. We're connected to him. BJ says, what are some small names that could have a big year next year that we should sign? Hard to target on the second tier guys, BJ. I targeted some of the first wave guys that I had looked at. See if I've got my deal here. I think we've gone through most of the guys I was looking at. I think Gerald Everett, if you signed him for us, he could have a good year as a kind of a secondary guy. He certainly would be right in there. I think a veteran pass rushers, as we saw with Dunlap this year, just a veteran certain pass rusher coming in could be very good. I mentioned a couple guys with that. I think Witherspoon, as you saw, he was 5th on my list here with the corner free agent fits on the team. I think he could have been. I think he's a guy who has potential. He truly has potential. He's not been able to tap into all of it, but he's a 3rd-round pick with a lot of talent, scheme fit, knows the scheme, understands it well. I think he's got some upside here in his game to us. It's no guarantee, but I certainly think it's, it could be there. A guy like Sheldon Rankins is a guy that interests me a little bit. He's a guy that's a 3-tech, would fit in really well in that respect. Never been able to fully tap into his first-round status, but he certainly would be a guy that I might be interested in taking a look at. Past that, I had a couple guys on my list initially. that were some of the guys taken. So Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, these were guys that I had looked at and thought would be a really good value add, and that they had a lot more. They still had some potential left to them, some real upside to their game. If we're talking about discounted guys, these are guys that have been beat up, injured. There's more questions to their game, which is why they're not being paid through the first wave of free agency. Caleb Baum says, what do you think about the Kyle Long deal to the Chiefs? Kyle was starting to go downhill a little bit near his end with the Bears. Now, some of that was injury and him fighting through the injuries with the Bears, but solid signing by KC. They care about their offensive line. I mean, they're put in a tough snaggle this offseason where they don't have a lot of cap space, but you've had Fisher go down to a tore Achilles right at the end of the playoffs, so he's going to be out probably all next year. Mitchell Schwartz is probably in the retirement zone. So now you need to fix 2 tackle situations. The interior line's kind of a little bit of a mess. And they've gone out there and they've done a lot of the heavy lifting already with still draft picks to go out there and address the tackle situation in a draft that's very deep with tackles, deeper in tackles than it is in guards, for instance. So Chiefs are a smart organization and they do things intelligently. And I think it's an intelligent move. It's all upside, no downside. Shane Hafner, I was against Bezos buying the Seahawks and becoming the no owner, but I kind of wish it happened. I was on board with it. Splash and skills, the Hawks Nest. That's the first. That's the point. There's no plan. Ownership just wants to ride the Russ and Pete playoff appearance wave and collect the checks. Seahawks fans have to boycott the hell out of the franchise. Maybe it takes that. I can't get at that place where I'm fully willing to do something like that yet. But it may. I don't see Seahawks fans being willing to do that, especially if a team's getting to the playoffs. But yeah, doesn't seem to be a plan. John Robinson says they need to hire a VP of football operations that can override Pete. Yeah, they do. He needs to not be the end-all, be-all. And if that's what he's requiring at this point in time, he can retire and move on. He's had enough failures over the last 7-8 years here of stuff that he's done because of the fact that he's insisted on having all this power and control, not just in the front office, but on the football field, on offenses, and just enough. Dial it back, Pete. Take back the micromanagement stuff. McFamily79, I don't think Russ is going anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Jays, Patriots, let's sign every really good player in free agency. Texans, let's sign every backup and special teamers and start them. Facts. Jays, if the Seahawks sign a center, now I want it to be Andrews, Patriots former center. I'm okay with Andrews. I might be a little more on the Austin Blythe train, Jace, just because of his familiarity with the scheme, so he could really hit the ground running at that point. But Andrews is a good center, would fit with the scheme. It's probably half a dozen one, 6 another for me. BJ says, what do you think we will do in the division after free agency? What do you think we will do in the division after free agency? So BJ, do you mean, what do I think our record will be? What will we do as far as within the record? Because right now I've got us at probably like 3-3 as we stand right now. Maybe 2-4 even. I got to think about it. We're not in a good state right now at this point as far as our roster is constructed. MSR Rook, we could also have drafted Tom Brady. Get over it. Exactly. John, I feel like if we can get Posick for cheap, I would actually like that move. I would maybe be okay with it. I mean, it'd be all right. Sure would have liked an upgrade, John. Like an upgrade somewhere. Mikey, he had 9 picks last year. BJ, which is the one player you want the Seahawks to draft? Good question. The one player I'd like Seattle to draft. Gosh, it's a really good question. As I waffle on this one, I go back between Javonte Williams and like a Javonte Williams and like Landon Dickerson, especially with us not having landed a center yet. So I'd kind of waffle between something like that, maybe even a David Moore out of Grambling. I sure like him quite a bit. Maybe he might be the guy for me at this point. Batman fan 20, Batman. Cardinals took Rodney Hudson. Now Seahawks blew another perfect offensive line. Now they're only Eric Fisher or Shorts from the Chiefs. Chiefs are offensive line's coming along. They signed Joe Thuney. They got Kyle Long coming aboard. They'll draft another one. They know they're not going to get scared to do that. They're going to be in a lot better position when it's all said and done. But yeah, Seahawks don't seem to be very interested in trying to make Russell Wilson happy at this moment. John says, I think Alton Robinson's going to pop. He's got all the indications of the potential of it happening. Nick Reeder, you're on board with the David Andrews train. Seems we got a few folks on the David Andrews train from New England. It's good center for them. Solid. It's a lot like Austin Block. You're getting a league average center, if you sign him. Washi, I will hit you up. I don't know if I'm going to do the call-in today, so I might just do just me today, man. Mikey, obviously my biggest concern is O-line, but I mean, we've done nothing there. It was my biggest concern as well, Mikey. This is what I pointed to at the start of the offseason. I wanted to see Seattle address first and foremost was the offensive line. Attack it. Attack it like no tomorrow. Make Russ happy. Give him something he's not had his entire career. For one time, just one season. And if it doesn't work, then go your super defensive direction, Coach Carroll, all day long, if that's what you need to do then. But they don't seem to be interested in doing that. Nick Reeder says, draft Miners. I like Miners too. I'd be okay with him in the second round as well, Nick. I got no problem with him. I like Quinn. Seahawks Gaming. I just seen Pete Carroll in the background of Puna signing. Glad to see they are alive. Well, was it a green screen, Seahawks Gaming? Are you sure? Was it not maybe a pre-recorded? UE2K, Belichick, unlike Pete, has decided to change his methods to adapt to the changing landscape. The following Bucks model of heavy free agency mixed with draft picks, build a team and drop in a quarterback. Well, I will offer, from my standpoint, Belichick's always been a guy willing to move around and do new things and adapt and be innovative. He's never a guy that's been stuck in his methods and thinking that football just remains in the same state that it's been in since 1980, as does seem to be the case with Coach Carroll, who seems to think football is timeless in its strategies and methodologies of attack. I think that Belichick is a lot different in that respect. He's not a perfect coach, but just he's better in that respect. John Robinson, Seattle wouldn't know how to use Jonnu Smith, though. You can literally line him up anywhere, backfield, the slot, in line. I think he might be, maybe in the past you could have said that, Jonnu. I think with Waldron and the way that the Rams utilize tight ends, this is going to be would have been a little bit different here. It's part of why I was so intrigued by him. Nick Reeder, would you rather get Carson or Fournette? Well, Nick, it's a matter of not just apples for apples, right? Because it's going to be Chris Carson probably in the neighborhood of $7 or $8 million. APY, they'll take the first year cap hit low, but APY, it'll be about $7, $8 million, whereas Fournette's probably not going to make more than $3 to $4 million on a couple year deal. So saving a couple $1 million for a player who I think is pretty equivalent, I'll go with Fournette. Jace, here's some evidence on why our scheme is so good. When you have talented players, when the Seahawks had the Legion of Boom, and when the Jaguars had Saxonville, along with the 49ers last year. Yep, our scheme, but the scheme is reliant on good players. That's the key with it, Jace, is that the scheme needs good players, because you are not going to beat teams with schematics, X's and O's. You're going to line up and say, this is what we do, this is who we are, stop us. This is what we are, this is who we do, we're going to stop you. So you've got to have the upper level talent to pull that off. Thomas Cox, would you think they might trade Wagner and Lockett just to get more ammo? I had predicted, Thomas, that I thought that they were going to move on from Lockett this offseason at some point, being that he could fetch us. I think the highest pick he could ever fetch us, his value is never going to be at its highest than right now. And he gets you nearly like $10.5 million off the salary cap. I mean, you make a trade like that, you have Russ convert his base salary to bonus. That's $20.5 million off your cap right now in cap space. I mean, hard to not believe you couldn't upgrade your team in a real, tangible fashion at a much better level than just Lockett being on the team on his own at that point. LJ Collier, Lance Johnson, LJ Collier is getting no respect. Up until last year, he was our best first-round pick in several years. Yikes. I think there's sarcasm in there, Lance, so I won't take totally seriously on it, but yeah, he ain't getting any love anytime soon. Seahawks Gaming, how much free cap space would we have next season? I've got to look into it, Seahawks Gaming. I'm kind of locked in on this year so far. But I think, as someone else said, we have, if right now as it's due, because you're going to clear Dwayne Brown's money off the books. Tyler Lockett's money clears completely off the books by next season. You've got nearly the most cap space available moving into next offseason as we stand next year right now. I'm pretty certain of it. Nick Reeder says, Cody starting over Brooks this year. Cody Barton sucks. Simple as that. I don't know, Nick. He would have probably started over Jordan last year, and he had the first chance over Jordan in that Viking game. But if you remember in that Viking game, Cody was catching every block known to man. Every guard coming downfield, Cody's just catching him. He's not getting around. He's not driving him. He's not meeting the guard. Doesn't play with any kind of violence. Kind of a finesse linebacker, in my opinion, and a hard guy for me to look at and see any sort of starting experience that he's going to have in this league. I think he's a backup guy and a special teams guy at this point. Hawks 12, I don't think we need to draft another linebacker. No, we don't need to do that, that's for sure. But do you think that that's going to stop Carroll? I don't know if it does, just that alone. Hawks 12, we need to draft a D-line. I'd like to go get certain bets on this Hawks 12s. Rather than draft a D-line, I'd rather go get some certainties. You got 4 young guys, Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor, LJ Collier, and Al Robinson. You got 4 developmental young guys down there. You got Punafore, Jaron Reed, Brian Monet at defensive tackle. Why not, in my opinion, go get a couple of veteran rotational pass rushers at a little bit of a cheaper deals and then call it a day. Then attack the offensive line in the draft, in my opinion. The line and maybe the corner and running back. E-Dub, will this new offensive coordinator help Russ get the ball out quicker? If so, why maybe we made no moves on the offensive line? Laughing out loud. I like your deep thoughts on it. You're thinking deep on it, man. The new offensive coordinator, if they fit to the designs of the Rams offense, is going to get the ball out quickly, get him some easy completions, scheme up things to make Russ's job easier. That does help out the offensive line because they have to block for less time. So Russ he held the ball 3 seconds on average per play in the NFL when he was passing last year. That was good for the 5th amount. He was top 5 in that for holding on the longest in the league at that rate. I'd expect that to drop down probably more into the realm of like 2.85 next year. And in that's him getting the ball out a lot quicker, less sacks, less hits, more healthy Russell Wilson, I would think. Mike T, hi, Pete stinks. But in all seriousness, what about offensive line and cornerback? Shouldn't we do something? Well, they're attacking the cornerback room. Witherspoon gives you depth, Mike. You got Trey Flowers. You got DJ Reed here. Your slot position's fine. The cornerback, the corners in this draft, corner might be the deepest position in this draft. So you really don't need to do much else cornerback-wise if you accept the fact that they're going to draft a cornerback here. But offensive line, I'm getting seriously worried. Seriously worried about our offensive line. I thought it was our biggest hole this offseason. I thought it was a hole last offseason. I think it's been a blind spot for this front office and this coaching staff for the last 10 years. And it seems like by the early indicators, it's going to continue to be a blind spot. Tommy, maybe they are not doing anything because they actually do plan to trade Russ, but are waiting until before the draft when teams are more desperate. Could be. I mean, that at least is what this is indicating. This is not indicating we're looking to make Russ happy, is it? Maxwell, I say this stat where teams that spend large amount of cap space usually miss the playoffs, so it does make sense that Seattle goes for cheap veterans. It does on that basis a bit, Maxwell. It does. Of course, there was a couple years ago where you had a team like the Broncos who got to the Super Bowl, got the brakes beat off of them by us, who then went back into free agency and selected Aqib Talib and TJ Ward and bring in DeMarcus Ware. And that topped their team off to get them back to the stack. So it doesn't work off all the time, but there are times that it can work. There are times that it does fit out okay. Slim God Mills. How you doing, Slim God? What's up, man? Just sitting here with you, waiting for the Seahawks to do something. They are. I feel like I need a stick right now, and I need to have like a Seahawk logo, and I'm like poking the stick. It's like, come on, do something. Do something. Hopefully at some point here during this show, we'll get a little bit of news busting. It'd be nice. Hawks 12, if they were going to trade Russ, they would have with what the Bears offered us. That was crazy. I would think so. Hawks 12. The two teams on this that remain the silent ones who could emerge here are the New York Jets and the Miami Dolphins. 2 big market teams, which we know Russell gravitates towards, but 2 teams that weren't upon his initial list. But 2 teams who also have the kind of draft capital that could beat that Chicago Bear offer. So they would be the interesting ones if Russ would open that up, and they would be able to beat that offer. But you are right. It was a damn good offer. That was top shelf. That's the biggest trade offer anyone's made in the history of the NFL. That's not bad. Phil Freeman, the Watson-Wilson shootout was one of the best games ever. it was, Phil. It's going to eventually be one of my immortalized in my Great Seahawks series. That one's on my list as far as I've got to do that game. So there's a lot to talk about that game. Very fun game to watch, and absolutely, I've got to do that one. Don't Trade Russ says, who do you want the Seahawks to target the rest of free agency? I think one of Andrews or Blythe at center would be my first spot that I would look to go to, which would leave me probably drafting a guard. So I don't know who else is really available out there at left guard that gets me that excited. There just isn't. Beyond that, I would like to get 2 veteran pass rushers. It can be any combination of these 2, Justin Houston, Jadeveon Clowney, Ryan Kerrigan, in that mold. So one of those guys, Dunlap. I want 2 of those guys, preferably. Fournette would be a guy I want, running back. Receiver's kind of hard at this point. Receiver's kind of hard. So my guy's off the board on that one, so I don't have a good answer there with that. But we don't have a lot of cap space to spend either at this moment. So I've got to operate from that's pretty much all the moves that we can afford to make then at that point. UE2K says, Seahawks are taking another middle linebacker with our first pick. That would be brutal, 2K. That would be brutal. Maxwell Stern, something to look forward to is Blair will be back this season. Oh, big time looking forward to it. Azo's Matt Prater just signed with the Cardinals. Oh, my gosh. He's still a good kicker, isn't he? He's still a very good kicker. Helm Sethi, with every strong move that an NFC West team does make this offseason, I like the idea of trading Russ and rebuilding more and more. That was something I was thinking about last week a little bit on the stream. Was the thought process here, and as painful and as brutal as it would be to go through this, there is a thought process of maybe you move Russell on here this offseason because you don't have the horses to get this done. This thing's become such a nuclear arms race in the NFC West, and you don't have the kind of intercontinental missiles you need to get the job done. So that being the case, if you can get the maximum amount of draft capital for Russ this year, if you can clear that cap off, clear his dead money hit off the books this season, you could move on from Bobby, you could move on from Dwayne Brown, you could clear so much cap space, you could even then use that cap space, bend it over into next season, roll it on over into next year at that point, and set the stage for you to start to get really good right about the time the Cardinals are going to have to pay Kyler Murray. Right about the time the Rams are going to now be dreading the fact they haven't had first-round picks for a decade. Right about the time that you got the 49ers with Trent Williams getting a little bit older, and now they're having to pay Bosa, and their defensive line isn't as deep as it once was. You could take advantage as the rest of the NFC West was starting to fall off. You could jump to the forefront. I thought that there was a little bit of a intelligent thought process in that helm. Schneider are so damn competitive. Hard to see them being willing to do that sort of trust the process move. Azos, do players next year need the vaccine to play? Not that I'm aware of. Why do I? Pete is relying too much on building back a dominant D and hoping the new scheme fixes the O inconsistencies. Seems like a poor way to use your Hall of Fame quarterback. I used to be a Pete supporter. Not anymore. I get it, and I'm the same way. My support for him wanes with every year, and I think that it's, really he's going to end up making this one of those, I think, brutal processes where he as a head coach stays a little bit too long, has to have that lesson kind of beat into his head a bit of, the game kind of passed you by, and you got a little bit too scared to do certain things. You got a little bit too comfortable in other respects, and it started to allow you to be happy being just marginally good. And, I feel like the old Coach Carroll 20 years ago would have slapped this Coach Carroll with his mentality and where he's at. Ante, the Petrish, what's up? How you doing? Why? Galladay is reported to be in talks with the New York Giants. Jose Rodriguez was breaking that for us, so it does sound like Galladay's out. That would have been a long shot for Seattle to sign him anyway, but would have been interesting. He would have been a good fit with Seattle with Russell's skill set. Levi says, how would you respond if the Seahawks go back to the AFC? I'd respond very well at this point. This division is freaking ridiculous. The AFC West isn't like that much easier, but I mean, geez, there's no easy run through this division right now. It's just brutal, man. Pat Prater signed to a 2-year deal with the Cardinals. Solid deal. I think Prater's a very good kicker, one of the better ones in the league. Cardinals are going for it. Andre Lepetrich, what do we do with edge rusher right now, and what other positions can we find in free agency in the draft? I think it's going to be easier to find the edge rusher in the free agency at this point than it's going to be to necessarily find, let's say, a left guard, which probably is looking more and more like the draft, where Seattle's going to locate that one. You can still get some good center. You can get some at least league average centers out there in free agency right now. There's a few of them, Monte. Edge rushers, we've got a plethora of them. So I think initially I had as my top 5 list here. Let me go to it here on my little deal. Here's my top 5 list of ideal fits for defensive ends, edge rushers. And if you look at my list, Carlos Dunlap, Justin Houston, Jadeveon Clowney, Ryan Kerrigan, Alden Smith, all 5 of them are still available. All 5 on my list are still available. So if I can come away with 2 of those 5 guys, I'm going to feel really good about where our edge rush is. I'm going to feel like maybe the strength of this football team, you could even make the argument is the defensive line at that point. But that's what I would expect. Mike T, but Seattle should do something. It is always the way that one quarterback has to leave or get crushed after that. The offensive line will be awesome. Why just get a good offensive line for the quarterback why not just get a good offensive line for the quarterback you have? I agree, Mike. My contention this offseason, Mike, was, look, maybe Russell, you have to move on from him next year, and the bonus money doesn't hurt as much to hit, so the dead money doesn't hurt as much to hit, so you can move on from him next offseason. But if you're going to keep him from one more year, why not try to placate him? Why not build something to what he wants and to see if it could work, so that you don't move on from him and then the what-if game is played, the hindsight 2020 game is played, where Russell goes to an offense, that offense is built around him, he flourishes in that offense, he goes wins in Super Bowls for other teams, and you as an organization, you there as a fan base is sitting there going, well, damn, if we would have maybe just bought into his process on building an offensive line in front of him, we could have gotten so much more out of him, and our team could have gotten so much more out of it. That will remain a question mark if you never do that, because you never have in his years here. It's the place that Russell Wilson does have a leg to stand on. The offensive line was much more improved last year than it's been throughout the last 6, 7 prior seasons. But it's never been in a place of being an absolute strength of the football team or something you can lean back on. I think Russell's got a right to ask for that at this point, and it's a little dismays me to see the front office not willing to wrap its mind around that, still wanting to make that sort of a weakness of the team, or allowing it to be a weakness of the team. Alshon Jeffrey and Malik Jackson just got released. I would personally love to get Alshon, even though he's old. He is very old, not very fast. I don't know if I'd be on board with the Alshon Jeffrey train. Witherspoon can jump routes pretty well. Maxwell, he can. He's better at jumping routes than Shaquille is. That's an element of his game he has that Shaquille struggles in. John says Witherspoon ended the season with over an 80 grade. I love the signing. I feel like we signed Dunbar for vet minimum. One is going to pop. That's where I'm with on it, John. It's sort of hedging your bets at that point, but in a cheap way. So you're not putting as much of the onus upon having to knock it out of the park with one guy. You got 2 guys, and one of them should go for you. One of them should go for you. UE2K says Hawks should follow the Patriots' lead and get 2 new tight ends, Everett and Tremble. 12 personnel could be a counter to the coming onslaught of NFC West pass rushers. Teams would find it hard to defend 2 big tight ends in DK. Yeah, I like your idea there, 2K. Essentially, you always have then those 2 tight ends there to help sort of chip in those situations as well, which is nice to have when you got that there. I would be completely happy with both of those 2 moves and making them. The only problem with Tremble is I think Tremble's going to need to be picked in the 2nd round. I don't think he lasts into the 3rd or 4th. I think somebody's going to be able to realize how good a player he is, especially his ability to play potentially 2 positions. So I think he is going to go in the 2nd round. That might be a little bit too high to go grab him at that point from Seattle's standpoint, especially if they're desperately needing a guard and or a center at that point. But I like both those guys. Entree, do we have a chance of bringing back the former captain of the LOB, Richard Sherman, back on a 2-year deal? Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like it by his Twitter, Ante. He sounded pretty resigned today to moving on somewhere else. But he did hype up Witherspoon a bit. Ugly American, is converting base salary to signing bonus something John could just do, or Russ have to sign on that? Ugly American, usually the quarterback would have to sign off on that for them to do it. Most just do anyway because you're getting all of your money instantaneously. Nobody's going to not want to do that. But with that said, Seattle built within the contract parameters last time of Russell's deal that this could be just converted by them on their own measure. Russell has sort of agreed to it in perpetuity. So they could anytime they wanted to without his needing to sign off. Joshua William, Akhello. I currently have calls from the Chiefs, Packers, and Ravens offering me 3 contracts to join their fan base along with a lifetime supply of mint ice cream. Do you have a counteroffer? I can offer a salmon, but it's a little moldy. It's rotting a little bit, but it's only rotting at the head. So if you just cut off the head, I can get you the rest of it. And it's only going to be like good for a meal or two. So I don't know if that's enough to move your needle, my guy. John, what do you think about all this stuff coming out about Belichick wanting to build a team to attack center of the field? Likened to knights in chess. This is the area Russ struggles. Can he change? Can he change? I don't know, John. It's the place he struggled, and he struggled at it over the course of his career. We've never had really any glimpse of sparks of him really utilizing the middle of the field or the intermediate passing game either. He's a guy that likes to throw more to the outside. That's just Russ's comfort level. Good, bad, worse. And he's very good at throwing to the outside. But I understand where Belichick's going at it. I think Belichick's also looking to attack the middle of the field because of the quarterback he has. And being Cam Newton. I think that's a little bit of an indicator of that as well, as he's just building towards the strengths of the players. But he was the original 2 tight end guy, man. I mean, when they were running Gronk and Hernandez, no team in the league was rocking 2 upper level tight ends. Nobody was. They were the original ones to kind of make that go. Yahoo Sports said Khalil Mack and Akeem Hicks were the 2 players the Bears offered in addition to the 3 first-round picks and third-round pick. Well, again, it makes a little more sense to me, Tommy, why you trade that down then. Because with Akeem Hicks, his market out there trade value-wise is going to be maybe 4th round, 5th round, if you can get that even for him in a trade. He's frankly going to probably be released at some point this offseason. With Khalil Mack, you could probably get a first-round pick in return for him. So let's look at that then in totality. Seattle wants 5 first-round picks is sort of the equivalent, whether you get that in first-round picks or in equivalency. So if you're only getting 4 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 4th-round pick, that's not quite enough. Puna Ford says releasing Dunlap was a big hit on us. Well, Puna, you just got paid though. It was a big hit. They're going to need to find pass rushers to fill in. The good news is the pass rusher class is really deep. It's one of the slower ones we're watching in free agency to go off the board. Yannick Ngakoue, who should have been, in my opinion, given a real big-time deal, came out at like 2 years, $14 million, or 2 years, $24 million, something like that. He didn't get a lot of money. So there doesn't seem to be a big market for pass rushers. Seattle might have played that one correct. And there's a chance he could come back. We'll see. Yeah, Malik Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey, neither of these 2 guys get me all that excited, to be honest with you. Both of them are older players. They played their best football. I don't know what really either is going to add to you. Malik Jackson, I don't know if he really upgrades any part of your defensive tackle position over what you have right now. And Alshon Jeffrey has not really been an impactful player throughout his career. He's been just a useful number 2, and he's not really anything near that level at this point. Ugly says, if you thought Russ has been scrambling for his life for the past few years, you ain't seen nothing yet. Facts, Ugly American. Facts, if they're going to stand where they are now. If Phil Haynes is due to be your starting left guard. Yeah, look, the 3 first-round picks, I see the chat's talking a little bit about the 3 first-round picks, Khalil Mack and Akeem Hicks. It's a good haul, but again, folks, the thing with this was not just about making a trade for Russell Wilson and the haul that he would return and what he was worth. This was also the fact that the team that you traded him for had to give you enough draft capital to make it worth the Seahawks' while to eat the $39 million. Say nothing of the fact that the Bears aren't providing you a pathway to getting your next quarterback with those first-round picks. So you have no way to get you have no way to get your quarterback that you want, and they're not giving you quite enough in first round capital. I kind of just broke it down of what you'd get cumulatively in that and what that was worth cumulatively, and it just doesn't add up enough. It's not quite enough. I know it seems like a crazy haul, but it's those two aspects you have to consider in this haul, not just the one being Russell Wilson. UE2K, that's why I love Jerry Jones. Yes, his meddling is counterproductive at times, but he's committed to winning over saving money, and he's invested personally just like the fans. Owner apathy is the pits. I think Jones takes it to the other direction, 2K, in the more extreme way, to be honest with you. I think I would look for more of a happy medium to the two. Like, there's one side of the fence here of the owner who just owns the team and doesn't really care and is completely checked out of the process. It's just like a status symbol for him. And then there's the owner on the other side of the lens who considers himself a general manager, which is what Jerry Jones does, basically. I want the guy kind of in the middle spot if I can find it. I don't want an owner who's just bought a team and thinks that's his, and played high school football and thinks that or college football and thinks that makes him a general manager in the league. No. So I don't want to go to that extreme, but somewhere in the middle. George Brady says Pete didn't accept the trade because he knows he doesn't have a lot of time left as head coach. He's already 69. He's too old for a rebuild. Could be that. Very well could be that. Yo, Van, so good to see you in the stream, my guy. I was hoping some of you folks from over there in Europe and beyond in the later time zones would be able to catch it, because I know sometimes my later stuff you can't. So great to have you in, man. Great to see you. This is Brandon, my guy. Finally, I'm on here live stream. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Yo, Van. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. And please do smash on that like button if you happen to be in here and you watching. It does help me out considerably. Considerably helps me out. We just passed 4,000 subscribers, by the way. Thank you to everybody help me get past that 4,000 mark. Big time. You guys are big time. Seahawks Network, something tells me that John would have taken that. He might have. I could see Coach Carroll overriding John on that one. I could see him overriding him on that one. Azos, Quentin Jefferson is officially not coming back to Seattle. He's signing with the Raiders. Okay. I'm okay with that. Jefferson was never that, to me, great of a player for us. John Robinson says, Witherspoon is still a hungry player on a one-year deal. Also had Sherman to teach him to play cornerback. Yep, only 25 years old, John. Very young guy. UE2K, yes, but he cares. He does. Seahawks Network, that's crazy that we were that close to shipping him off to Chicago. Well, that was the Bears' offer. I don't know if Seattle even did a counter. They probably just listened to the offer. I would be very surprised if Seattle even countered off of that. Pirello. Sorry if I mispronounced it there, E. He says, do you think Russ had a bad job did a bad job on purpose last year? I can't say for certain on this, but I have some suspicions that Russ went a little bit into the tank last year, especially when we hear that there was this meeting that happened right before the Thursday Cardinal game where he stormed out of the office because there was a spat between him and Carroll as far as the direction of the team and where they were going to go through the rest of the season. I think that the fact that we hear about that in retrospect and already thinking that there was something that had maybe gone on there, because his energy was way different from the start of the year. He didn't look as into it. The fire wasn't there. It was a night and day difference from what we saw early on this season. And I think that there was a little bit of that just finally caught up to him that he just got frustrated with. I do. I can't say for sure. I think Russ is a competitor. Hard to see him completely going in the tank, but I think there might be a little bit of truth to that. Seahawks Knox says, I'm watching this while I'm pooping. TMI Seahawks Knox, but I appreciate you watching even when you got to get through a movement. Seahawks 82, has Curtis Samuel been signed? Is he worth spending money on? Samuel has not been signed. One of the top 25 free agents actually still on the board. One of the few. Not been signed yet. I wouldn't be on board with signing him as much. To me, he's really a slot-specific guy, and you already got that with Lockett. If you're looking at moving on from Lockett, getting a second-round pick back, bringing Samuel in and then to replace him in the slot, and he's going to cost you less this year than what Lockett would have costed, I could be open to it. He's more of a yak guy than Lockett is, but it would have to come with that. It would have to come with that kind of setup to it. Whitey Wise says things to be hopeful in 2021. Uncle Will, now healthy, has a big year. Brooks, Blair, Damian Lewis, Ugo Amada, etc. have breakout years. Adams and Diggs stay healthy all year. New scheme works. Trying to be positive. I appreciate that, Why Do Why. There are a lot of things to be positive about with this team, and there still is a lot of times for things to still get fixed that we might consider weaknesses right now. The Seahawks Network. I can't wait to make a what if the Seahawks trade Russ in 2021 in 5 years. What if? Now that we know what the offer was, you could do an interesting video on that right now. Thomas Cox, have I looked at Cade Johnson? Yeah, I did. Look at him, Thomas. All right, Cade Johnson. So this is a guy that I see as being a slot receiver at the next level, Thomas. Not going to be a guy you're going to get on the outside. He's 5'11". He's probably runs about a 4.55. That's his 40 speed. South Dakota State level of competition is always a little bit tough when you're watching that. His real patented skill is his ability to create separation off the snap to keep the cornerback's hands off of him in a real creative way. He's got a sort of side-to-side release that he uses to sort of just counter. He'll sort of come off the snap, go to one direction, and he can always seemingly have a knack to get the corner to bite on his first move, and then goes to his second move as his release. So it's a little bit unusual in how he goes about it like that, but he's just always able to create that separation off that release, which is a skill and isn't a skill that, especially operating off the slot, is going to help him at the next level for sure. He high points the ball. He's competitive when it's in the air, but he's got a very small catch radius because he is 5'11", and I would argue he probably doesn't have the longest of arms. You don't see him really getting up in the air or really a high jump ability necessarily to him. He did have a very good week of Senior Bowl practice. He fared really well in those one-on-ones. That's going to speak to his game and the skill I'm talking about, where he's able to create the separation off the snap with just sort of these unusual type moves, the pitter-patter steps, kind of dead-legging off the snap a little bit. He's good in the open field. He was a kick returner. He's got some okay speed at 4.55. I just don't think it's in that top 4 force place that puts him into a specialized zone. At the end of the day, what I saw with him is he's a smart slot receiver who can creatively win at the line of scrimmage, understands how to sit down in the open holes and zones, but he's got a small catch radius and a lack of explosion that makes him a potentially undrafted free agent. / I see him probably up in about the 7th round. So that's my scouting report on him. Interesting guy, but not a guy to necessarily be picked high on. Kind of has some Doug Baldwin to his game a bit too. Jovan says, in my opinion, we need a center, tight end, left guard in that order, and maybe depth on the wide receiver position. I'm good now at cornerback after we signed Witherspoon. I expect a lot from Penny, so maybe we need some. I don't expect a lot from Penny, so maybe we need some rotational running back. Yeah, I agree with you, Liz, for the most part. I probably would put left guard at tight end at this point because you do have Parkinson and Disley, so technically you got some bodies there right now. You don't have nobody at left guard. So left guard would probably be my biggest position of need as we stand right now, but pretty much in agreement with you. Tommy says, I'm just going to drink more whiskey. This team is too confusing. Very confusing, Tommy. They're very confusing. And I'm about to pop the whiskey myself here. Why? Belichick's greatest strength is Pete's greatest weakness, the willingness to adapt your philosophy. The fact, very true. Solid comment, why? Solid comment. And that's part of Pete, is it's his best thing too, is that he has complete commitment to his process and belief in what he does, an unwavering faith in that it can work. But that comes as a double-edged sword in that respect. And that there are times when you get 10 years in the league, 15 years in the league, you've got to adapt and become innovative and do new things. You just do. Thomas said, I heard the KJR that Seattle might put Jones and Haynes on the offensive line. Well, Phil Haynes is left guard. You mean in center, Thomas? We signed Everett? Woo! All right. We dived in. We got in. A little bit good. A little bit good news. A little bit of good news. I like that. I like that good news. Yeah, that's some good news. All right. Woo! Okay. It ain't big time, but it does the trick. You know, it's a Rolling Stones song, folks. You know, the Rolling Stones had an old-timey song they used to sing. Sometimes you can't get what you want, but you get what you need. Sometimes you don't get the center and left guard you want, but you get the tight end that you need. Well, this is a very, 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 very interesting player. Let's see what you guys got on here as far as the contract goes. But let's go. 1 year, $7 million, $6 million guaranteed. Woo! Yes, this is not Greg Olsen. This is not Greg Olsen, and that's a good move. Solid move. I'm completely on board with this. The fact that it's a 1 year deal, again, that they're sort of playing this for a 1 year one-off is a little bit odd. But as far as the player you're getting, Gerald Everett is that move tight end that you don't have, nor have you really had to this sort of level of talent. He's not a superstar talented guy, but he's an upper level H-back, joker, move tight end in this system. So last year you had your two inline guys being Greg Olsen and Will Disley. Brett Hollister was technically your joker tight end. And for those of you who are sitting there going, what's a joker tight end? What do you mean by a joker? Joker is what Carroll has traditionally called this tight end position in his scheme in the past. Because when he's had three tight ends or whatnot, he's always had the kind of usually the move guy. So what that guy is going to tend to be is sometimes you'll have him in on the two tight end sets where he'll be in line. But oftentimes if you go to like a three tight end set, for instance, or even a one tight end set and you've got the receivers up on the line of scrimmage, you'll have him off the line of scrimmage. He'll be right next to essentially what would be, let's say, the left tackle or right tackle's shoulder. But you'll see that guy a yard off, a yard behind the line of scrimmage at that point. And so what he's able to do with that extra space is it's hard for him to get pressed. This is part of the misusing of Jimmy Graham for us, of course, is we should have done more of this with the Jimmy Graham type, get him off the line of scrimmage, not let those defenders get their arms into him and delay him in his route. And that's what you get with Gerald Everett is he's able to get free, utilize some of his best asset, which is his speed and his athleticism. Very good in both of those departments to his game. He's upper level in that respect. Very good as well as a yak guy. Very good yak guy, a guy after the catch that can get you some yards. And let's not also toss away the fact here that with this guy, you're getting a guy who understands the scheme completely. He's going to be able to do all of those blocking things that I've talked to you guys about, where those guys that are the tight ends in this or the receivers in this scheme, they're going to be challenged to have to make some relatively difficult blocks. Sometimes a tight end is going to have to take on a defensive end. Sometimes a receiver is going to have to take a tight end. Sometimes you're going to have to crack back block as a tight end into a defensive lineman. It's not always easy and simple for them in this scheme to pull off what they have. Everett has that ability. He's not an upper level blocker, but he does the job good enough, and he is an upper level receiving tight end in this league. As far as the 1 year, $7 million deal goes, it's fine for me on a value. That's appropriate value with it. Again, I'm a little worried with these 1 year deals in the respect of you have all that cap space moving into next year. Why not lower down his cap hit this year for this next year's deal? The fact that it's a 1 year deal, maybe he didn't want to sign a multi-year deal. Maybe he just wants a year to prove it and get back out there on the market, thinking that he's not getting the offers that he thought he was going to get. It's a little early in the process for that to be the case for a given player. It's a little early in the process for that to be that way. But I can't argue with the fact that you've upgraded the tight end position. This is an upgrade. So well done, John Schneider. Well done, Pete Carroll. We got a little bit of bright news. Thank God. Thank God. Shane Abner says the Greg Olsen experiment was a bust, so hopefully Gerald Everett is a good signing. Well, if I remember correctly with Gerald Everett, you're getting guys like 25, 26 years old. Greg Olsen was a guy like 32 years old, 33 years old last year with a lot of mileage taken off those tires. As well as Olsen had multiple lower leg injuries. So it's older player, multiple lower leg injuries prior. You can predict that to then happening again in a season. But with a guy who's young like Everett, who's not been used as much, I think you can feel a little bit more solidly that this is better money, better spent money, and a player who's going to give you better production than what you got out of Greg Olsen. Chris Dom says, we signed Gerald Everett? Yeah. Yovan, all in place. We need better coaching, especially on offensive side, and I hope we get that with Waldron. We have a decent roster. We do have a decent roster, and we should get that with Waldron. 1 year, $6 million for Everett. It's good signing. It's good signing. I like it. So his $6 million is 1 year, $1 million less than we signed Olsen for last year for a younger player who's a better player. Very good signing. UE2K says now we just need his draft. Yeah, UE2K, we got the first half of what you were looking for, buddy. Now you just need the second half. Zoe says, we just did something. Brandon, we signed Everett a 1 year, $6 million deal. We did it. We did it. We begged him and they heard us. They were checking out our stream and they're like, just shut him up. You just shut him up. Just give him something. And it is something, Tommy. It is something. Are we in on Russ now? We skipped on Mack and a huge haul and signed a tight end. Maybe. I don't know, man. We need a lot of offensive line help. That's what he needs. That's what he's asking for. John Robinson says, if we end up getting Donald and the second pick for Wilson, would you trade down for more assets and still try to land Lance? Yeah, I would. I would. Because you're getting great draft capital on a trade back out of 2 to 9. That's an extra second round pick with maybe the potential of grabbing an extra first round pick in future years by doing that. That to me would be a smart way to go. Seahawks Gaming, I like the signing. Why are we targeting NFC West players? What's next? Todd Gurley? What we're targeting this guy, I think specifically, he's the best move tight end after Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry off the board. This is your best tight end that's available. This is the best guy out there. As well as he's probably the only real good move tight end that was available on the market. So it's a position of need. It's a position with a good player. And it's a position of a guy that's played in Waldron's scheme for the first part of his career. So he should be able to slide right in and not have any need for a lot of time to have to be brought up to speed, which is a plus. And please no Todd Gurley. I echo the Seahawks network in saying that. Please God, no Todd Gurley. Shane After, Rams just lost defensive lineman Morgan Fox to Carolina. He had a pretty solid 2020 season. I like that. Yeah, this is one of my things with the Rams and everybody vaulting them the second they signed Matt Stafford. And then they took the $22 million dead money hit for Goff and said, oh, well, now they're like a Super Bowl favorite. I go, pop your guys' brakes. There's still a whole off season that they've got to get through, and they're currently way over the cap. There's a lot of very useful players that they're going to lose off of that roster to bring that quarterback in, to keep the Jalen Ramseys and Aaron Donalds on the team. So, well, yeah, you're good initially. Let's see how the rest of this offseason plays out. And now we know they've lost Morgan Fox. They've lost Michael Brockers. They've lost one of the better safeties right now in the league as far as their play from last year. They still have more cap space, I believe, they have to clear out of too. So they're going to, I think, take some more hits. And I agree with you, Wide Do Wide. Everett was a better option than signing Rudolph or trading for Ertz. Nobody wanted to replicate the Greg Olsen deal from last year, and this doesn't do that. So I'm good with it. Randall McDaniel with the $20 don't know. He says the Hawks might be cheap, but I'm not. No, you are not cheap, Randall. You always come in with the big time donos, brother. I salute you, sir. How are you feeling? I can't wait to hear what you think about this Everett signing. And thank you so much for the $20 dono. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you. Let me see where we're at here. James Watson, another 1 year sign. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to understand with, because this isn't one where it's, Olsen was only going to play 1 more year last year. He was only looking to get a 1 year deal anyway, and then he's going to go in the broadcast booth. Everett's got many more years to play in this league. So the fact it's not a multi-year deal, or the fact that they didn't try to lower down the cap hit for this season, a little bit odd. And we're going to have to really unpack that part of this signing. I mean, there's a little bit to be spoken about, as I kind of initially did, just on what it means that it's a 1 year deal. But at the end of the day, again, you are improving the position. UE2K, I'm not throwing in the towel in the NFC West. Russ is still far and away the best quarterback in the division. I'll be damned if I'm scared off by the likes of Shatford, Jimmy Porno, and Mighty Mouse. I love your nicknames. Isaac Fisher, trade Lockett, then sign AB. He's gotten his life together. His relationship with Russ could make this an olive branch, and we'd free up a bunch of cap space. I love it, Isaac. I love it, man. I love it. A lot of, just great. I would be full of, again, talk about smart roster building. That to me would be smart roster building, in my opinion. I know there's a lot of people that are out on AB to a degree, but I'd give it a chance. I'd give it a chance. Maxwell says, I'm hyped. Finally something. You should be hyped, man. Get hyped. Thomas, imagine Wilson with DK, Everett, and Lockett. Now Seattle can get some blockers. This does take one more need off the board for them, Thomas. It starts to narrow it down in on the offensive line a little bit more now. Certainly a third wide receiver. Maybe another corner in the draft, but now you're, defensive pass, couple of defensive end pass rushers in here, a bit more on the offensive line, and we're starting to cook with some gas. Jackson Braxton says Carlos Dunlap and Melvin Ingram could be interesting. I'd be okay with that, Jackson. Melvin's been a little bit less over the last few years. He's not exactly been the player he was even a couple of years ago. So I'm probably more on like a Justin Houston, Clowney type of realm of things. But give me just 2 quality veteran professional pass rushers, some lunch pail guys that are going to get the job done, and I'll be happy. UE2K says, please don't tell me we're seriously considering Gurley. Why don't we just see if Franco Harris is available or Larry Zonka? I don't see them signing Gurley. I don't see it happening. No way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Pankiato, Toys Ramirez. Seattle need pass rushers, man. I need 2 of them. Give me 2. Brandon, if the most expensive player we sign is Gerald Everett, then I'm going to lose my mind. You know what? I don't think that's going to be the most expensive. But the fact that it is a 1-year deal eats up $6 million of cap space at that point. So they are going to have to start creating some more cap space here to start signing other guys at that point. It may very well. Seahawks Gaming says Sherman probably told DJ Reed and Witherspoon, go Seattle, the 49ers suck. Well, Niners didn't want to wait for Reed to get healthy, so they just released him. But maybe in the other respect, you might be right in the other respect. Pankiato, Toy Ramirez. Wilson needs to go Brady right. O'Rady right. Yovan, in general, I believe in the progress of the young players, so I think we need a couple of veteran signings, and I believe we'll be fine. I think that we'll be the best team in our division. Well, I love the confidence, Yovan. I think we need a little more work than that. Offensive line needs some help. We need some help here. Knox 82. Would you give up a future mid to late trade to have Gardner Minshew back up Russ? No, I don't really see a lot of benefit behind doing that. He's going to be due to be paid after the season, Knox. So, you're giving up. No, we don't have a lot of draft capital right now as it stands right now. I think somebody's going to they'll probably be able to get a 4th round pick for him. I don't want to do that for Gardner Minshew. John Robinson, I don't think Khalil Mack was offered. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I fully believe, John Robinson, the Bears are going to leak the offer that they made because of the backlash that they're taking for signing Andy Dalton rather than going after a Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson. I think that they're going to try to do a little bit of PR thing saying, hey, look, this is what we offered. We gave them everything they could have wanted. Made their hearts desire. They were the silly ones, not us. See, they were the ones being ridiculous, not us. I think there's a little bit of that going on, John, especially after Chicago said they were going to make a true run at Russell. Pankiato says Seattle needs to bring in some one real good. Come on, let's go Seahawks. If you're late, Wilson, go you batter, bring you some good Seahawks. We need some more, Mr. Ramirez, that's for sure. Todd Liebert. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, Gerald Everett signed. Seahawks got very close to signing OG Kevin Zeitler and are exploring other established guard options. Gabe Jackson, Ty Turner. Boy, if we go with any of the 3 of those guys, Todd, I mean, technically speaking, they might be all 3 of them an upgrade over what you had in Mike Iupati, certainly more healthier guys, but all of them are really true right guards at this point. So you're essentially bringing on 2 right guards, no true left guard, but maybe they can make it work. Tommy said, I didn't know Hicks was valued so low. If that's the case, I agree. It wasn't enough with Mack. Yeah, he had a real fall-off season last year, Tommy. A real fall-off season last year. Just wasn't the same player as far as effectiveness goes. Football's like that, man. Guys fall quick. They're at a upper end level for a couple years, and it goes away quickly. Brendan, I love an Everett signing. Wish it was a multi-year deal. Overpaid a little. Sucks we were close to signing Zeitler, I heard. What does that mean for Lewis? Hard to say where they were deciding where they would move or who they would move. I would think they would not move Lewis to left guard. I think they would move Zeitler to left guard if they had signed him. MSR Rook, Seahawks signed Gerald Everett. They did indeed. We're super stoked in here, man, which is good because I think we're all getting a little depressed in here for a bit. So it's good that we got a little light at the end of this particular tunnel. Say, did we take the trade that cost to move from 10 to, say we did the trade. What's the cost to move from 20 to 10? So if we did the Chicago Bears trade, what would it cost for us to move up from the 20th overall first round selection to the 10th overall to then take Trey Lance? Probably a future first round pick, John. Probably a future first round pick. Maybe you get away with it with like 2 seconds. or a second and a third, but somewhere in that neighborhood. It's right on that line between a first and a second plus. No worries, MSR Rook. I appreciate you letting me know. You guys got to update me on the stream. I'm not looking at the news, so I need you to tell me. Rain and Tacos. Why rebuild when you can win now? Trade Russ talk is weak sauce. My thinking on this raining, I don't know why people think this with me sometimes. My thinking on it was not that I wanted to trade Russell. The only way I wanted to trade Russell was if Coach Carroll wasn't going to embrace Russell in the way that Russell's asked to be embraced. If you don't want to give him the offensive line, if you don't want to let him cook, if you don't want to run up tempo, if you don't want to throw on first down, why force the guy to stay here if that's not what you want to do when you know that's what the guy wants to do? That was always my contention. But at the end of the day, my first thought process in all this raining tacos was you keep Russ and you build an offensive line around him. You essentially make the moves that are what he's telling you he wants to see made to make him happy. White Dude Wise says, I like the Seattle tight end group. Healthy Uncle Will, Everett, and Parkinson. They can all run and catch. This could work so well in the new scheme. It is. Solid crew there. Solid crew there. And let's not forget, whether it's right or wrong, I mean, they could have been onto something. Colby Parkinson reportedly had a first-round grade by the Seattle Seahawks on him. They had as far as his value in last year's draft. Jason E., should we sign offensive line or get Dunlap first? Offensive line needs to be this is the most important for me right now, James. Left guard and center need to be the most important two positions that they look at targeting at this moment. Bar none. Bar none. Brandon says, Sherm said today that he won't come to Seattle because he says we're good with Reed and Witherspoon. I saw the same thing. Why Dude Wide? I just hit the like button. Do the same. Thanks for hitting the like button, Why Dude Wide. I appreciate you, man. Rating Tacos. Seattle never blinked at Chicago's offer. Terrible offer. John just did solid and met with them out of respect. I agree, Raining Tacos. I don't think that they came up enough. I think they need to come stronger than that. That was not enough of an offer. RZO's Curtis Samuel on the Washington football team. Oh, I called it weeks ago. On that one. I called it a month ago. You guys watch the stream. I said Samuel's going to the Washington football team. Just made too much sense. Cave Troll. I think Sherm will only come back to Seattle on one of those one-day deals when he's about to retire. I hope he does at that time, though I never understood those really all that much, to be honest with you. But you're probably right, Cave Troll. Joshua William Harrow. Only trades I would accept for Russ would be Carr and Waller, Jacobs, and 3 firsts, or a 3-team trade with Chicago and Texans where we end up with Deshaun and a first. Understand why you'd be with there. I think if you're doing the 3-team trade, you probably just get out from Russ and get on to Deshaun at that point. There's not going to be any extra trade value with it. But, yeah, not bad. Nas, DJ Reed is really going to step up and put on the map next year. A little bit of a development, and he can be a number 1 cornerback and a solid one at that. I hope so. I sure is very feisty. He looks very much in that old school Seahawks cornerback model of the aught teens. You know, feisty, competitive, never takes a playoff, just everything you want as far as a quarterback. The only thing he's missing is a little bit of size, and he seems to have overcome that. Cave Troll, the Bears were reportedly willing to give up Mack and Hicks. Heard that as well. Just not enough, Cave Troll. I've said that you needed to do in this deal is you need to have the equivalent of 5 first-round picks. You don't necessarily need to get 5 first-round picks, but you need the equivalent in value. Mack gets you 1 first-round pick. Hicks gets you like a 4th rounder. So they didn't quite come up there and sign. You guys got to give me props, man. I called that Curtis Samuel signing weeks ago. Oh, he's signing with the Panthers. Maybe I was off. I'm getting 2 different things. We're getting 2 different things from folks here. Some are saying Panthers, some are saying football team. Panquiato Toy Ramirez, you like Tulsa? Tulsa, Oklahoma? Shane, McLaurin, Sims, Logan Thompson, and Curtis Samuel. That's a nice receiving core. That's an okay one. Perryman or Stills would be a nice wide receiver fit in Seattle's offense. They could be, yeah. They'd be all right. Samuel Washington. It's a good signing by Washington football team. Rando. Thanks again for that dono, Rando. Rob, tell me how you feel. Oh, wise mustached one. I feel good. The mustache is telling me it's a good signing. And I always listen to the mustache. The rest of the beard's a little bit on the fence with it, but the stash is like, nah, this one's good. This one's on point. And he is still a young player, as Raining Tacos points out. 26-year-old guy. You get 26-year-old guys on one-year prove-it deals, man. I'm telling you, I'm okay with prove-it deals. I likes me some prove-it deals. Randall, I know you're big on that Hassan Reddick. I heard he just signed. Didn't he sign somewhere? I'm actually okay with us not signing him, though. The Seahawks network, I'm assuming Haynes at left guard and Jones at center. We'll see with Jones at center. But Haynes should just stay at, he is a left guard. He's been a left guard since he was a left guard in college. And look, Haynes has got some talent. He just hasn't been on the football field at all. And he is a pass blocking left guard over a run blocking, which is what makes me hesitant to have any faith in Haynes, because Carroll so favors his run blocking first type left guards. UE2K. Seahawks need a feature back or two running backs. Can't go into the season expecting anything from Penny. He's delivered bumpkus so far, and past performance is the biggest indicator of future performance. I don't know if he's delivered bumpkus. He certainly has not gotten a chance to really play and start. You remember 2K, I did flash that stat a couple weeks ago, but in the opportunities that he's been given, when he's actually been given 10 carries or more, he's averaged over 5 yards a carry in that game. For his career, he's averaging 5 yards a carry. You can make a real strong argument he just hasn't been given the opportunity, the amount of carries he needs to really show out. I don't expect them to be finished, though, at the running back position. I think they're going to get somebody else. Flag Sabbath, did Damian Williams sign anywhere? Nope, not as of yet. Vermont Angler, how you doing, Vermont? Good to see you in here. Michael Parker, a masseuse is just suing Deshaun Watson for assault. Just saw this today. If Texans are stubborn, does Deshaun hold out for a trade, or does he lose his leverage? The timing of this assault thing is a little odd for me, Michael, and one of these football players from time to time get set up by people that are trying to take advantage. I don't know that it's this. We don't have all the facts. I'm not going to play to a certainty on it, but odd the timing at right around the point where he's trying to get out of town that this comes up. Somebody had mentioned earlier that the lawyer for Deshaun Watson, for the plaintiff in this case, is a next door neighbor of the owner of the Houston Texans. That would make this even more suspect, but I'll need a little more information to know what to think about all that and how that makes it shake out. Washington football team are really set up to add a top quarterback and be a contender. Well, that's the hardest thing to add, though, wide. I mean, they've certainly put up the rest of the team around. It's going to be a good football team, but now you got to find the quarterback. And there are a lot of available great options for them this year or into next year. They don't draft high enough this year to get one in the draft. Next year's draft doesn't look like a very good draft for quarterbacks. Who's going to be the quarterback available for them on the market to take them over the top next season? Not really one out there that exists, in my opinion, as it stands right now. So they could end up being held back by that prospect, by simply the fact they don't have that quarterback. But very good team. It's not like the NFC East is some murderer's row of football teams like the NFC West is. Randall says, I think players see which way the wind's blowing and signing one-year deals. A little bit, Randall. It seemed like at the start of free agency, everything was sort of staying similar to how we had seen it in the past. 4-year deals, 5-year deals out there. There was a lot of these longer deals I was sort of surprised to see at, where teams were then backloading the deals with really low first-year points on them. It's kind of a head-scratcher for me, but maybe we're going to start to see now as this trend, the first wave is out, the top 25 are off the board. We're into that second tier of things. Okay, if that's the case, maybe now you start to see more of the one-year deals where players are like, give me one more chance at this apple in a year from now when the market's not so depressed. So in that respect, I'm okay with it on that. The one annoying part, of course, though, is Randall's that $6 million hits all this year. You're not moving that money around. It's just, it's all in a one-off. So that part makes it a little bit tougher. Vermont Angler says we should get Pat Pete. One thing with Vermont, I like him. He had a bounce back year after he'd been kind of going down over recent years, Pat Pete, Vermont. The only thing with him is that he's played in more of a man-on-man scheme throughout his career. He's not really played in much zone. So I don't know if he would be a fit with our scheme. He'd have to kind of relearn how he's doing the position a little bit to play with us. And I don't know if that'd be taking advantage of his skill set in the proper way. Randall says Witherspoon is a better player than Dunbar. 80 grade on PFF. $4 million a good deal. Injuries scary. I don't know if he's a better player, Randall, than Dunbar. If Dunbar is healthy, you're probably getting a better player in Dunbar, especially ball skill wise. But he had his best year of his career last year, Randall, and he finished out the year strong, started the last 3 games of the year. He did only play in 11 games last year. The injuries, the performance level on the football field wasn't always good last year as well, but it's a low risk, high upside type of move. And again, Randall, we talk about spending a third of the cost of what Shaquille Griffith made out there on the open market for a player who could maybe give you the exact same level of play with actually some upside, being he only is 25 years old. It's hard not to see that as a positive signing. Raining Tacos, we target them because Everett is scheme ready and so is Witherspoon. True? Very true. Orange Juice TV, which running back are we going to sign? Leonard Fournette, Orange Juice. I think New England goes for Carson. We'll grab Fournette. Zorn76, going to be a long year because Russell Wilson is as good as gone after 21. Well, if they don't address the offensive line, Zorn76, I'm going to tend to believe that. If they don't convert Russ's base money to bonus money, I'm going to tend to believe that. So there are some things that will make me think that that is going to be the case. Mikey is. I actually really like Everett's game. You should, Mikey. He's a very good player. Very good player. The best yak tight end that we've had here going back to... Holy mackerel, man. You know, I'm thinking about it. I mean, yeah, I'm thinking about it. He's the best yak tight end that we have in the history of the Seattle Seahawks right now. We've never had a yak guy like him at the tight end position. You know, Disley showed you flashes in the first 2 years of his career, not really much last year, but this guy might be the best in that respect. John Robinson says, what do you think of Gainwell and Kylan Hill in the draft? John, let me consult with my book. I've watched a lot of those guys, actually. Quite a bit. Kenneth Gainwell. All right, Gainwell's a tough one to evaluate. Came on the scene, had a fantastic freshman year. Sophomore year was a little bit more of a mixed bag. Out pretty much all last season. He's a very tough player to measure, though. He played great in 2019. He kept Antonio Gibson out of the backfield. You know, Antonio Gibson, who just had a sensational year for Washington football team. In college, he didn't get a lot of carries. He wasn't featured a lot. They put him more at wide receiver than they did at running back. And the reason that they did that is because of the sensational running nature of Gainwell. He's a guy who's a very real toolsy running back, great vision, great explosion. He gets through the hole. He's going to be able to cut back against the grain, and he can get back onto the backside hole if it suddenly opens up. He's got those kind of natural elements to his game. He's part of a lot of the running backs in this class that I call slice and dice running backs. He's part of that crew. It's in that Trey Sermon, that Khalil Herbert, the Chuba Hubbard. These kind of guys that are going to be in that thing. They're big play running backs as opposed to those real grinders, those meat grinders that get you the 3 yards in a cloud of dust type running backs. Fantastic vision, great cuts. He's got some jump cuts to his game. Only Travis Etienne has a better spin move in this draft. He's not going to break too many tackles, in my opinion. He dies real easily, so he's going to be a running back, in my opinion. Going to be a running back, in my opinion, that's going to be very reliant on having an offensive line that's going to open up holes for him. I don't know if he's going to create a lot of his own free yardage necessarily, but once you get those holes opened up, you get him on the next level because he is so quick and he gets so fast through those holes, he can quickly be gone. Kylan Hill, I call him stutter and go. He's sort of your bruising, change of direction back. So he's got a little bit of both parts to his game. Neither part of his game is exceptional, but he's got a little bit of both elements to him. He might be the best juking running back in this draft. He has a juking Jukerson if I've ever seen it. And he's got that with a little bit of an ability to push the pile. So usually those two elements of the game, a running back either got one or the other. He's jukey, but he can't push the pile, or he can push the pile, but he's not very jukey, not very shifty. This guy's kind of got both elements to his game with that. Very good in blitz pickup. I mean, he will hammer linebackers trying to come in there and get into the backfield. I was very impressed by that. Very good hands. He's going to be able to catch out of the backfield. That's something Gainwell showed a pretty decent amount of ability to do as well. Liked both of those type of things. The question I have with Kylan Hill is because there is elements to his game that are reliant on being a bruiser a little bit, on being able to drag and push the pile. He's listed as a 5'11", 215 guy. To me on film, he looks more like a 5'10", 195, 200-pound guy. And if that's the case, I don't know if he's really going to be able to drag blockers as much. I don't know if he's going to be able to drag blockers as much with that. I think he's going to be a little bit, it's one of those things where he's got two of these separate skill sets, neither of them plus enough to be dynamic enough at the next level, but he's intriguing as a prospect, and he's one that he's going to be on my list of guys. There's always a list of extra guys I'm going to come back and double back around to just to get a full kind of view on him, because Hill's got some really nice elements to his game, eye-popping elements to his game. It's just that, does he have enough of a plus angles to him? You know, with the Gainwell, it's explosion, vision, natural just feel for the running back position that are some special elements. It's just a matter of he's so young and there's so little tape on him, you're really having to make the projection with him. But with Hill, there's a little bit of that projection because he didn't play through 19 as well with some suspension stuff and then sat out. But really another toolsy kind of running back in this draft who would be a very interesting guy for us to grab. Raining Tacos cap is down equals 1-year deals or mega long-term deals with low first-year hits, right, Raining Tacos? Randall, your Wayne Gallman's still available, man. He is. I don't think it's going to cost $3 to $4 million to get it done with him either. I think you might be able to get him for $2 million at this point. Carl, I feel like the frustration will finally catch up this year on this entire team is going to explode within, just my opinion. It could. They soft sell their way through free agency. They soft sell their way through the draft. They do half measures when they need to do a full measure. You could land at that place, man, Carl. You could land at that place. Hawks 12, what if we sign Everson Griffin and or Ryan Kerrigan? I would feel relatively okay. I mean, technically speaking, Hawks, that would fit into what I'm asking for, which is 2 veteran capable pass rushers that are not on big time deals. They would fit into that market. This would be 2 of the lower end of that, right? I'd consider maybe Justin Houston, Clowney, a couple other guys that may be a little bit higher than these particular 2 guys, but it would accomplish what I'm asking for to accomplish. Let the younger guys develop, let the younger guys compete, and hope that 2 of those 4 younger guys is going to pop into next season. Sam Z's 12-4 is terrible. I don't know if anybody's saying it's 12-4 is terrible. John Robinson says, what do you think about tight end Kenny Yabal? I've not looked at him. I'm sorry, Randall or John, but I will add him to my list. I shall add him to my list. Gerald Everett signing. What's my opinion on the Gerald Everett signing? I like everything about the Gerald Everett signing as we stand right now, Matthias. The only issue I could have with it necessarily is that it's only a 1-year deal. That part has me a little bit not as intrigued with it and wondering why wouldn't you try to get him onto a multi-year deal to lower down the cap hit a little bit? Even if you're just to get out of it next year, if you need to. I don't know. It's little odd with that one, in my opinion. But as far as the player we're getting, hard not to like him. Hard not to love this signing, Matthias. You didn't overpay. He's 26 years old. He's a tight end that's come in here you haven't exactly had recently here. Very happy with him. Much better player than like a Hollister was last year, who he's coming in to replace. Team 24 Momo, what the F are we doing? Well, it's a step in the right direction at 18-24 that you win. You got Everett. You've improved your tight end core. Your tight end core is pretty set and solid at this point. Witherspoon, I think, is not that far off of what Shaquille Griffin is as a player, and he might even be better as a player / have some upside as a player that Shaquille Griffin doesn't have at this point in time. So I'm not completely off on these moves, Team 24, but sure would be nice to see them get some offensive linemen, wouldn't it? Upgrade that offensive line would be. I think that'd make us all sigh with a little bit of a relief. You know? Oh, thank goodness. Yovan, yeah, your second priority got done, Yovan. You got to feel pretty good about that. Raining Tacos, all sources say Chicago offer was really weak. They had nothing to offer. Pick 24 for the next 3 years and some mid-level players. Fail. Yeah, it's not enough to get it done. Not enough to get it done. No reason for Seattle to do that kind of move. So I don't think it was enough from what I'm hearing offered. John Robinson says, man, Trey Turner had a 52 rating from PFF. Yeah, and it's brutal too, because when they traded for him, it looked like a deal that was a big win for the Panthers in that deal, because you're moving a guard for a franchise left tackle a little bit in in Okung, but Okung was so beat up and hadn't played very much. So it was like, it looked like maybe a better deal for Turner, but Turner just, maybe he's on the downswing here, you know? Sam Z says Trey Lance going 2? Number 2? No. Zach Wilson's going number 2. I don't buy Trey Lance is getting out of 12. I think 12 is his top end point of where he goes. I think he goes inside the top 12. But no, I think Wilson, and I think that the Ohio State kid go ahead of him. Randall McDaniel, Pat Center Andrews is available, I believe. Coming off an injury. With our history on injured free agency, I'd probably stay away. Yeah, and if it comes down to him, because he's so equivalent as far as a player to me to what you could get in Austin Blythe, just go for Austin Blythe, who's got the scheme knowledge already coming in out the gate. Raining Tacos. Russ is going to win another Super Bowl in Seattle. Go Hawks. I love it, Raining Tacos. I love it. I'm with you. He will. Let's do it. I'm all in. Maxwell Stern. All 4 our tight ends caught 75 passes in 2020. Everett and Tyler Higbee had 85 catches in the Waldron scheme. It's a very productive scheme for tight ends, Maxwell, and it has been even more so since they've gone to more of the 2 tight end set over the last couple of years there. Their bread and butter for years there was the 3 tight ends, not years, but when they went to the Super Bowl was the 3 tight end, then they went to the 2 tight end, and a lot of under center, a lot of play action from under center stuff with the 2 tight ends, and it's very, very effective. Puna Ford says John Johnson and Brockers leaving LA were blessings in disguise. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are right there to make the competition big again. Yeah, pull from one end, gain on the other end, don't you, Puna? But those are big losses for the Rams. Big losses. The thing we have to consider with the Rams is that over the last few years, because they've given up so much draft capital, that they've had to hit on the draft, and that they've had to have role players that are on lower end contracts be able to perform well for them because they're paying upper end contracts to other player positions: running back, quarterback, left tackle, defensive tackle, cornerback. So, you've got to have these other places that you're having perform. And up until this point, that has been the case. Those other positions have shown out. But now they're starting to bleed a little bit. They're bleeding a little bit. See, it'd be interesting to see if they hold up with it. Oh, we might have more news coming down. I'm seeing some news here. Seahawks, come on, Fournette. Thomas Cox, Penny is kind of like a younger Gurley. They remember how fast Gurley was. Thomas, it's a great point. That's one of my things when people ask me about why Penny was drafted. He was drafted, I believe, because Gurley had been just beating the doors off you for a couple of seasons, and Carroll got tired of that, and Carroll was like, yeah, I got my model of Marshawn Lynch running back I like, but this Gurley model's pretty cool too. I'd like a vet with no top on it. I want to go rock that. And then that made him grab Penny. Now, Penny hasn't shown out to be that exactly, but he still has some of that talent. And now you've brought the Rams scheme here, that same scheme that Gurley flourished in, which does fit to Penny's skill set. I've maintained Rashad Penny's the biggest benefactor, maybe outside of Russell Wilson, personnel-wise on this football team moving into next season with this new offense. Zorn76 says, too many distractions, 8-8 in 2021. Raining Taco says, 10 wins at least. Rob Pennington says, we should have loaded Everett on void years. Yeah, Rob, my brother, we should have, man. I would have liked to get in a couple years. That's the one part of the deal that's bothering me, probably you too, and smartly so. That's why you're my brother. Is that 1 year deal part of it, around $6 million, you kind of go, like, what if you got like a 4-year and you lowered down the first year to like 3 and Microphone check, check, check. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes the mic goes off. Appreciate you guys blowing me up on the phone so I know what's up. Yeah, I got hit with a lag spike on something and then it just like cut out. So thoughts on Gabe Jackson. This is a great, we signed Gabe Jackson, great signing. I'm still looking on you guys on the chat here to see what we have. He was a right guard last year. Now, maybe they're looking at moving Lewis to center. I hope they don't move Damian Lewis to center. I would not like to see that. I would not like to see that. I hope not. I'll be interested to... If it's a 7th round pick, then it's very smart by Schneider. If he did this for a 7th round pick, it's a very smart move to do that for Gabe, because there wasn't a lot of other great options available out there in free agency at this point, nor was there a lot of great options to make trades for left guard. This is why I was so hot to trot on Joe Thuney. There just wasn't a lot of options. We traded a compensation 5th round pick for Gabe Jackson. It's not super high, but it's getting thin now. It's getting thin. Enrique, I have a hard enough time staying up on the chat. Can you imagine me trying to stay up on the chat and be monitoring Twitter and be trying to respond? I'd get overwhelmed. Shane After says, would I rather have Rodney Hudson or Gabe Jackson? I would take Rodney Hudson 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. I think Gabe Jackson, the reason you moved him to right guard, the reason he's been playing at right guard with the Raiders is because he wasn't as good at left guard in the first place. Now you're moving him back to the position that he was originally moved off of. That's worrisome. Now, if they're looking at moving Damian Lewis to center, that's something else, I guess, to think about. But I really hope they don't move Damian Lewis to center. You for 10 years have not been able to get a good, young, talented offensive lineman on this football team. Now you finally do, and you want to move him off of the position that he was at nearly a Pro Bowl level at in his first season. Not the thing of greatness or smartness. Kevin James, how you doing, Kevin? Thomas, have you looked at Keith Taylor or Keenum Bynum? I have not as of yet. Bynum's on my list. So he's on my list. I just haven't had a chance to yet, Thomas, but I will. Gabe Jackson is under contract for 2 more years, making $9.5 million a year. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Bogdan, man, all play for free for the Seahawks. Man, all play for free for the Seahawks. Oh man, all play for free for the Seahawks. Me too, Bogdan. Why? Have they released what pick we had to give up Gabe? It sounds like it's a 5th rounder. Jacoby Bell, what do you think our move for running back will be? Jacoby, I think Leonard Fournette. That's where I'm going to land on with that. If not, the more it's looking at right now, maybe you're looking at even that 2nd round pick, like a Javonte Williams could be an option. Washi says, I think John Schneider is going to turn into 2012 general manager God this season. I'd love it if he did, Washi. I hope he does. Jose, we got Gabe Jackson. Decent move. As well as Pat Peterson, $10 million 1-year deal with the Vikings. I wouldn't have wanted to do that. Good move by the Vikings, though, I guess, though they are more zone-based. I don't know how that's going to work for him. Brendan, very interesting to note that the Gabe's best seasons came when he was at left guard in 14 and 15, according to Pro Football Focus grades. That's interesting to see, Brendan. That is a great tidbit, man. That's a fantastic tidbit. Well, maybe he got slid to the worst position for him. Maybe he's better over there. Maybe Seattle sees that. He didn't allow a sack and 1,000 snaps the past season. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. I'm encouraged. Look, this is an upgrade over Mike Iupati, even if he's playing a little out of position in left guard or it is a natural fit. It's a bet. He is better than left guard at Mike Iupati. So, I mean, for the folks being down or completely depressed by the Seahawks team right now, let's look at this through this lens. We've upgraded down the left guard position. Maybe it's a moderate increase. I would offer that it's a fairly good increase when you factor in the durability aspect of it. We all knew Mike Iupati last year wasn't going to make it through 16 games. This guy has a good chance of doing that. It's a little bit more money than maybe I want to spend at $9.5 million. It makes me wonder why you couldn't have just gone up to Thuney at that point and then just paid a little bit more for him. But again, it's an upgrade, which is what we wanted to see. If they upgrade the center with a guy like Austin Blythe now, you've now upgraded both of the 2 positions on the offensive line you desperately needed to upgrade. You've done it. You've upgraded your tight end position. So we've got to give them some props for pulling that off to start the free agency. And if you can back end that now by getting a couple of competent pass rushers and upgrading the pass rush, you've gotten on the right track to me. You've gotten onto that pathway now to improving this football team. Thomas Cox, no Raiders wanted to trade because of the list of teams that wanted Jackson. It was the same with Hudson. Interesting. Interesting. It was weird how the Raiders initially announced that they were going to be released. They must have been to generate trade assets. Brandon says Gabe Jackson is carrying a cap hit of $9.6 million for the next 2 years. Either we restructure him or someone else. Something JS is coming. I would expect they might try to restructure him. I don't think they're going to move on from him, though. I think they're willing at this point to carry that cap hit if it's what it's going to take. I like Turtles. What's my thoughts on Kevin King? Kevin King's a guy really talented coming out. He would be a fit from the standpoint of he, knows how to play. I think he would not know how to play. He hasn't played in this scheme. It's a different scheme with the Packers he's been playing in. I'd be interested in taking a flyer on him. I like Turtles. I don't want to pay him any money. So if he's willing to come in on a flyer and kind of turn the career around a little bit and be in that mode of things, I'm on it. But outside of that, I don't know. Cooper McGrath, is it me or is Gabe Jackson just not at all a scheme fit for Shane Waldron's outside zone, stretch zone scheme? Maybe not a perfect fit, Cooper, but it's a better fit than Mike Iupati would have been. It's a better fit than probably Phil Haynes is. So better in that respect. I mean, this kind of comes down to the left guard position at one point or another. It just kind of turns into like, there ain't a lot out there to improve or find from a scheme fit perfect nature of things. It doesn't hold you back, Cooper, from potentially going out and drafting a guard either. So there are some guys that are scheme fits in that respect, but you're making the best of kind of a bad situation as far as just the unit strength out there in free agency, the unit strength out there NFL wide. I think left guard's kind of one of the more weaker positions in the NFL right now. There's not a lot of really good upper level left guards. Tim TK421, does Mon last till Seahawks second round pick? No, I think Mon gets picked in the top 32 picks, Tim, and if he doesn't, he's picked right at the top of the second round. So I'd estimate that this will be an odd year, but I think this year you do see 5 first round quarterbacks taken. Maxwell Stern says, I can confirm Russ is happy. I hope he is. Just give me one Russ happy tweet. Black Mamba, Raiders are giving away their offensive linemen for free at this point. They're definitely being odd. I mean, they got a 3rd rounder for Hudson, who's 32 years old. That wasn't bad value. A 5th rounder for it's appropriate probably value for the age of these guys at the end of the day and the cost because they are carrying a cap hit each. But odd to watch the Raiders at this point in time when they've not yet made the playoffs and they've been sort of stifled here to trade away one of their stronger positional groupings. It leads me to believe that they're going to try to go more defense heavy maybe. I don't know, though. I'm confused by what the Raiders are doing exactly. This is a bit of an oddity to me. Why, dude, why? Not overly thrilled with Gabe. He's an okay right guard, now playing left guard, maybe. We will see. Shane Haffer, I'm glad Arizona lost Patrick Peterson. Me too. Guys played us tough for years. Wayne Wilson, I wish we could get someone like T.Y. Hilton or Juju. I'd like either of those two guys. Sorry about the audio problems there, guys. I got a new mic cord, so I don't know why it's cutting out. Paul Third, how are the 49ers still under the cap and upgrading their roster when the Rams and Seattle are having to cut players? They would definitely have the best roster if they upgraded at quarterback. Yeah, they're not carrying they didn't have a lot of contracts they were carrying on the books heading into the season. They don't. Armstead's there, it's costing them some money. Now they've signed Trent Williams, but there's not a lot of other offensive linemen that were costing them a lot of money. They're not paying running backs. They're not paying receivers. They're not paying cornerbacks. There's a lot of positions that they're pretty inexpensive at, Paul, which allows them to go expensive at other positions. So they've just load balanced very well. But it's going to be very scary, Paul, if they get a quarterback. I'm worried. Tim, best content with worse technical equipment. Help a brother out. Donate to this channel. I won't argue with that part. I have done what I can, Tim, in that I bought a brand new computer this year. I've kept it lean with nothing on it as far as I've got no applications pressed. The Streamlabs on it, and that's it. I bought a new mic cord. This is a brand new microphone within the last year. I'm on high-speed internet as fast as I possibly can get. I've done everything within my control. I think I'm in Hawaii, and I think that's the problem at the end of the day is I'm relying on a cable cord going underneath the ocean to deliver you guys my message. Maxwell Stern says, something to note, Gabe did start his career at left guard. He did indeed. He has a lot of time there. He had a lot of time, I think. And somebody did mention that he was rated very well last time he did play at those positions. I think at the time when he got moved over, they had gotten Kalemi Ochili Ocelli or something, I think is the guy they got, that big massive guard there, left guard they'd moved in. Can't say for sure, but I'm guessing. Yep, traded a 5th round pick for him was the capital. Seahawks Network, Damian Lewis wasn't even a good center. No, he wasn't Seahawks Network. I don't know why they would want to do that if they would. I'd guess this is more they're going to move him to left guard. Not Damian Lewis, but Gabe. Wide. Seattle drafted now 2nd, 4th, and 6th. That's it. Seattle's draft is now a 2nd round, a 4th round, and a 6th. That is it. Very low. Very low. What isn't it? Why? I would think they might be considering making a trade with one of the guys that we've talked about. Jaron Reed, Tyler Lockett, Bobby Wagner. Maybe they're sitting there thinking we can trade one of these guys and pick up some more draft capital. I like Turtles. I have a feeling Alton Robinson and Darrell Taylor are going to be really good this coming season. I think Alton will be improved. I got to see some of Darrell Taylor before I can make any predictions. UE2K, Jackson is not a left guard or a scheme fit, but he's an improvement. And for only a 5th rounder, can't complain, which I've done a lot of. I've done a lot with you as that as well, man. So you're not alone on that. It's not spectacular, but we're so thirsty pond water takes like Avion. Well said. Well said, 2K. I couldn't have put it better. It's not a perfect thing. It's not a, hit the ball out of the park, put it up over the fence, set it up in the second deck. It ain't that kind of hit. But look, this is a solid double into the gap. A solid stand-up double. It improves the position, which is what we're looking to do. It's hard to find superstars at left guard. Everybody would love Quentin Nelson. There's only so many Quentin Nelson's types that are out there. There's only one Quentin Nelson. But there's only so many really good left guards out there. So they made the best of a bad situation here. I'm happy with it. And if they can upgrade the center position, you've upgraded 2 places of the offensive line this offseason, and I think that's a step in the right direction this offseason. Deadly Content, what's up with Fournette? He's available and out there. I think that he's waiting a little bit for the domino of the Carson domino to fall, where Carson's sort of the next running back on the market to be the next highest paid. Where is he going to land at? And then Fournette kind of becomes the next guy up at that point. Rams running back Malcolm Brown leaving for Miami. I like that too. Solid move by Miami. I don't think it's a huge loss for the Rams, but it's nice to see them lose another player. UE2K, we made the trade because we were going to have to spend a pick on a left guard anyway. Gabe is better than we could be assured of getting late in the 5th round. That is true. I'll tell you, UE2K, the place this hurts a little bit for me on this, though, is there's going to be a hell of a cornerback available there in the late 5th round. A hell of a scheme-specific cornerback, a Paulson, a Sebo type, sitting there in that 5th round that is going to be mighty enchanting to look at that we don't have right now. So, Washi says the 1 year Gabe Jackson was a left guard. He had a 79 Pro Football Focus rating. That sounds like he did very good and didn't give up any sort of pressures or sacks. So he seems like a guy who seems like he can hold up relatively well over there in pass protection as well against your Aaron Donalds type and your Javon Kinlaws type. Sean Harker, I bet they trade Tyler Lockett. Well, I've been predicting this for a very long time, Sean, so that would not shock me at all if that was what was coming down next. Brendan says there has to be more moves or cap creation coming. If he carries a 9.6 cap hit, we have no cap room at the moment. That is correct. There would have to be another move coming. Deadly Content says Lockett to Miami. Makes a lot of sense to me, Deadly. Makes a lot of sense to me. They need receiver help, and he'd be a certainty for them. Washi says we need to get T.Y. Hilton, Austin Blythe, and Ryan Kerrigan. I'd be okay with all those guys. I would be plenty okay with all those guys. Zach Sargent says, Gerald Ever, baby. You feeling it, Zach? I think we're all loving it, Zach. It was good. It came at a good time. The chat was in here. I could feel the mood was down, man. Everybody was just down in the dumps so far this offseason. I was right along with all you guys. So I ain't above you. I'm in the same place. But I think everybody just finally got thank God, something, and it's a good signing. It's not one I have to turn my head sideways, squint, put my hand up over my eyes, look far down into the horizon line. No. It's just a good signing at first blush. So great signing, and then we get to go right on top of it with a left guard. So we finally filled out a little bit of our offensive line. We can feel a little bit better here. We got hope, optimism. The glass is slowly raising to half filled. UE2K, these are the types of moves the Seahawks make. We shouldn't be surprised. To be honest, just glad they made one at all. And that should tell you how low they set our expectations. Sad, but true. Yeah, probably. Wayne Wilson Jr., we should trade Bobby Wagner and let our young linebacking core develop. Also use the cap to build around Russ and our defense, Adams, while also getting draft capital. I think they're going to have to make a secondary move here, Wayne. You're going to have to do something else here at this point. And Wagner's a guy that saves you a lot of money if you move off of him this year. He just does. So if that's the case, makes a lot of money, makes a lot of sense to me to do it. I would be definitely open to it. Sean Harker says, I bet we can get a 2nd and a 6th for Lockett. I would take that all day if you can get it. All day. Seahawks Network, you need to start streaming earlier, man. You double your view count. For sure, bro. For sure. I know. UE2K. But we need once I get back, I'm going to be getting back to mainland at some point here, Seahawks Network. I think it'll be easier at that point, a little earlier on the streams. UE2K, but we needed a guard, and they need a guard. So yes, while we prefer a steak, we'll have to settle for a hamburger. It's my old Rolling Stones reference on this. There's a Rolling Stones song that says, sometimes you just can't get what you want, but you get just what you need. And that's where we're at right now, is we're getting just what we need. Wayne Wilson says, B-Wags to Raiders would be a move I could see. I could see too. The one thing I would wonder with that, Wayne, is if you've got this deal on place, or you've had some initial talks with the Raiders on Bobby, and you've got the deal that we just made for the guard, why you wouldn't have maybe packaged it within that deal and offset it. But maybe they just want to do it as a separate deal of that. That's the one that would make a lot of sense with the Raiders transitioning to the Seattle Seahawks scheme defensively, needing a middle linebacker help, needing a leader on that team. Makes a lot of sense. Washi says Akhello Witherspoon had an 80 PFF grade. He did. He's also had some ups and downs over recent years, Washi, so he's had some down years too on the PFF scale. But solid, best year of his career last year. The number 6 overall rated cornerback in the NFL last year was Akhello Witherspoon. Now, it was on 11 games, so a little bit of a sample size. Why? Seattle signs a Dunlap or Kerrigan or Alden Smith at end. Then sign David Andrews or Ryder at center, and my faith will be restored this season. Things are falling in line. I'd feel a lot better about that. I would feel a lot better. I'd sure like to get both two of those guys, pass rushers you mentioned, but it seems like now with the salary cap kind of going down, it's going to get harder and harder to do that. But I'm with you, Hawks 12s. I like it too. Deadly content. We have a ton of cap next year. We do. They can do some things this year to create cap space this year to take advantage of that cap space next year if they wanted to. They've not yet, and let's not forget, at any point in time, they can convert Russell Wilson's base salary this year and create $10 million of cap space if they wanted to. So that's just sitting there. Seahawks Network, come on, man, blaming the great state of Hawaii. I'm not blaming the Hawaii. It's the underwater cable. I think that there's sharks or octopuses eating on the thing, because every once in a while it gets just a little dicey. Washi asked, why didn't we sign Richie Incognito? I don't know if he would be a scheme fit either for that particular guy. And the other thing with him is that he's 39 million years old. So really, 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 really an old player at this point. Tim TK, it's all good. I'd trade living in Hawaii with technical difficulties all day long. Keep it going. Thank you, man. Well, I appreciate you guys putting up with me on it. I got folks let me know on my phone too. So when it goes out, I got my brother. He's hitting me up. He's always good on it. Seahawks Network, you can make me pronounce stuff right again. Okay, Kelchi Osameli. See, even there, you phonetically put it out there for me, and I still failed at it. Thomas Cox, would Seattle go after a center or wait till the draft? I would think that they would try to go out there and get one in free agency, Thomas, but there's going to be some ones in the draft in the second round you could pick. Creed Humphrey will be there. I would expect Landon Dickinson to be there. So there's a couple of centers that will be there that are very good centers who should be able to come in and start immediately for you if you got them. There's one more center I'm not thinking of too. That's another guy that would be a potential target. So you could wait, but boy, your hands would sure get sweaty. You know, I think at the end of the day, you could also go get Posick cheap and then draft a center and have them compete. So that might be another aspect, another part they're going to. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Maxwell says, by the way, we have 0 cap space. Yeah, we're down, but they can create anywhere they want. They've got a couple places of flexibility if they want to do it, and I would expect that they would. Robert Pennington, you can't just say Quentin Nelson like that. I know, man. I know. Ah, God, he's a good player. I love Quentin Nelson. Tommy Eden says, don't worry about losing the 5th. I bet JS gets it back and more. I would agree. Even if he's got to trade back out of the 2nd, he's going to pick more picks up. You know he's not going to this draft with just 3. That goes against his religion. That would be a sin against God for Schneider to go into a draft with only 3 picks. Michael Ryan, what do you think happens next? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that we probably are going to try to find a way to convert some salary, some more cap space, we're working off zero cap space. So I would expect us to make a trade or a restructure. One of those two things is the next move we make, Michael. Be it a trade of a Tyler or a Bobby or a restructuring of either. I'd also expect them to convert that money of Russ's base into bonus. I expect that to happen. At that point, the next move I would foresee happening would be one of two things, either to find a veteran pass rusher or I would expect them to go sign one of these second-tier centers that are on the market, Leiter or Austin Blythe, somewhere in that realm of things. Mark, Brendan, you got to keep Russ happy. Can't trade Lockett. I would trade Wagner or Jamal. You could potentially go in that direction too, Brendan. I mean, that's a possibility. The only thing with Lockett, the thing I come to on this, Brendan, this is the place I hammer on with the Lockett thing. For the folks that want to keep Lockett, what are you going to do with Lockett in his contract? He's due for a contract extension. He's going into the last year of his deal. You're not going to want to let him walk for nothing next year. DK Metcalf is a year away from making somewhere between $23 to $25 million a year. If you hold on to Russell Wilson, he's going to be up near $40 million a year from now at what he's going to cost on the cap. So are you going to spend between three players on the offensive side of the football $80 million at that point? Is that reasonable? Is that feasible? I don't know that it is. I like Lockett. That's just the place where it comes to me at on that one, Brendan. Why do I? Every signing so far has been an upgrade at the position from 2020. Agreed. I was right on that one, wasn't I, Randall? I was calling Washington football team for Curtis Samuel for a month, man. For a month. I was on that. I had that one right. My crystal ball was clear as could be on that one. The Food Gamer, get a center in free agency like David Andrews if we clear more cap room, or get one in the draft like Creed or Josh Myers. That was the other guy. Josh Myers was the other one I was forgetting. Or I know we're going to trade, so who should we trade and what type of value do you want? I would trade at this point Lockett. Honestly, I would probably go all in on trading Lockett and Wagner. I've got a replacement for Wagner in Jordan Brooks right now, sitting on the roster. Between the two of those moves, if you went trade of Wagner, trade of Tyler Lockett, conversion of Russell Wilson's base to bonus, you've created now over $32 million in cap space. Those would be the three moves that I would go at. So, then I can turn around at that point. I can grab Fournette as my running back. I can grab a couple of veteran pass rushers. I could grab Andrews or Blythe at center. I could dip my toe back into free agency for a receiver who's going to be less than Lockett would have cost, like maybe a T.Y. Hilton, or go out there and make a trade for a receiver. I've got some other options at that point. So I got a lot more cap space to work with at that point. Brendan Eichert says, I do wonder what Blair would get you. Probably a third, if I had to guess. I'm not so sure, man. He's not shown anything on the football field as of yet. And the fact the league knows that they tried to move him off this position that they drafted him for, being safety, probably doesn't net you a whole hell of a lot for him. The Seahawks Network, I would have signed Corey Davis and trade Lockett. That was my plan. That's what I would have gone with as well. Your easy work, 253. What left guard did we get? So we got Gabe Jackson from the Oakland Raiders. He's been playing right guard, though he has a history of playing some left guard. Solid player. You're easy. Solid player. They're going to move him probably back over to left guard. He costs about $9.5 million, and he cost us a 5th round pick. Good trade. Good trade for our Seahawks. Seahawks younger. Yeah, the next thing with the Corey Davis trade too is that, it's 3 years, $37 million what he cost, but you lower down that first year cap hit. So he actually ends up costing you less this year than what Lockett would have cost. And you get the second round flip back for Lockett in trade. Hawks 12, wouldn't trading Lockett leave our wide receiver core lacking? It would be leaving lacking to a degree. What I look at this is my reasoning behind this process is this is one of the deeper drafts I've seen for wide receivers recently. One of the deeper wide receiver drafts I've seen for slot wide receivers. So I think in the second round, if you trade a second round pick and now you're sitting on 2 second round picks, one of those second round picks, I think you could go and then get a guy in Lockett who would be very equivalent to what you already have in Lockett at about 1/10 the cost. So I like doing that better than Lockett. And the big part of this Hawks 12 is it's not necessarily about evaluating Lockett as a player, whether he's good or not, or whether I like Lockett.
It has to do with this impending situation coming up being DK Metcalf. I want to keep DK Metcalf for the future. I am not going to be able to afford to pay Tyler Lockett at $15 million a season and DK Metcalf at $23 to $24 million a season, and then be paying Russ at $40 million a year and build the rest of my roster appropriately. I don't think I can do that, nor do I think Lockett's worth really $15 million a year at this point. So in my estimation, it's just about better building the roster. You can make other trades for other receivers. There's other guys available out there. I think you wouldn't necessarily have as good a guy as Lockett, but you could have maybe a more deeper crew. Seahawks Network. BJ says we'll go after more offensive linemen, at least another center. BJ, I'd expect that. They might be done after they go for center or two, but I think so too. Michael Ryan says trade Jaron Reed, get a 4th round pick plus saves us cap. It would. That was $8.6 million. That would save you if you moved off from him. I don't know what you get back in return, but I might be okay with that. Tim says you had me at Rolling Stones lyrical reference. Hell yeah, dude. Washi says, do you live in Seattle or do you live in Seattle? And did you just move to Hawaii? I've been living over in Washington for a while. I've moved into Hawaii here for a bit of time. I'm helping out some family stuff and for job things, but I might be going back over to the mainland here. So I'm kind of feeling it out a little bit right now. John Robinson says, I'm wondering if we can get a second round for Lockett with such a dry wide receiver market in a strong draft class. It may be hard, John. It's a strong point on your part to wonder if you can get a second rounder for him. I feel like his returns will never be higher than coming off a 100-catch season like he was. And he's a known factor where there are question marks to drafting a receiver. And if you're a up-and-coming team like Miami that needs a little bit more certainty at the wide receiver position, he could maybe provide you that, rather than just having more of the young guys, which you already have a ton of. Maxwell, Gabe Jackson info for those who don't know much about him. He's a very heavy-handed with elite level toughness and is very competitive. Well, that's going to fit up well with Carroll, isn't it, Maxwell? He loves that competitive word anytime he can see it. Robert says, I really want Big Hit. Who's Big Hit, Rob? Yuri, easy work. How much cap space does Seattle have next year? I've got to take a look, but we're going to have some of the most cap space as we stand right now of anybody in the NFL as we sit. We're also going to have to sign DK Metcalf. So that's coming up. And we're probably going to come along. I think there's somebody else coming around to being due about that time too. Maybe not. Maybe we're okay. We'll have to make a decision on Quandre Diggs. Check. I don't know why it's cutting out today, folks. Thank you, my brother, for sending a text and letting me know. I do not know why this stupid mic keeps cutting out today, though. Gosh dang, dude. Annoying. Seahawks Network is hoping for Clowney and Fournette. I would love that, my guy. I would love it. Wilson 3, Sherman 25. Do you think the Seahawks can get Juju? I think they could get Juju. Sure. I wonder what he's going to cost. That's the key with him, is what is his value out there in the market? And I've been uncertain about hearing what it's supposed to be. Brandon says, I agree with you 100% on Lockett, but I don't think Russ does. it's really a catch-22. I don't know what you would do. Maybe you get a stud at 55 for a wideout and then trade him on draft day for a pick. Yeah, maybe. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're able to upgrade the wide receiver core, Brendan, I mean, what if you brought in a slot wide receiver and signed Antonio Brown? Is Russ pissed off at that point? Is he upset at that point and thinking you didn't address it better? I mean, you've improved the wide receiver core at that point. So it's really about the corresponding moves you make in moving on potentially from Russell Wilson if it has to go that route. So I think that's really the key on that. I don't think it being that alone would cause Russell to go sideways. It's not going to make it feel good, but if you just got something to fill out the other side of it, it'll feel better. Seahawks Network, yeah, I completely forgot about the DK contract, but I still would have liked Davis. I would have too, and if you could have structured it right, maybe you could have made it better. I think Davis too has got a little bit more size than Lockett. He's a younger player than Lockett. You could make the argument there's a little bit maybe room of upside to his game. There's some things to the Corey Davis signing I would have liked that would have been going beyond just the numbers. Randall McDaniel, Quentin Nelson is on on par with Hutch. Absolutely. Nelson might be a better player than Hutchinson when it's all said and done. Thomas Cox says, I'm sorry if I have to choose Lockett or DK. I pick DK. I like Lockett, but DK can be 10 times better. Me too, Thomas. I think it's a no-brainer. This is why it wasn't hard for me to come to the conclusion that you have to move on from Tyler Lockett. It was pretty easy at that point. Why? Now looking at Gabe, his first 2 years were at left guard, and he had his best Pro Football Focus grade, eighth left guard each year. He was then moved to the right guard and not play as well. Moving back to left guard might work very well. I'm on board now. Me too. And maybe what could work. Maxwell, both of these signings say that the Seahawks are trying to fix the Russ situation. I would not expect them to restructure after these moves. I would now expect them to restructure after these moves. Boy, I would have thought, Maxwell, that they would have restructured prior to the moves if they were going to be at that point. The key for me, Maxwell, this is going to be the bonus money and the base money. Specifically for Russell Wilson. Does the base money get converted to bonus? Past the restructuring, does that occur? And that's the thing that we need to probably need to concentrate on more than anything else. Fish Angel says trade Quandre in a year so Blair can have a year to get back on his feet, but don't trade Blair. Quandre Diggs is a free agent after the season, Fish Angel. So you get him this year and that's it. Hoshi Lee, the Seattle just traded Russell Wilson now from Ian Rapp. Hoshi Lee, you're not going to throw me off like that. Good try, my guy. Good try. Michael Ryan, what positions would you recommend next we need to pursue in free agency and what players? Center is the big one for me right now, Michael Ryan. So I would look at either Leiter, I think former Chiefs center, or you could look at Austin Blythe or Andrews from New England. Neither three of those guys are all pretty relatively, I think, in near the same production level on all three of those guys. Definitely get a couple of defensive and pass rushers. I'd like to get maybe some cheap guys, Justin Houston, Javian Clowney, Kerrigan, something in that realm of things. Those would be the next two kind of positional groups I'd look at. Seahawks Network, could we always restructure Gabe Jackson? We could. I would like to think that at the very least you could convert him to bonus and then spread his base money this year over 2 years. Take it off 9.5, move it back down to more of the $5 million range. So could. Tim TK421 at least lower Tyler cap hit this year. You could. The thing with that is that you've got to get him to a multi-year deal at that point, and you got to get Tyler to agree to the multi-year deal because he's on the final year of his deal. So just converting him to bonus this year doesn't do anything. You need another year at least on that deal. Does he want to try free agency next year and see what he can get on the open market? Hard to do that. It's going to be hard to do that as much. Fish says, why would we get Juju? He is too expensive and we don't need a receiver. I think we need more receiving help right now. I don't think our receiving core is very strong. Rodney Burr, I think we should bring Malik Turner back and trade Lockett. We got a big Malik Turner fan in the house. What the F, Misty? You guys see the Raiders trade for Gabe Jackson to thanks? You guys see the Raiders trade for Gabe Jackson to thanks and Gerald Everett signing? We did see that, Misty. Pretty stoked. Pretty stoked. Everybody is. The Food Gamer says, should we get KJ back to the team or just trade Wag, Tyler, and Reed and gets lots of draft picks and get another linebacker? I'd probably still at this point hold on to Jared Reed, but I'd be in favor of potentially moving on from Wagner and Wags and Tyler. Now we need a pass rusher in the center, and we develop Rashad, and we can use Collins. Yep. Randall says we traded a fifth for Gabe. That is right. Got to believe JS is going to do deals for picks soon. I got to feel like that too, Randall. I already thought he was getting antsy in the pantsy with only having a couple picks. Down to 3, it's like, oof. He's going to do something. Terrence Lynn, is Gabe Jackson good? It's going to be a hard one to say on this, Gabe. Or Terrence. He's been playing at right guard over the last couple of years to sort of downward trending results a little bit. But when early on in his career he played left guard, he played very good at left guard. That seems to maybe be maybe a natural fit position for him. Maybe. It's going to be, I think, at the very bottom bare minimum level, Terrence, we can say this. He's an upgrade over what Mike Iupati was last year, as he stands right now. And in that respect alone, that's a good thing. I think you have to take the market parameters into account. There wasn't a lot of great left guards out there via either trade or in free agency. So you had to make the best of a bad situation or a thin positional grouping. And I think Seattle did that. The Seahawks Network, Zeitler's cap hit for the Ravens this year is $1 million. Ooh. Maybe Seattle can pull something off similar with Gabe. Tim, damn octopuses eating on that underwater cable. Just fly to the mainland when streaming. No Fournette. I'd be good with Davis. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I know. You guys in the mainland with your fiber optic cables, with your fancy fiber optic cables and high-speed internet. Your multiple streaming in one house. Brendan, oh yeah, I like it. Lockett saves $11 million. Give AB 3 and get a wideout for $8 million per at that point. I like the Lockett deal because you have cap space too. Me too. Multiple birds, one stone. Fish Angel says, I want Sermon and Creed Humphrey in the draft. And for slot, we can put Swain there and we start Witherspoon because of his height and see if he's good or not. Yeah, I like Witherspoon and Trey Flowers duking it out in training camp for the starter role. I like that thought process. I'd like a little bit more certainty at the wide receiver slot than Swain, but draft a guy. There's some good receivers in this draft. Sign a certain veteran out there. There should be a couple guys out there you could look at. I like me some Creed Humphrey. Big, nasty center. Gets the job done, man. Rodney Burr, what do you think of the Hawks could get for Wags? I've been hard-pressed to believe, Rodney, that Wags would draw a second-round pick in return. I think third-round pick is the highest you're going to pull back from him. But I think you could probably get a mid-third-round pick back from him. I think that's fairly realistic. Tim TK says Seahawks don't maneuver money until they have to. True. They do have a lot of maneuverability, though, right now at the moment. That part is also true. A lot of flexibility to go a couple different directions if they want. Azariel AI says not restructuring Russ's deal means they are still waiting for a possible big trade haul via the Raiders or the Jets. It still very well could be meaning that. I mean, that's one thing with the Raiders and the Jets and that offer even the Dolphins. Those are 3 teams that I thought potentially Russ could look at. Let's just go beyond the team list that he presented. Those are 3 teams that made a lot of sense for a variety of reasons. And those are 3 teams that haven't necessarily gone like all in on this offseason as of yet. And especially with a team like the Raiders or the Dolphins, that's a little unusual, being that they had rosters that theoretically they could have gone a little bit more all in on this offseason. We'll see how it kind of factors out a bit, but that may be the case. Jose Luis, how you doing, Jose? At this point, can we say if we can't beat them, steal from him? Shane, Everett, what else? Hey, when you're playing in the toughest division in football, why not take from the toughest division in football? You know, I mean, if the teams are as good as they are, then why not pluck from them? But yeah, it's we're definitely trying to make our rivals a little weaker while making ourselves a little stronger. Fallon says, effing Seahawks don't make any effing moves is getting on my nerves. Well, Fallon, we just made 2 moves. We got Gabe Jackson from the Raiders. We've upgraded our left guard, and we've got Gerald Everett as a tight end. We've upgraded our tight end position. It's not ground earth-shattering moves. I will give you that. It's not going to make us the main headline on ESPN saying Super Bowl favorites, but it's a step in the right direction in what has been a fairly depressing offseason. Q Kalama Seahawks need linemen. They do indeed, man. We got one. We got one now, but we need some more. Fish Angel says we just traded for Gabe Jackson and signed Gerald Everett. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking to the other guy. Sorry. Fallen, is he a Rodney Hudson caliber lineman, though, being Gabe? Maybe not exactly on his level, but not that far off of where Rodney is necessarily. So maybe not Rodney's level, no, but he didn't cost you as much as Rodney costed the Cardinals either. And if he's not on Rodney's level, he's not that far off as a player. Not really. Tanner Corwin says, how do or will we gain cap space? I dropped a follow. Oh, thank you, Tanner. I appreciate you. A couple different ways you can do this. Let's go down the list really fast. I think that you're eventually going to take Trey Flowers off the $2.3 million he's making this offseason or due to make this next season. It's a lot like what you did with the David Moore move, where you say, hey, we're going to cut you, or you take the discount to a guaranteed 1 year, $1 million deal. He'll probably take that. That's $1.3 million off the top right there. Sign Dickinson to a 4-year deal, lowers first-year cap hit down to $2 million. You save another $1.3 million right there. Lockett saves you $11 million. Bobby Wagner saves you about $10 million. Jaron Reed saves you $8.6 million. These are the main ways you can save. The only other guy that you'd really save with would be like a Quandre Diggs with $5.5 million. Outside of making a move with Dwayne Brown, that's pretty much about it for cap savings. But that's a pretty significant amount of cap savings. And then the last one you could do is, Tanner, within Russell Wilson's contract, you have it set up to where you can convert his year's base salary this year to bonus and save an additional $10 million. So if in totality, if Seattle just wanted to clear as much cap space as they absolutely possibly could, get back some draft capital for it, you could get up into damn near 40, 45, $50 million if you really, really, really wanted to. They won't go that route, but they have the flexibility to do so if they wanted to. Michael Ryan says, what's your favorite free agent and why? Well, my favorite free agent coming into this class was Joe Thuney. Michael, I wanted to see, because I thought he would be the perfect fit and he would upgrade a position at left guard and that would improve us and put a better player at that position than we've had going all the way back to Hutchinson. It's like 20 years since you've had a legitimate good left guard there, and he would have finally have gotten us that. If you're meaning free agent, what's my favorite free agent signed so far? It'd be Gerald Everett, but we've only signed 2 free agents. So if you're saying what's my favorite free agent signing just in totality, like what's the best team, who's made the best signing out there, it's hard not to argue with the Chiefs signing Thuney on the first year cap hit only being $4 million and finding a way to finagle that under the cap. I also like the Johnson signing, the safety from the Rams. I thought that they got that as on a good deal. I forget who he signed with, but that was a solid signing by them as well. Brandon says, Kyle Van Noy back to the Pats. Would have been a nice Sam for cheap, but he wouldn't have been cheap. Yeah, I don't know if he would have been exact scheme fit, Brendan. He's played in 3-4 schemes for the most part throughout his career. He serves better, I think, in a 3-4 scheme at this point. Roddy Burr, not big fan of Malik, but he did catch many third down balls, and he's cheap. He is. Probably not on their radar, though. Tommy Eden, would people really trade Wagner, though? He's still very productive, but he is at the end of his career and currently very pricey. I think there's a couple things that factor into it, and I related a little bit, Tommy, to the Tyler Lockett deal, where it's a trade that you considered not because of the talent of the player, but because of a lot of the other factors that come into play. Yeah, he's carrying a big cap hit, and you'd sure like to free up some money. That's one reason. Probably could get some draft capital back from him, like a third-round pick, and you don't have a lot of draft capital. That's a reason. You also went out last year in the first round and drafted Jordan Brooks to be essentially your middle linebacker of the future, and he's just waiting in the wings. So 3 items right there that all point to it making a lot of sense to move off from him. And that's what factors into it. Not as much really necessarily where he is at productivity-wise. I think Jordan Brooks gives you pretty much a lot of the same type of level of play of what you get from Bobby Wagner right now at the middle linebacker spot. And he costs 1/9 of what Bobby costs, 1/10. Fish Angel, he's a top 10 guard, being Gabe Jackson in the NFL, and all we traded was a 5th. Hard not to be happy with that value, isn't it, Fish? Hard to, you just nod and you go, that'll do. That'll work. Q Kalama says, Seahawks need to focus on the offense. Seahawks need to focus on the offensive line. Agreed, man. Agreed. Mighty Jody Boy, a big Seahawks Instagram, said that a source told him another Seahawks trade is bound to take place. Ooh. Don't get me excited, Mighty Jody Boy. You're getting me excited. I'm already getting encouraged by this stream. You're watching my guys are literally watching my optimism grow by the moment. I'm getting 10 feet tall over here. So let's go. Let's go. Why? Remember with trades, it might sound like a good idea for Seattle, but does that mean there's a team that will give value for the player? Maybe not. They just hit it out of the park pretty well with this Gabe Jackson signing. Why? So I feel pretty good. I'm good with, there's places with Schneider and if you look at him as a player and say there's some holes in our general manager's game, I'll point to certain holes with him. I'll say, for instance, doesn't really draft offensive linemen all that well. Doesn't do so good at the back end of the first round when we're picking there. But there are places that he does pretty good, and I do like him in trades. I think Schneider is one of the better traders in this league, and he might overpay from time to time, but overall I think he does a pretty good job with it. So we'll see. Randall McDaniel pointing out a very solid fact. Don't forget Tom Cable went to Oakland in 2018, and that's just about the time Gabe's productivity started to fall off. Coincidence? I think not. Great point, Randall. Enrique M. So who's playing left guard? I've got to think it's going to be Gabe Jackson, Enrique. He played some of it early on in his career, and he played it very well early on in his career. So I think they'll slide him back over there. Brandon says, just restructure Russ already. There's no way he'd be mad if you use that money on O-line. No reason not to restructure. Agreed, Brendan. Agreed. Let's just get it done. Get it done. The only reason not to do it is if you plan on moving him this year or the next. That's the only reason not to do it. And we would take it as an indicator of that if it was that. Hopefully it's not, but it would be an indicator of that. Tim TK, Marquise Blair at free safety, Trey Diggs, what do you think? That was on my components, Tim. At the start of this offseason, there was 2 trade players that I would have traded in my offseason plan if I was a general manager. The players would have been Tyler Lockett, and the players would have been Quandre Diggs. In Quandre Diggs' case, I would have traded him because I had Marquise Blair waiting there, and I don't really have a position for Marquise Blair as we're standing right now. There's no way for Marquise Blair, even if he's healthy off that ACL next year, to get on the football field. I don't really like that for a guy that was a high second-round pick that's already had his first 2 years of his career sort of punted. So I like the opportunity to move off from the $5.5 million. I had proposed to him. You looked at the Raiders and you said, okay, Oakland, you don't have a single eye free safety right now. Jeff Heath is not it. So why don't you let us flip you Quandre Diggs? You're going to our scheme. You need a single eye safety. We'll flip you Quandre Diggs. We'll throw in a Rasheem Green. You flip us back a 3rd-round pick. I thought it would be a somewhat smart move. I thought it would be a move that you could make with Oakland. But I don't think we're going to see that move necessarily. But I like it. Thomas Cox, have you looked at Keith Taylor or Cameron Bynum yet? I have not, Thomas, but they're on my list. And so I will be taking a look at those guys. Just haven't got a chance to get to them. Sorry about that. Michael Ryan says, I can't wait to see Penny in this new scheme. Neither can I. I said outside of Russell Wilson, he should be the guy most excited by this new offensive coordinator coming aboard because he's going to take advantage of his skill set, getting him to the outside, getting him to the edges, letting him use his speed. Randall says, I bet I'm the biggest Wayne Gallman fan in all of Yakima. 25 young legs, 700 yards, 6 touchdowns. I'll even go further. You're the biggest Wayne Gallman fan west of the Columbia. How about that, Randall? Tanner Corwin, how will we gain cap space? So I was just kind of mentioning there's plenty of ways you can do it. Plenty of ways you can do it, Tanner. A lot of different directions. Specifically, though, number one, right off the thing, doesn't require you to make a move. It's just you convert Russell Wilson's base to bonus. That saves you $10 million right off the top. Tim says, I feel better that GJ, an improvement over Gabe Jackson's an improvement over Apati at left guard. It really depends if Russell Wilson buys into the new scheme. That is going to be a part of it. That is going to be a part of it for sure. Jeremy Bowen says, goodbye, Griffin Twins. Thanks from a fan. Thank you for the memories, Griffin Twins. Shaquille, you gave us 4 years of league average, below league average play, but you were a gamer. You're available. You fought through it. You were feisty out there. And Shaquem, you never really got the chance to flourish as the pass rusher. I'll always wonder what you could have done after that solid small sample size showing back in 2019 where you had a 10% pass rush win rate, one of the better ones in the team. And who could forget ever that combo sack against Green Bay when they both came in on a stunt and then a corner blitz from Shaquem to both sack him at the same time. A beautiful moment. One of the better moments in Seahawks history. I'll always remember it. It was a great story. Awesome pairing. Wish it could have worked out a little bit better on the football field, but fun while it lasted, right? John Z. Should sign Dunlap and Clowney and John Ross. Cut or trade Reed, laughing out loud. I know you hate that. Also, we need a real center and a way better right tackle. I know cap is low, but Wilson would have cut for Olin. But Wilson would have cut for O-line. Wilson would have, I think you're saying Johnny would have taken less money for an offensive line. John Ross has gotten signed by somebody else. I think the Giants signed John Ross, so he's off the board. I'm fully in favor of your idea of going for Dunlap and Clowney, so I'm right there with you on that. I'm okay with looking for a better right tackle as well. They can find a better right tackle out there if there's a way to improve the offensive line. I've said there's no sacred cows this offseason. Any way you can upgrade. So I'm in favor of that. I'd be fully in favor of that as well. I'm going to refill my coffee and go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Please do bear with me. All right. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. Let's get back at it. Randall McDaniel says, I just demolished the like button. Oh, please do that if you could for me, folks. If you happen to be watching this and you like what you're watching, slam on that like button for me, please. It helps me just get showed up on all the algorithm searches for all these Seahawks fans then, and my channel just blows up, and it's all because of you hitting that like button. So thank you for doing that, Randall. The Seahawks Network, how much for Quan Short? Hard to assess his value. I mean, when he burst on the scene, he was one of the rising up-and-coming 3-tech defensive tackles in this league a couple of years ago with Carolina, and he's just not been able to match that kind of production. I think injuries hit him a little bit, and it's always tough there because you go, well, is it the injury thing that started to dial him back as a player, as does happen often in the NFL? I don't know if it's that. He is still seemingly a fairly young player. He should still have something left in the tank, but in assessing his value, I'm going to have to go pretty low with him. Probably a $3 million a year type player at this point, if not a little bit more, if not a little bit lower, somewhere in that realm of things. But interesting. E-Man, do I think we can get both Dunlap and Kerrigan? I do. I think the pass rush market's going to be the one positional group most affected by the depressed cap and by the fact you're watching all these teams spend all this money more to the offensive side of the ball than the defensive side of the ball to start free agency. We're going to reach the point now where teams are going to start to really run out of cap space really fast. I think you're going to see even more pass rushers released onto the market. More teams are going to start releasing more and more and more and more. We talked today, Gabe Jackson, Alshon Jeffrey. I call it this is the seasoning of the great cutting. The great cutting is upon us, and it is going to last. So, yeah, I think that the defensive ends aren't going to be paid as much as ever. It's going to be really depressed. I think you can get those guys on a couple of low-end deals. They got to create some cap space now to do it, but yeah, I think they can, for sure. Why Dude Why says, what's funny is Seahawks fans do this almost every year. We whine that they don't sign any first wave free agency, then by training camp, we are generally talking about how well JS did. We are a little bit. I think that the last couple of years there's been a bit of a change in this a bit. So, You go back, let's not go back last offseason, let's go back the season before. You had really no money to spend, and you just had to sort of sit there. That was the year we traded Frank Clark. You couldn't spend on anybody. You were in a tough situation. It was rough. So there just wasn't any money to spend. You go back to last year, you had $50 million of cap money to spend out there on the open market, and you spent it in questionable fashion, in a very questionable fashion. And I don't know that there was a lot of us that were necessarily over the moon with it by training camp. That's part of what preempted the trade and the need to go get Jamal Adams, as was the case the prior year, preempted the need and trade to go get Jadeveon Clowney. So I think that there's been less of that confidence. And I think this offseason, wide, it was pushed more than ever because of the Russell Wilson situation. And so many fans wanting to see Russell placated and made happy. Placated and put in a position where he'd want to remain here for the impending future. And that they were looking at the start of this offseason and noticing Seattle wasn't doing anything and thinking this is going to push Russell that much faster to moving out the door. And so it upped the stakes this offseason a little bit, in my opinion, then even more so. But you're right. It does tend to be the way things go. Fish Angel says John Ross on the Giants, and he'll have played 14 games and only given up 3 sacks. Oh, Shell. You added a hyphen in there, Fish Angel. You threw me off on it. Yeah, Shell played solid for us. He's not the biggest need to upgrade. I just mean if we have an opportunity to upgrade it. So if you can upgrade it, do it, but he's not the biggest problem on the line. And John Ross going to the Giants is a head scratcher. Do you want to rejuvenate your career with Daniel Jones? Do you want to be a first-round bust who hasn't gotten jack done? And the place you're going to go to try to reclamate your career is the New York Giants right now? An odd move by Johnny Boy. Odd move by Johnny Boy. Seahawks Network. What defensive tackles should we bring in to replace Reed if he's traded? Let me go here to I think I did a defensive tackle list. So here I've got my here's my defensive tackles up here in the left-hand corner, my little graph chart here. Ndamukong Suh would probably be at the head of the class for me on that. I love me some Sheldon Rankins. He's a good 3 tech. I think he'd be a fit here. Quentin Jefferson's now off the board, of course. I think Malcolm Brown is also off the board, but Quan Short is there and available. So Ndamukong Suh, Sheldon Rankins, or Quan Short would be a great option for you, I think, right there. John C. Also look at the Cardinals. Got Hudson, got A.J. Green. Just gross. A.J. Green fits D-Hop, Moba Murray, and pistol spread with a true center leader. Just gross. They're going to be tough, man. And don't forget they got J.J. Watt, too. Don't forget the Watt signing as well in there, John. I'm not as scared on A.J. Green. I think A.J. Green's got the old fork buried in his shoulder for the last couple of years. Fitzgerald's technically, I think, a free agent right now. And last I heard, he was due to retire. So they're not as deep in that respect there. But look, they're improving. They are improving. There's no doubt about it. And they proved last year. They had a solid draft. They did solid in free agency. They're making good moves overall, I think. I think the Seahawks Network, he was saying Brandon Shell. That threw me off too. J.J. Watt. I'm not worried about Green, but I'm worried about Watt, Randall, especially when you have Chandler Jones on the other side of him. That causes me concern. Fish Angel, I feel like Watkins would be the best fit for us or Antonio Brown because of his cheapness, and he would be a top 5 slot receiver. Maybe we can block it back in the slot. I like Antonio Brown more than Sammy Watkins at this point. I think Watkins is just a guy that has made a lot of money in his time in the NFL. I don't know if he's done really a lot on the football field to really earn that money. I think Brown's still got a little bit of juice left to him. Plus, it would make Russell happy, which would make me happy. Caden Cooper. Hey, Caden, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. It's been a while, my man. Randall says, Malik Turner, big drop versus Green Bay. Don't forget. I was only kidding about Malik Turner. I'm not very serious about him coming in. Brandon Eicher says Wagner opens up $9 million this year and $16 million in 2022. That's right. Tommy says, no, what I mean with Wags, do you really think other teams would trade for him given his age and cost? More likely he would restructure and retire with us? ? I don't know if he would restructure. Would you hope so? Maybe. I don't know. There's not really room to restructure him, though, in that he just did sign the contract and the bonus money's hitting there. There's really not a way to lower down the cap hit from that standpoint of things. Yeah, there are teams out there that could potentially be interested. And I specifically look at Oakland, Tommy, because they're changing schemes. That's the time that teams can tend to get interested in an aging player who maybe doesn't have a lot left, but they're looking for veteran leadership. This is something that Bobby can provide them. So, they don't have an answer right now. I don't think really a good one at middle linebacker with the Raiders. That would make a lot of sense to me to bring him in that respect. And I think it would get you a 3rd round pick, maybe a 4th round pick. So, it's not going to give you a lot, but it'll give you something. And I think there would be a team out there that would. Yeah, I agree with TK. I was not on board last year with him by training camp. I didn't like, it was okay, but you could see it was muddling at that time, and it didn't make a lot of sense at that time. Why do Wise is any player you can trade or cut? You ask the question, can you win without him? I think the answer is yes for Bobby and Lockett. I agree. Seahawks Network said I'd never forget that drop. I'm convinced we go to the Super Bowl that year if Malik doesn't drop that pass against the Packers. Very well may have. Seahawks Network. We were rolling at that time, man. That thing just killed it. It was a bad time for a drop. Seahawks Gaming says Carlos Dunlap heading into his 12th year. Why not play with the 12th man? Why not? Swag Little. Hashtag 50. Little. How you doing, Swag? What's up, man? Wide dude wide. I believe Schneider is one of the best GMs out there. Just don't let him pick offensive linemen. Laughing out loud. Yeah. And every general manager is going to have a few holes to their game. There's no peerless, bulletproof general managers in this league. Everybody's got their swings and misses. It's just that do you swing and hit at a higher rate than your competition? And I think that Schneider does that. As well as Schneider, I have to always wonder with him how often he potentially does get overruled by Coach Carroll. How often Carroll comes in there and especially when draft day comes along and just has a chubby for a dude and Schneider can't talk him out of it, and Carroll's got the overrule factor at play. Daniel W. says, what if we restructure Wilson, use the money to sign Jadeveon Clowney and Carlos Dunlap? Would our defense be legit next year or what? Daniel, they absolutely would be. And that would get it done for me. I would be very excited by this defense if you're adding those two pieces. I would be very excited at a solid move if they could do it. UE2K says Snyder makes decent trades. Problem is they're usually to save his ass from terrible early round draft picks. But when it comes to deals, he's a regular Monty Hall. Nice reference, 2K. Nice reference. Ken Yor is a changed man, Jollywood. Gerald Everett is going to ball out for us. He is. I was thinking about it. I think he's the best yak tight end we've had in Seahawks history right out the gate. Just right when he walks through the door. Seahawks Gaming, Russ approves the Gabe Jackson trade. Fantastic, man. Love it. Love it. Love it. No. I really like it. I'm encouraged. Some eyeball emojis from Russ. Kevin Davis, I read that the Patriots are going to move off their center Andrews. That does appear to be the case. He's going to be in free agency, so we got a chance at him, Kevin. He's not as good a player as Joe Thuney as a left guard. Kind of just a league average type center type, but that would be better play than what we've gotten recently from Justin Britt and Ethan Posick. So in itself, it would be an upgrade. Caleb Baum, who would you rather have in the draft? Landon Dickerson or Creed Humphrey? See, the thing with Creed, the thing with Landon is Landon's more talented of the two. Landon's more physically gifted of the two. But Landon's got 2 ankles and 2 knees, 2 ACL knees, and he's had 2 ankle problems. And you get a little bit worried about that as we go forward if he's going to be able to sustain and hold up with that being the case. But he is so talented. Part of it, Caleb, probably would factor in for me is whether or not we're able to get a free agent in, or whether we're able to get a free agent center. If we're not able to get a free agent center, I'm probably going to go with Creed Humphrey because he's like a high floor guy and I don't have the injury concerns. He'll just come in and I know what he'll get done. He might not be as high ceiling-y. He might not be star potential type, but I know he'll get the job done. With Dickerson, if I've only got Dickerson and I don't have anybody else, I'm going to get worried about that. But if we do sign a free agent center, you go get an Austin Blythe, then I would draft a Dickerson behind him. I would do that at that point. But it would be based upon what we do in free agency. Fish says, I would love Clowney who stops the run and Dunlap who consistently gets 10 plus sacks, but we have Alton Robinson, the guy who who had 4 sacks on 29% of the snaps. We have to develop him with Clowney on the other side. I'm less willing, Fish Angel. You spent the last couple of years from LJ Collier's to Darrell Taylor's to Rasheem Green's and relying on these young guys to pop in that way that you're describing. And it's failed out every time you've done it. You've been then, because you've relied on those young guys to pop and then thusly they've not popped, that has then forced your hand to make a desperation trade, i.e. Jadeveon Clowney, i.e. Jamal Adams. Rather than falling in that place, I would rather that they go get the certainties. If Alton develops, if he becomes a guy then behind in a rotational basis, great. Then you've just added a bunch of depth. It's good to have multiple guys. It's good to have as many as you can. Depth is good. Keeping snap counts down around 70% is a good thing, rather than asking guys to play 90% of the snaps. Nothing wrong with having a nice rotation in there. Noah Perino, how you doing, Noah? Says, what would a Jaron Reed trade look like? Jaron Reed trade would be something probably in the realm of 4th to 5th round pick in return for him. That'd be about the maximum you're really going to get in return. Brandon Eichrick says, Russell liked to tweet about Gabe Jackson. It's good to see. Very good to see. AI, I'm happy to not see those dump mops on their heads anymore. me as well. Me as well. Randall says, I'm glad we didn't sign questionable John Ross. Can't make the club in the tub. Dude's always hurt. I am too. That was one that I think that was a lot of Washington Husky fans, I think, getting excited about that fact. And look, he was one of the best Husky receivers in Husky history. I get it. I do. But he's just not an answer for you, really, in my opinion. Arav Bajaj, do I know how much money we have left? Well, we had approximately somewhere in the neighborhood of $18 million when we started this process. $9.5 million of that is out the door. So you're at $8.5 million there. You just signed a $6 million deal to, yeah, we're pretty much at zero right now, Arav. Pretty much at zero. So they're going to have to generate some cap space in some other place. Food Gamer says, Russ just tweeted saying how he approves the Gabe Jackson signing, so safe to say Russ is not leaving us. Now time to get a center or fix the defensive side. Agreed, Food Gamer, and that's encouraging to hear. Encouraging to hear. We've been looking for signs of life that this relationship could be repaired, that we could keep Russ here at least for another year to maybe repair it long term. Looks like maybe we've had the opportunity to do that. Rob says, so what we need to do, sign Dunlap, and get a right tackle or center, and we are set. I don't know if we're just set with that, but that puts us on the road to the right place. I'd like Dunbar on a 1-year, $1 million deal, get Dunlap under the $14 million, add another defensive end in addition to Dunlap, and probably get a center over a right tackle at that point, because that's all the resources you're really going to have to do with that. But then I'll feel better. Kyle Harmon, who is your favorite signing so far? I'm thinking, that's why it's taking me a second, Kyle, because I'm really close. I like all the signings. So all 3 of the deals that have been made, I'm thumbs up on. I'm a yes guy. So those are all good. I feel like the best value kind of is the Witherspoon one, in the respect of you measure that up against what happened with Shaquille Griffin. It's just so much of a smarter way of spending the money. But I like, from the standpoint of just being happy with the signings of Gabe and Everett. Everett's probably the best high side player. He's going to give you the most production on the field. But I like value moves. I like things that are done where you're getting a player at a depressed value for whatever reasons, that you're buying for pennies on the dollar. I mean, I think that's how you smartly construct rosters, to be then able to spend the money on the positions that are harder to get. I think that's what that sets you up to be able to do when you go that direction of things. Randall says, think how great Griffin Brosack would be if Malik Turner didn't drop the ball and we'd won. I'd be iconic. Tim, the draft's supposed to be deep in offensive linemen. Draft is deep in offensive linemen, Tim. It goes tackle, guard, center in depth order. Tackle's a little bit more deep than the guards. Guards are good, but you can get a lot of tackles all the way through in this draft. The center's a little bit, center gets light after the top end guys. Lewis, I'm just going to call you Lewis. First time on the channel. What's up, man? Well, thank you for jumping on the channel, Lewis. I hope I earned yourself a sub from you. Welcome aboard, my guy. Welcome aboard. How you doing? We're riding high today, man. We started out the day, Lewis, a little bit down the dumps. Hadn't signed anybody. Your Akhello Witherspoon's all you've got so far in free agency. And then finally Seattle jumped into the tub today with the Everett and the trading of the Gabe Jackson. Very happy with these moves. I think everybody is, I think all through the chat, we've all been very happy with this. But welcome on in, man. Good to have you aboard. Thomas Cox, remember Carroll is Schneider's boss. Schneider may want one person and Carroll may want another. So if that happens, it's Carroll who gets his way. Very true, Thomas. Very true. He cranks. Get on my dog Clowney now. He's ready. He cranks. Do we got a chance? Have you been able to ask Jadeveon at all? Have you been able to been like, so is there any chance this offseason, man? Have they been calling you? Are they even just like saying, what's up, JD? He cranks is our inside guy on Clowney, guys. So he's our guy that'll give us the inside story on him if we got a chance. He plays games with him all the time. Wilson 3, Sherman 25. You think Seahawks get Zach Ertz? Nope. We're set now at tight end. We're set at tight end. So I think they were kicking the tires on him, but I think that at the end of the day now, you're here. You've got Disley. You got Everett as your move tight end. You got Parkinson as your other inline guy. I think they call it a day on that. Peter, Brandon, what do you think of the Jackson trade? I just got in late. I'm sorry. No worries, man. Better late than never, man. I appreciate any time. I'm very happy with the trade, Peter. I was getting worried because the guard situation is getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. Zeitler off the board, Thoney off the board. There's nobody really available via trade. You didn't make this move. You're going to be staring right in the face of having to go draft a left guard and having two very young guys then on that line, then moving into next year being Lewis and a rookie left guard at that point. So this gets you out of avoiding that situation. That alone makes me happy. To get a guy who's got some above-level play at the guard position, I'm not expecting a Pro Bowler, but get me league average, get me a little bit above league average, and that will be a vast improvement over what you have recently got from Mike Iupati. That alone will be an improvement. So if they can go that route, if they can get it in that direction of things, man, that's going to feel real good to go that route. And I'm expecting it to go that way. Upgrade the center position in a similar fashion now, pay dirt. Get the guy that's league average, a little bit above league average versus Posick, who was at about league average, below league average through most of the year. And now you've not fairly significantly improved the offensive line. I mean, you've now turned it more into a strength than a weakness at that point, in my opinion. I'll feel very good about it. But I love the trade. Smart trade. Didn't give up a lot. Good player. You're not on the hook for a lot of money. You can still restructure him if you want within the course of this deal. Makes a lot of sense. Viper Plays says we should cut Trey Flowers. Viper, I'm not sure that I'm on that boat as much as other folks are. I think you're going to probably get him on a 1-year, $1 million deal when you renegotiated with him. They did the same thing last year with David Moore, right? He was on a $2.1 million deal, got him in training camp, said, look, we're cutting you at $2.1 million. You're on the roster for the whole rest of the season at $1 million. What do you want to do? And David said, I'll take the discount. And that worked out well, I think, in David's favor. I would expect Trey to do the same thing. I like him from a depth standpoint. Right now, you look at Witherspoon and DJ Reed as your potential starters, with Trey Flowers pushing in the depth aspect of things. I think he can be a good depth guy. And he had a couple games this year where he played pretty good. I know he gets hammered by the fan base, but he played good in that Buffalo game. And he shut down DeAndre Hopkins in the game that he had to play against him. He had some help with safety help over the top with him, but Hopkins wasn't able to go off against Flowers. He's still a guy that, to me, has some intriguing components to his game, especially if we're talking on a 1-year prove it. See if he can get that last year of his development to round out into a player that I kind of hoped he could be. Keisler, Cooter. How you doing, Keisler? He says, go Seahawks. Welcome on in. Viper Plays, Keisler, welcome on in. Bean, welcome in. Some new names in here. Good to see. We need to pick up Akhello Witherspoon. We picked him up, Bean, so he is now aboard. We've got him. He's ours. We own him. Maybe I shouldn't say own him. He's on our team. MSR Rook. I watched a lot of Giants games last year. Jones is not bad. Their offensive line is awful, and they don't have any good receivers. Let's see what he does this year. Maybe so on that, man. Ms. Rook, you're right. You're right. He didn't have a lot of offensive line, didn't have a lot to throw to. He made some real big-time throws. He had as many big-time throws in the league as anyone last year. He's certainly a mobile guy. I think with him, it's just I wasn't really on favor with him when coming out. So some of this is my own confirmation bias, where him coming out, I couldn't understand as a top 10 pick. And then him remaining as quarterback here and them thinking he's the answer, I'm still a little bit waiting to be convinced on that one. But he's got some flashes to him, that's for sure. Tim TK, as reported, if you are Seahawks general managers, Bears trade 3 first-rounders and a third plus 2 players, what would you have done? For me, that cost always started at, Tim, the equivalency of getting to 5 first-round picks. That was my bare minimum point that you needed to land at if you're the Bears team trading to us. Because your first-round pick this year is in the 20s, you're not giving us a pathway to getting our next quarterback with these picks. So I need to get the equivalent of 5 first-round picks. This makes the 2 additional players a whole lot less valuable to me. If you want to go trade out Khalil Mack and go get yourself another first-round pick to throw to us, go do that. You want to go move Akeem Hicks to get another second, third-round pick or whatever to do that. But it needed to be the equivalency of 5 first-round picks, however they made that work from the Bears' angle of things. They weren't able to bring that to us. They came up short of that in the report we're getting of the players offered. I needed to be given more. Because at the end of the day with this, Tim, it wasn't just you're trading Russell Wilson. That was not just what this trade was about. You're trading Russell Wilson and you're taking a $39 million cap hit. No quarterback in the Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime has ever been traded. That ought to bring a pretty high haul back to you. Taking the $39 million cap hit in addition to it meant the haul had to be mind-blowing. And that wasn't a mind-blowing offer. I don't think, Zach Ertz isn't coming to Seattle. Wilson, 3 Sherman, because they got Gerald Everett. They signed Gerald Everett today, so now that takes that over. Why? If Russ's agent never came out with teams Russ would be willing to be traded to, 12s would have had a different outlook on this offseason. I don't know, man. I don't know. People knew that they needed to get some work done, and people were frustrated with where seasons have been finishing out at. I think people were kind of getting ready wide to a point of like, we need to do something a little more major here. You know, the treading water, the plateau, the hitting the glass ceiling, this has got to kind of stop. We got to push past this. Being consistent winner is fine, but we're not getting to Super Bowls. We're not even sniffing getting close to the Super Bowls. We're not even the class of the NFC right now as it stands. I think there would have been some little bit of hand-wringing still. It increased it. It did increase it. Rodney, Brandon, are you surprised the Hawks have not had talks with Adams yet? I got to be honest, I'm a little shocked. Well, do we know that they haven't had talks, Rodney? I mean, do we know, is Adams saying that he hasn't had any discussions with them as far as contract discussions are concerned? I would be shocked to hear that wasn't the case. But I still think that a deal will get done. I think that's probably just not a high priority for them right now at the current moment. You can essentially sign him to a new contract and clear cap space whenever you need to off of the base that he's hitting the cap this year anyway. He's at $10 million. You sign him to a new deal, even if it's $16 million per, you're going to lower that cap hit somewhere in the realm of probably $7 to $8 million in the first year hit. So being that that's the case, they don't really have to make that the priority at this moment. But I would expect something to happen at some point. Maxwell Stern says, Russ liked a tweet saying that Russ is probably filled with excitement and very happy, so it's safe to say Russ approves and the Seahawks and Russ are back on track. Step in the right direction, Maxwell. Step in the right direction. Shane After, geez, New England signed Kyle Van Noy. They're cheating. Did they find a money tree? No, but they didn't. Remember, they had to suck last year, and they didn't spend all their money last year that they had available under the cap. So in the NFL, if you leave money under your cap, if you have $10, $20, $30, $40 million that you didn't spend at the $200 million cap, you get to roll all of that extra money into the next year. It's like your phone plans when you got minutes that you can roll over. So the same kind of thing. They're able to roll that over into this year's cap, in addition to the fact that they've got a lot of cap space because they're not currently paying a quarterback $35 million a year. So those things all kind of built in to allow New England to go out there and spend some money. Noah Perriano, Jaron Reed trade. It's possible, Noah. We've not got any indications as of yet. But he's certainly one of the 4 guys on this roster who you can create cap space by moving on from. So, and you just paid Poona Ford, so maybe there is more of a likelihood chance of it happening because Seattle doesn't want to put what would be essentially this year $14 million into the defensive tackle position. UE2K, knowing how bad John Schneider's been at early picks, I would have turned down the Bears too. Especially those picks in the 20s, right, Huey? Those picks in the 20s have not been the money spot for our Schneider. Why says, I hope Seattle's wide receiver plan this year is not again hoping Josh Gordon is reinstated. Me as well. I don't think regardless of whether you try to bring him back or not. I don't think you got to rely on Gordon at all. And JD, I think we released Gordon not because we were intending to release him, but as much we released him because he had the offer to play in that alternative league and get out there and actually get back to playing football again. It had been 2 years since he had played any time consistently, and so it's a chance to get his feet wet again. He might be back. John C., my major problem with the Hawks right now, we try to convert defensive linemen to offensive linemen, and that if they are not defensive linemen, the players coming off injuries or fifth-round offensive linemen that we don't put at the natural position. John C., I would agree, over the last 5 to 6 years, that has been a common narrative and a common trait for Seattle. They've done that a lot. It does seem like maybe they're starting to maybe learn a little bit with this. They finally got Posick back at his natural center position last year and got his best level of play since he's been here, albeit it wasn't outstanding. It was his best level since he's been here. They got Damian Lewis, and they've been very smart in understanding that he was a right guard. They didn't try to flip him over to left guard, despite the fact they had DJ Fluker already here. They released Fluker, and they put him in a right guard. So maybe with Tom Cable leaving John, and Cable being the guy that was really kind of getting them on board with that, now that they're more embracing the traditional aspect of it, that maybe looks like the more way they're going to do this. But it has been it's been one of their problem areas. It's been their Achilles heel, John. It has been the offensive line. They put as many resources as anybody as far as draft capital over the last 6-7 years in the offensive line. The moves just haven't hit. They've had just too many misses. Rizzo Diambo and Mark Lewinsky and Ethan Posick and Jermaine Ifedi. It just, the list goes on and on and on and on. It's like you got to hit sometimes. YK Gaming YT says we need to trade Lockett. He would free up $10 million in cap space. I've been pounding that drum myself, YK. As well as you've got the DK Metcalf contract due on the horizon in another year from now. WK Gaming, we have Swain, Lockett, Everett, and Disley. We could also draft another physical wide receiver to go opposite Metcalf. You could? Could indeed. I like where your head's at, man. Darren West, how are you feeling about these moves? I'm encouraged overall. I'm encouraged. The offseason right now for me would be a B. Solid B as we stand right now. So I think that they didn't have a lot of moves around to make or whatever. They've had to they're going to have to get creative to make some work done, but this is all a very good step. If you put these all together, new offensive coordinator to bring the offense into a modernized offense, upgrading the left guard position, upgrading the tight end position. Right? Hard not to be encouraged by these moves. Where have you gone backwards? Running back? Not a huge loss. You feel like you can fill that back up? Do you feel like you've really taken a huge step back behind with Shaquille Griffin and Mr. 65 Pro Football Focus rating last year to Akhello Witherspoon at 80 rating, Pro Football Focus rating last year? I don't know if I can call that a big step back in the corner room. So you've only really gone backwards a little bit, maybe in the running backs, and that could still be, fixed back up. But you've improved on the offensive line, and you've improved at the tight end position. John Robinson says, for Jaron Reed being an upper-level state, I would think you would get more for Reed. I don't know I think he's one of the better defensive tackles in the league. I don't think he's considered one of the preeminent defensive tackles in the league. But hard to say exactly what his value would be. I'm not sure. He's also carrying an $8.6 million cap hit or something like that in base. He's carrying a decent base money too. UE2K, the same way that you're against trusting the defensive ends on the roster, I feel the same way about Penny. Everything points to a good year for him, but can't trust our season on his health or production. No, I've always said that I wouldn't want to make him the only running back, or I wouldn't want to just ride with him, 2K. I've said for a while, you need to add another running back in addition. You can go a variety of different places. I've mentioned Fournette as a guy I like as a pairing with Penny, but I do not want to go into the season with just Penny, Travis Homer, and DJ Dallas and Alex Collins as your running backs. That's probably not going to get the job done, or it's going to be a tenuous situation. Mikey, I know trading Lockett seems like a bad thing, but I'd like to see Swain get more. I'd like more time. He's got high upside. Mikey, I think there's some people that are fairly well in favor of it. And you include me in one of those, Mikey. I mean, for me, the standpoint is he's due for a new contract. He's in the last year of his deal. You're going to pay DK $23-24 million a year next year. Hard to pay both Lockett and DK at the same time. So his value will never be higher than this offseason. You can clear a lot of cap space. I like Swain's upside. I'd still like to go make a couple other moves for other receivers. I wouldn't want to rely on Swain necessarily. John Robinson says, John Ross is so dang talented. Nobody moved more elusive and fast. He was that. It'll be interesting to find out what happened with him as he got to the pro level. If it was just off the field stuff with him where he just didn't have the work ethic when he got there. But he seemed like more than just a fast, elusive guy in college too. He seemed like a pretty complete receiver. Just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with John. That was a weird one. Jeremy Bowen, what's the latest on Fournette? No updates. Both New England and Seattle are the main two suitors that are in play for him. Simply Marvelous. Scott Jackson came up on the Raiders. Yep, we got ourselves Gabe Jackson. It's a great signing, Simply Marvelous. We're liking it in here. I think we're all in favor of this move. Have a good night there, Tim. Thanks for hopping in there. Keisler Cooter. At least they're listening to Russ. He's tired of getting sacked. You can take that from this. I think that hopefully they are listening to him with this. And if they get another center, then we can certainly say that, Cooter. That's a spot where you can absolutely then say you can nod and go, yep, they're listening to him a little bit here. They're at least listening to a little bit. So it's a step in the right direction. Randall McGann says Kalen Ballage equals Christian Michael. Well, I'm out on him then, if that's the respect, Randall. I thought he moved a little more Marshawnee-like, more of a grinder than he was the explosiveness that was Christian Michael. TTV, too breezy. How you doing, TTV? What do you think about our current running back situation? It's a little light. TTV, I have a lot more faith, I think, than many people do in the potential of Rashad Penny. I think that there still is some untapped potential there. He's a guy who I think is going to fit better in this scheme than he did in Schottenheimer's scheme. Schottenheimer's scheme featured the inside zone run predominantly, and it featured it predominantly out of the read option look. What you're going to see in this scheme is a lot more stuff under center. You're going to see a lot more of running to the edges. And Rashad Penny, that's what he does at his best. Get him to the edges, let him use his speed, let him work in space, and I think he can be a pretty effective running back in this league. That doesn't mean that I don't think we need to do a little bit more work. And for me, the guy that I've long targeted and thought would be the guy to go after and would be the good fit with Rashad Penny, give you that lightning and thunder, right? A little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder. That'd be Rashad Penny's your lightning, and then the thunder's your Leonard Fournette. So that'd be where I'd like to see them go. Swine flu. I've heard plenty of people suggest that Reed is worth a third. Interior pass rushers don't grow on trees. Very well could be swine flu. I'm not locked in and saying that it's got to be a fourth or fifth rounder, and a fourth rounder is not that far off of a third rounder. So if you got the third rounder, it wouldn't blow me away necessarily. The thing that factors into, for me, Swine, is just the thought process that somebody's going to look at his base money and go, well, we have to make the trade of the third rounder, and we got to carry that base salary with this current contract situation where it's at, the cap situation where it's at this season. That's the one thing that makes me wonder necessarily on him. And I don't know if he's uniformly around the league, he's viewed as an upper level 3 tech in this league necessarily. But with that said, I think he would get you something, and he would save you $8 million. Randall McDaniel says Trey Flowers is the defensive version of David Moore. So I make that comparison. I think he's very, very much similar. Raining Tacos, James White and or Duke Johnson look like good players that could succeed in the Seahawks scheme. Even with Carson or Fournette, they'd be nice additions. Have either of them been signed? Thoughts? James White's great out of the backfield. Fantastic pass catcher. Duke Johnson's a little bit more in that Marshawn Lynchy kind of running back mold. Hard charge and running back. James is a little more of the elusive type. I don't know if James is as good, either of the players is as good as they were a couple years ago. But James would be interesting as sort of a third down specialist type. Raining Tacos. He'd be that, and then from a, run the ball wise, he's fairly effective at running the ball too. So, he probably intrigues me more than Duke does. Duke's just a guy to me. Viper plays. How do I think the Seahawks will open up cap space? I do think a Lockett trade will come at some point here. I think you probably will see another move made in addition to that too, for space being a Jaron Reed type maybe trade. You could also, the place that seems like the no-brainer one, Viper, is to convert Russell Wilson's base money to bonus this year. They've got it within the contract that they can do that without Russell's approval. That clears you $10 million instantaneously. I've got to think that that's also a place that they would look to free up that space. But you do have flexibility, though we have no space right now currently. You have flexibility to create space any way that you need to create it, however you need to create it. And you can create another $40 million here, $50 million here if you really, 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 really wanted to. Seahawks Gaming, McLaurin and Samuels, plus that tight end, killed us. They're a good offensive team. Yeah, that tight end really came along this year, didn't he, Seahawks Gaming? Yeah, that guy was impressive this year. Came out of kind of nowhere. He's never played at that sort of level before. But yeah, they're going to be good. They're going to be good in that NFC East. And you look at the NFC East, it's like the Cowboys to me are not as solid as I think some people are making them out to be. The Eagles are going to be in complete rebuild mode. You have no idea what the Giants are. I mean, the Redskins are the front runners. They're 100%. 100%. Randall McDaniel says, if you had to, would you choose Trubisky or Daniel Jones as the starter? This isn't about where they were drafted, just who would you rather have? I'd rather have Daniel Jones. Yeah, Daniel Jones is a far superior player to Mitch Trubisky. I have my questions with Daniel Jones, but he's going to be playing in this league for years to come at the very least as a backup. Trubisky could be out of this league within a couple of years. Curtis Brown says, Panthers for life. Curtis, you guys going to go get Deshaun Watson? You guys going to go get, I heard you're making a big play. I heard it's going. Are you going? Seahawks Network. At first, it sounds like a mind-blowing offer. The Russell Wilson deal is what you're referring to. But when you really think about it, it's not great. No, and especially when you factor in, look, Khalil Mack's getting older. Akeem Hicks had a fall-off year last year. 3 first-round picks, but maybe the highest of those picks are going to be is the 20th overall pick in the first round this year, which is going to get you maybe Kellen Mond. Doesn't really, no. It's not there, is it, Seahawks Network? It's just not quite there. See, out of 1,063 snaps, Gabe Jackson had 3 penalties and 0 sacks allowed. He did. He had a little bit of an easier trek over the last couple of years playing on that right side. This is some of the things I point out with those right guards. They get a lot of help by the tackle, by the center. The center tends to help out the right guard more than he helps out the left guard. So you get a lot of help there to keep that from having those sacks. But still a great stat to see. He's going to be better in pass protection than Mike Iupati, who was more of a road grader and who always, even when he was at his healthiest, even when his ankles weren't being held together by super glue, he was always a guy that struggled in pass protection. So you are going to get an upgrade in that respect. Maxwell says, unlike others, I have a lot of optimism for the season. I just have patience. I still believe a ring is doable. I love it, Maxwell. I love it. I love the optimism. Randall says, I really feel that a big reason we don't deal Russ is not having next year's first round pick. The $39 million plus hard to rebuild without that pick in a possible down year. Probably factors in. I think it factored in, Randall. I think the $39 million factored in, and then the price not quite being enough. I think it all kind of factored in. I don't know if any of it in itself was a determining factor, but I think it all kind of came in together on that one. The Food Gamer, with Carson not signed yet, you think he will come back to us for a cheaper price? I don't think so necessarily, no. I think somebody's going to pay for him. I think he's just weighing offers at this point. But he's the best running back on the market right now after Jones left, and I think that's going to cause him to get somebody to pay him. Tommy says, hey, just want to say you do a fantastic job. Look forward to the streams. Great community. Thank you so much, Tommy. I appreciate that, man. I have so much fun with this, and I agree. I think I've got the best YouTube community out there, at least as far as Seahawks YouTubers. The people who come in here, I look at other chats, I look at other streams and how people talk. I got intelligent folks who come in here, people that challenge me in good ways, challenge me to think and use my brain and make sure that I'm certain on what I believe. And I've really considered every angle of a given situation. It's what I love about doing this, is it just makes you, to me, a more intelligent Seahawks fan when you're able to interact with other intelligent fans who have different ideas and separate ideas. And that's how we kind of come together. But thank you. Thank you for the kind comments, and I agree. There's a great community here. Seahawks Network success rates for picks in the 20s dropped dramatically to around 37%. Yeah, and it's the thing that I noticed here in the last few years in doing the scouting for the drafts. The thing that jumps out to me, and the thing you hear is the scuttlebutt, is that drafts usually get up to about the top 15 players, and then you're into that second tier. The first tier is 15. It doesn't go past that point, really. And so what you end up with is from number 16 to about number 50, you have a very similar cast of characters as far as their talent level goes. It's very close where they all fit in at. And so grabbing a guy at 29 ain't that much different off grabbing the guy at 42. So you see a little bit more of a variance because of that, and the guys that pop versus the misses that you get. There's a lot more misses in there because of that, I think. But at the same point, everybody calls him a first-round pick. So you got this first-round stigma carrying it, but yet it's almost like essentially you're picking into a second-round territory of things. Seahawks Gaming, even Schneider knows he sucks at drafting. That's why he hung up and didn't match the offer. Well, I will say they did say last year one of the reasons that when they traded that the first round pick for Adams here this season, they said one of the reasons that they did it is they haven't had all that much luck in the end of the first round. So maybe they haven't acknowledged that just a little bit. Randall McDaniel says, I think we should take a flyer on OBJ. Can't cost much at this point to snag him. I've got to see what his base is, Randall, because I have thought about OBJ. He's been in consideration for me as well. I think he's carrying something like a $13 million cap hit, though. So let's see. Yeah. So he carries his cap numbers at $15.75 million this year. And that's understanding that the Giants already ate the bonus money when they moved him. So he'd cost $15 million for us. So we just couldn't afford him. He'd be interesting, but we'd have to sign him to a new deal if we did that. Do you want to sign OBJ to a new deal? I don't think you do, Randall. But I like it. I like it as a thought, man. Randall McDown says Jay Keeps is adamant we'll move Lewis to left guard. I think you know where I stand on that, Randall. I think it would be an absolute mistake, and it would be so dumb to do that. At least with Gabe Jackson, he has a history of playing left guard. Damian Lewis played right guard at LSU. He is a right guard. He's a right guard last year. It's where he is. Again, it's like, from my standpoint, I just don't get it. You haven't had a young, talented offensive lineman on a cheap rookie deal in a long period of time. Makes the all-rookie team, nearly could have made the Pro Bowl last year on his run blocking alone, and you're going to move him? I don't get it. I just wouldn't get that. And I'm not trusting Heaps. I'm not trusting Heaps on just about anything at this point. AI says, I guess Hollister will be the odd man out. I've known him since he was a kid in Bend, Oregon. His mom used to clean my house, and I was in her wedding to Jake's stepdad. Good kid, Hawks fan. Oh, that's good to hear. Well, and it said, yeah, he's a free agent, so somebody will probably sign him, though. I think he'll catch on somewhere. Useful pass catcher like that, a kid with the wheels that he's got. Somebody will take a flyer on him, but yeah, he's the odd man out. Everett is here to replace him, essentially. The Seahawks Network. Why move Lewis, though? I don't want to see a promising lineman have his career ruined and have the fan base turn on him because he's being moved unnecessarily. Glad you're in agreement with me, Seahawks Network. It just make you scratch your head. Why? Especially since left guards, you could make the argument that you want their biggest plus to their game should be their pass protection, a left guard. That should be the biggest plus to their game, more than being a road grader. Now, I know I thought he was a road grader, but that doesn't mean that the next guy shouldn't be. And when you look at Damian Lewis, he's a road grader. He's not a really great pass protector. He relies upon that center to be helping him in pass protection a lot. So why move him to a spot where you're going to put all of the deficiencies of his game put a spotlight on him? Randall McDown says Rashard Higgins resigned with the Brownies. I like him. Solid player. John Robinson says, I sure hope we use the running back more in the passing game. Me too, John. Me too, especially the screen game, right, John? Part of what these stack fronts and the blitz-heavy approaches the defenses have taken against us over the course of the last few years, the way you counter that is in the screen game. And not just bubble screens, but the traditional screens to the running backs. I'd love to see it. Jay Hornsby says, Parkinson and Everett starters, thoughts? I'm less convinced on Parkinson, Jay Hornsby, and my main reason for that is his run blocking ability. Will Dissly, though he wasn't what he was in his first 2 years as a pass catcher last year, still provided very good run blocking for us at the tight end position. He's going to be better than those two players as run blockers. This still is going to be a team that wants to be balanced and is going to want to run the football. This puts to me Dissly as your starter, your day one starter. Randall says, my thought is if we make another run at it with Russell, we should go all in. Maybe not convert salary, but go get playmakers. Everyone wants one-year deals anyways. You know me, Randall. I want to be all in. You're in the middle of if you're keeping Russell, whether it's a 1 year, 2 year, you're in the middle of a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. If there was any time you needed to go for it, if there was any time to sacrifice salary cap room in the future for the now, this would be it. This would be the time. So I am fully on board with that one. Fully on board. Go for it. I don't care about tomorrow. I don't care about sucking in 2 years from now because you went all in on this year. Do it. Do it. Ethan Ferrand. Any hope for re-signing Dunlap? There is hope, Ethan. Absolute hope. And welcome on to the chat. Look, the defensive end is going to be the one position where there's a lot of defensive ends out there on the market. You know, Yannick Ngakwe's and Ryan Kerrigan's and Justin Houston's. The list goes on and on and on. So it's getting a little bit eaten up now with your Shaq Barrett's going off and your Hassan Riddick's going off and your Leonard Williams going off. Okay, so it's being eaten up a little bit. But there's still going to be a lot of those guys out there. And I would expect them to be able to be very competitive. Maxwell Stern, Eric Stokes ran a 4.2540. He's a cornerback. He's on my list of guys I need to look at, Maxwell. I haven't taken a glance at him. I think I've looked at the other Georgia cornerback there, who's really fun watch as well, a fairly good player. But I have not watched Eric Stokes quite yet. Don't trust these pro days necessarily, these 40 pro days, though, by the way, Maxwell. You're going to have the fastest pro days ever run ever this year because there's not that combine to check those numbers up against, where the combine's the real numbers to operate off of, whereas the pro day numbers are, let's just call them a little bit juiced. The numbers are a little bit fudged, you know, just a tiny little bit there. Yeah, as Seahawks Network says, the hand times are not the most accurate. But he is fast, and he's fast on tape. I think is my first initial blush on him watching. He's fast and a little bit rough in his technique. But I've got to take another look at him. Seahawks Network, what do you think Russ would think of Tyler Lockett trade? Would he understand? Well, I like to say it like this. What would Russ not like Tyler Lockett being traded? No, he wouldn't like Tyler Lockett being traded. But if you said, Russ, we just traded Tyler Lockett, but we just signed Antonio Brown. We're going to then take the pick that we traded Tyler Lockett for and then get you one of the best slot receivers in this draft. And then we'll go sign Josh Gordon in addition. If you did that, do you think he feels mad about that? Do you think he's disgruntled at that point? I don't. I think he'd be pretty okay with that. So, yeah, at first blush, probably like, ooh. But do something on the other side of it that makes him more, then he's okay. UE2K, Carson will be a Patriot. Mark my words. His hard running will go over well in Boston. That Chris Carson, he's a good running back. Chris is running the ball, and he runs the ball well. And do a little bit of a Kennedy Boston accent. That Chris Carson, he's a bull in a china shop. There he is, you know what I'm saying. Bull in a china shop, I tell you. But yeah, you know, Belichick loves him some hard charging running backs, some of those hard to bring down type cats going back to Corey Dillon days. So I would expect him to. They even got that one guy who was, seemed like every year he was playing on a new team, the big running back out of Oregon that they had for a few years there as well. So he does like his big backs that are hard to bring down. He sees a value in that. Deadly Content said, let's give Vontae Burfict a shot. I think he's a middle linebacker. We already got 2 middle linebackers. Dominoes. How you doing, Dominoes? And Deadly Content. Any thoughts on John Ross to Seattle? John Ross just got signed by the New York Gigantes. The Gigantes. The New York Gigantes. Dominoes. So, fortunately, got signed. Unfortunately, he's off the best. Jeremy says he's off the board. The Food Gamer, did you hear about the Watson sexual assault allegations? Like I always say, innocent until proven guilty. It's just sad seeing so much females ruin young and successful athletes. Yeah, I mean, it's the place where, you know, your first initial blush on that is to look at it and go, this seems dodgy. The timing of this seems a little bit off and suspect. But again, you know, we're in the Me Too era as well. And you got to be hesitant to start saying any of that stuff about, you know, taking it away. I always come down to the stuff of we can't really at any point in time draw any conclusions until the process plays out. Let the process play out. Let the investigations take place, and really, truly don't draw any conclusions until you can do so. Sucks for Deshaun, though, if this is what this kind of feels like, which it feels like some shenanigans going on here to keep him from moving on from Houston. The Houston maybe playing a little bit of dirty ball. I don't know if it's that necessarily, but maybe he did something. If you're a quarterback making that money, why you were going to risk an assault? He could get laid by any girls. I don't know. And again, I don't want to throw her under the bus. She could be, maybe he did something horrific. But just the timing of it right now is a little odd. For it to pop off. Seahawks Network, keep the chat moving. He'll end the stream if he catches up. Random McDaniel says, would you take the Bears 1, 2, 3 for 3 years plus your choice? Yep. So Randall says, would I take essentially 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, 3 third-round picks, and a current player for Russ? Yeah. That would be in the no-brainer realm of things for me at that point, Randall. That is amazing draft capital that you could build an amazing team with. You could use that draft capital to bring players in. I mean, there's so much you would be able to do from a flexibility standpoint. There's no way the Bears would ever probably make that move or go that far with it, but I would be on board. I'd be completely on board with that. Swine flu. What do you think of Golden Tate in the slot? He leads the league in yak since he's been in the league. Could play the Robert Woods role running jet sweeps. He could. He's been a little bit more better, I think, in the bubble game than he is in the jet sweep game, Swine flu. But this is a guy that was a former running back converted to wide receiver back in his Notre Dame days. I was a little hesitant at first to be on the Golden Tate train of things. I could probably be talked into it if we're talking about assembling more of a deeper receiving crew than we had last year, which was a more of a top-heavy receiving crew and not as deep. If we can get a little deeper with it and he's an addition to that and you're kind of rounding out those ranks a little bit better, then I can be talked into it. Certainly isn't going to cost a lot of money. I don't think there's a lot more years to his game in this league, but he is an interesting guy after the catch. He is a yak guy. You can't make any argument about that. I've always been odd with him in the slot. It's been tough for me to wrap my mind around Golden in the slot because he was so much of an outside guy when he was really here, but he seems to have transitioned okay into that realm of things as I did a little bit more research on that. Best pass blocker should be left guard, and Gabe is much better pass blocker than Lewis right now. Gabe at left guard. Agreed, 2K. Can't things just be simple at one point or another? You know, can't you just simplify it like that? And that's where I'm at. Like, let's just simplify this. You know, Gabe's the better pass blocker. Damian's going to do just fine over there. Let it be. You know, let it be. Magic Vlogs. Look at the other cornerback from South Carolina. Magic Vlogs. I looked at them both, buddy. I've looked at them both, and I love them both. I love them both. And both of these two guys are on my football team. I'm going to be super happy. Unfortunately, with Mukamua, you're going to have to go get him in the 4th round at this point because I think somebody will probably grab him in the 5th. But, man, there's a lot to like about his game. There's some rough edges, but there's going to be some rough edges, and the guy's 6'4", and still kind of learning the position. But there's a lot of the Brandon Browner stuff to his game. Just being the guy like ridiculously long, ridiculously tall, competitive out there and feisty. His length and size makes up ground when he gets beat in coverage, and you see it over and over again. Mukamua is a great prospect. Great prospect. A guy shouldn't go high, should be a little bit there in later draft. You go get Mukamua, and then you've gotten Akhello Witherspoon, and you've gotten DJ Reed, and you've got Trey Flowers, and you've got your 2 slot cornerbacks at that point. I feel very good about our secondary if that's the case, Magic. So, great suggestion. He's a good player. Fantastic player. Seahawks Network, yeah, I'm 100% against sexual assault and all for respecting women, but this seems very weird with the timing and the accuser is the owner's neighbor. I'm not buying it. Well, that part alone to me is if that is the truth on the Seahawks Network where the accuser is the owner's neighbor, really? And we already know with this ownership group in Texas, they're not exactly known for being the most player pro-friendly ownership group. There's been guys that have come back and said it's a freaking mess there with that ownership group. So very strange, the timing. John Robinson says, does trading for Jackson mean they are playing the comp pick game? They are. They do appear to be playing that comp pick game, John. And right now, by the way it would factor out right now, you've got the Hyde signing, which is which gets you a 7th rounder back. You've got the Shaquille Griffin signing, which gets you a 3rd compensatory pick back. You make the signing now of Gerald Everett, and you've made the signing of Witherspoon. So the Witherspoon signing does flop out that one does sort of kill out the Hyde signing. So that one's out. And then now you've lowered that 3rd round pick with the Everett signing to probably more of a 4th or 5th round compensatory pick. But you do still have KJ Wright out there who might get you something. And we have one other guy, I'm spacing on his name right now, but there's one other guy that's going to probably get us a compensatory game. One of you guys will probably let me know who I'm trying to think of here with this. But there is another guy out there available as well. So I think there's somebody else that we could get something for. Maxwell Cern says, David Andrews liked Adam Schefter's Instagram post about the Seahawks trading for Jackson. Does that mean anything? Absolutely. It means he's coming. He's all but signed is what that means, Maxwell. I don't know. Maybe not. We'd have to see, did they once play together in college? Do they know each other? But offensive linemen probably like other offensive linemen remaining paid, and maybe he thinks it's a good situation for him. But I hope so. I hope it means Andrews is shortly then on his way. But John, as I was thinking about it, you asked about Jackson, meaning are they playing the comp pick game? I don't know that it necessarily does with getting Everett. Maybe they aren't playing that as much, because you could have just a late third with the Griffin pick and then just hold on to the waiver guys at that point. It doesn't look like they're going that route, though. James Tomlinson says, Hawk Talk is live too. I choose you. Ah, brother. You hit me right in the heart, James. You hit me right in the heart. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, though, patience will when the Hawks get a serious haul later in this offseason. What do you think the Hawks could bring in after June? I'm with you on this, James. A big part of this, I think, in recommending patience to everybody as we go through this process now is the understanding that this offseason of guys being cut and on the market is going to stretch throughout the whole offseason. Teams are, I think, really trying to hold off to the last minute to release these guys. And my contention on it has been, James, that what teams will do is wait till the last second to release player A, who they really like and they don't want to let back on the market because they know he'll get paid if there are the available teams on the market who have the money to pay said guy. If you hold them on, you wait till May 24th, and then you're like, hey, sorry, we got to release you. He's like, hey, what the F? Nobody's got any money to spend on me now. And then they go, that's too bad, but we got a little bit left off this money we saved of you. We can maybe get near to what we were paying on you before. I think a lot of teams are going to try to be playing in that loyalty factor and, stay with the horse you're riding on and all that stuff. But that does mean that there will be those players available. And if you can be one of those teams who can maintain that flexibility throughout the offseason, even going up into the start of the season, even up into that trade deadline point, you're able to maybe snatch yourself some really good players at that point. And again, get some serious depressed value, James. Serious depressed value. But thank you for choosing me, man. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you. Seahawks Network, Stokes is Georgia and Mukamua is South Carolina. I think if we don't re-sign KJ, that we go with a 4-3 hybrid with Adams as will linebacker and Blair and Diggs at safety. A 4-2-5 hybrid. Think about it. Fast, to the ball. This was what I thought they were going to look at maybe doing a little bit more of last year when they traded for Adams. I thought that they would lean a little bit more in this direction. And certainly the 3 safety looks in college are starting to come along and become more of a commonplace. I've long contended that one of the places that's opened up for this team to become innovative with and to consider is to move to more of the 3 safety look rather than the 4-3 base that they were falling in love with a couple of years ago. Go to more of a 3 safety look with the 2 linebacker set, especially a guy in Jamal Adams who's essentially a hybrid between a safety and a linebacker. I think it makes a lot of sense. And scheme specific wise, there was my buddy D-Mac got me onto this a couple last year when they were bringing on Adams, was looking at Adams in this predator role. It's called the predator role. Go look it up. It's an Alabama defense, and they run this predator look. And it's essentially the playmaker really near the line of scrimmage, never knowing what he's going to do. Maybe he could be covering this guy, maybe covering that guy. He doesn't have a set sort of exact role that he plays within the defense. He's almost the freelancer at that point in the defense, but it's a very interesting role. And one I thought Seattle would maybe more look to try to utilize with a guy like Adams. They just didn't really do much of it. They kept him more in a traditional strong safety look at the end of the day. But I like where you're at, AI, because again, you're getting Blair on the field at that point. And man, you get Blair, you get Adams, and you get Brooks on the field at the same time. You've got 3 guys that all 3 can level guys. 3 legitimate hard-hitting players out on that field at that point. Add in KJ Wright, Bobby Wagner. I mean, you're gonna be creating some alligator arms out there. A lot of little alligator arms, little T-Rex arms out there trying to reach for balls over the middle. So I like it. I like it. Swine Flu says Mike Davis would be my choice to pair with Penny. Cheap and versatile. Boy, was he impressive last year. Watching Mike Davis run for Carolina was watching a player who had bounced around the league, loves the game, loves playing, trying to remain in the league, doing whatever it takes. I mean, he's a guy that's been really a jukey, shifty type of guy, and you watched him running with some force last year. Love to see that in that guy. I liked him when he was here. I thought he was a very effective player for us when he was here. I wouldn't be down on him at all. I don't think he's going to cost a lot. Like you said, cheap, and he is versatile. Catches the ball well out of the backfield. I can't argue with that swine flu, and he would be better than what you've got behind Penny. He's better, far better than Dallas, far better than Homer. Probably better, not probably, he is better than Alex Collins. So I like it. I like it. John Robinson says, do you think Carson would fetch us a third-round comp pick? No, he's going to make about, I think he gets probably in the $6 million range thing, six-ish, probably, 6.5. That probably gets you more into the 5th to 6th round range of things. Ethan Ferrand, considering the Everett signing, what's up, Ethan? Considering the Everett signing and his familiarity with Waldron, do you see us going after Reynolds? I think it's absolutely a possibility, Ethan. You know, it certainly is going to be in that realm of things for us to look at. But yeah, I think that there's a benefit to being able to have knowledge of this scheme, especially wide receiver wise, and what you're going to ask the wide receivers to do, because it's going to be a little different than what you've asked wide receivers to do, historically speaking here. Specifically, what you're going to ask them to do in the run blocking game. So getting a guy like that with that kind of familiarity could help. I thought he would be a target this offseason, a guy they do look at. I don't want him as a number 2. If you moved on from Lockett, I don't want Reynolds as a number 2. But as a 3-4 guy, a 3rd or 4th wide receiver on your team, I'm okay with that, especially if he doesn't cost a whole lot, Ethan. Can't break the bank for that guy. The Seahawks Network, are comp picks based on what they were paid or how much they paid or how good they were, or is it a combination of both? Combination of both. It's a secret sauce formula, Seahawks Network. So we sort of all can guess the formula based off past history, but nobody really knows what the formula exactly is. But yes, it's essentially it's supposed to be based essentially between the playing time, what they got in the field, and then what you paid them in contract. A little bit of a 50-50 between the both of them. Josiah McNeil. Hello, Josiah. A lot of great new faces in here. I love to see that. Josiah says, we got Gerald Everett and Gabe Jackson. Pretty good second day start to the free agency, isn't it, Josiah? I think we all felt really good with it. We started out, people were pretty low. We started out the stream, we were in Lowesville, man. We were kicking rock down the street, cussing under our breath. But now I think everybody, like, shoulders are lifting a little bit, heads raising up a bit. Okay, we're dancing here. You know? We're right on the outside fringe of the green now. We just need to get this thing put in. So I think we're feeling better about this now, Josiah. They needed to make these kind of moves, and these are great moves to see made. Feel very solid about it. And let's face it, the guy in Everett, I mean, you know, I talk again about value versus paying. You know, I got player A and I got player B. And player A is 90% of player B. But player B is going to cost 4 times the amount of player A. Isn't it always every time smarter to then go with player A? And when you look at Gerald Everett and Jonnu Smith and you put the comparison between the two of them, look at what Jonnu Smith made as a contract at 25 years old. And then look what Gerald Smith just got on a 1-year deal at 26 years old. What's the smarter money spent at that point? In my opinion, you're smarter with the 90% guy at essentially 1/4 of the cost. Tommy Eden, Raiders ran a lot of outside zone, didn't they? This could be why Gabe was sagged. Yeah, people were saying initially, Tommy, that he's not a scheme fit, but I think the Raiders ran a pretty wide variance of their running game. They weren't just an inside-outside team. They would do a lot of both things. Certainly the running back there is probably a little bit better as an inside runner than an outside runner, but I think Gabe will be able to handle it. I think he'll be able to handle it, and especially if we're looking at it in the respect of what were the other options available out there, and then in comparison to last year, much better. Much better. The Seahawks, the one thing I am 100% confident in is Brandon will never pronounce Mukamua right. You're absolutely right on that. I'm going to give up. I'm going to call him the Mook. He's the Mook. The Muck. He's the Muck. I'm calling him the Muck. Because that's what it's like when you try to catch a football against him. You're in the muck. Randall McDaniel, I bet Marvin Jones could cost more than $7 million a year. Wonder why Galladay is still available. Galladay's got, I think, a little bit with the injury stuff. Was banged up a little bit of a trust throw guy, one trick pony with him, where teams are kind of like, well, he goes deep down the field and you sort of throw it up for him. It's not necessarily him generating separation. It's got to be kind of just the right fit for him with the right quarterback. I still think Galladay will get paid, though. He's the best receiver out there on the market, and somebody's going to give him some money. John Robinson says, "Who's for sexual assault?" That's like that old Bill Burr bit where he's talking about the wife beaters, the women beaters, and like there being the advertisements for stopping. He's like, "Do we still need these advertisements? Has word not gotten out about this? You know, is there a guy out there beating a girl and he sees the advertisement come on? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, upsy daisy, baby, I'm sorry." I thought it was kind of a good point by him as a comic. But yeah, I don't think anybody's in for that. Stephen Donovan Shorts. What's up, Stephen? Good to have you on in the stream. Just showed up, slightly unrelated, but I wish we could get Mitchell Shorts. And since he played for the Giants, you might know why. He's a sweet lineman signing for us. Dream is David Andrews. Well, the David Andrews dream might be more realistic than the Schwartz one. The question with Schwartz is that the injury that I understand that he's had, Stephen, is one that could be a career-threatening type injury. There's wonder if he can come back from this injury. I'm not sure. But he had one of the great offensive runs in playoff history 2 years ago when they won that Super Bowl, and how he played on the outside and what he did. I don't think he gave up a single pressure in the whole playoff. All 4 of the playoff games that the Niners played, 3 playoff games the Niners played, he was absolutely fantastic for them, and had a good couple-year run there with the Chiefs. But that is the question with him, is if he is healthy enough to play anymore, which I don't know that he is. And it's a lot of the reason why I think that the Chiefs were willing to cut and release him, because if he could play, if he still was having a chance to get back on the field, I think the Chiefs would have probably held on to him and then just released Fisher. But they released them both. But Andrews will absolutely, I think, Stephen, be a target. Him along with Austin Blythe and Ryder would be the 3 centers I think Seattle does take a look at here. Would be fits and would be people that they look at as an upgrade. So I think Andrews is right there, man. But I like Mitchell Schwartz, man. I loved the I think Samuel Gold did a video on him a couple years ago. Or it was Brett Collerman he had a great title that he called him the Giant Killer. I thought it was a great video on him. If you ever have a chance, check that one out. But Schwartz would be fun. If he can play, he's fun. The Seahawks Network says that's probably the wildest thing an owner would have done to get back at a player. Like, bruh. Oh, seriously, dude. Like, talk about crossing lines. And you already have and like this is not going to get out to the rest of the players throughout the league that you're playing this kind of dirty ball. Like, do you ever want your organization to become a destination location? Do you ever want to be a place people want to come play? You already got the Cowboys there, where if you got local boys who are from Houston, from Texas, that want to play for a local Texas team, they want to play for the Cowboys. What, do you want to make yourself a complete pariah in that state? That they're doing it wrong in Houston, and they've been doing it wrong now for a while. And if this is that, disappointing to see. John Robinson says Chris Carson will fetch a comp pick. Yeah, he will. He will fetch a comp pick. You can make that. I mean, that will get you something back, as long as you don't sign something back to offset it. It's all about the offset here too. So if they don't dive in, if they go for more released guys or they trade for guys, then that's one way to get around that. But yeah, he should get you at least a 5th to 6th round comp pick and what he's going to make. Jay Hornsby, Benjamin St. Juice, thoughts on this guy? It was rough tape that I watched on him, Jay Hornsby. Go watch the Penn State tape of him on YouTube. It's available on YouTube. And just go watch him on it. And you're going to walk away going, this is an undrafted free agent. And maybe I need to watch more tape. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of tape available outside of a highlight tape with him, which highlight tapes are fine, but I need to watch game film on a guy to get a true read on him. He's a guy that's got the size. He looks it. He's a late guy to the cornerback position, so there's some room there for maybe him to develop. He played in the zone concept there at Minnesota, so he's a fit in the zone scheme in that respect. But his footwork, and he's got a good back pedal. His footwork's a little bit dicey. He opens up his hips far too early. He is a guy that I watched him on one route where he's playing off coverage and got completely turned around on a post route, which I don't know how he was able to have that happen to him on the Penn State tape. Just not good tape at all that I watched of him. So to me, he's an undrafted free agent at this point. There's too many other good cornerbacks in this draft. It's too deep. It's way too deep at the cornerback position to think that he should be drafted. Got the size, played in the scheme. Maybe there's more upside because he just hasn't had a lot of time to play the position. But I'm not high on St. Just at this point. AI, when will be the trade deadline? Week 6 of the football season, I believe, is the trade deadline. They may have extended it to week 8, but I think it's week 6. Y2K, HA, what's up, Y2K? I'd like to get a rotational 3 tech and a 1 tech in addition to a center and a 1-2-3 des. Just got to clear some cap space, trade Bobby, Lockett, and Diggs. Well, if you trade all three of them, you could do it then, but you would probably have to do all that to get that to that point. I don't know if you need a one tech as much. You kind of have 3 one techs on the roster right now. I mean, that's basically what you have right now. You don't have really a true 3 tech as we stand right now. Reed can do it. Puna can do it, but it's not really their game. So I just think with those guys, I go more 3 tech and 2 defensive ends if I had to. Jane Hornsby, thoughts on Cade Johnson? Just watched his tape last night, actually. I was talking a little bit about him a second ago. Sorry, I'm trying to get to where I have my notes on him. Where did I get the Cade stuff? Here we go. So, again, and don't mean to not be high on these guys you're mentioning, Jay Hornsby. I'm just not super high on Cade Johnson. To me, he's a 7th round guy. 5'11", played at South Dakota State, limited competition level. He looks like a 4.55 guy to me. Not really long, probably only going to be a slot guy at the next level. He's just slot specialist at this point. Got a great knack for creating separation off the line of scrimmage. He's got good footwork in order to get the cornerback to buy in on his first move, and then he counters it really well to create quick separation and get open, and I think that's going to translate at the NFL level. But he's got a very small catch radius. He's competitive at the high point of the ball, just can't high point very high. So he's a little limited there in that respect. Not super explosive, not a guy that's going to really do much deep for you, kind of a one-trick pony in that respect. Just didn't do a lot for me, and again, factoring in he's playing at South Dakota State in the level of competition, that kind of puts him down on my list. There's a lot of other receivers I think I'm a little bit higher on than this guy. The Seahawks Network, Adams at Sam linebacker, wouldn't work with Adams at Sam linebacker. Remember, the Sam linebacker Seahawks Network has got to be up over the tight end, and so that means he's jamming all the time. And one of the reasons it worked really well for KJ Wright to make the transition from early down Will to early down Sam is because KJ's 6'5", and has got some long arms, so he's going to have some real advantages when it comes to setting the edge against the tight end. I think Adams is going to struggle in that kind of role. If you're going to move Adams to any linebacker, you want the Will off ball where he can use his speed and move in space. This is where you get into a little bit of the tough period between him and Brooks because Brooks can't play Sam either. So it's a little bit of, there's not a great answer right now on the roster at the Sam role as we stand right now. Blair and Diggs are interesting to you at safety. That could be interesting. You'd be a little bit better maybe at coverage. C's Velasquez. Wow, this guy's still going. Awesome. You guys keep me going, man. You keep me going. Though I am catching up on the chat, so we're getting there. We're getting there. V-Hawks says, do you think the Gabe Jackson trade was a good trade for the Hawks? I think it was an outstanding trade for the Hawks, V-Hawks, especially when you're considering the lack of available options on the open market or via trade. Left guard is just one of those positions. There's not a lot of good ones out there in the league. So, or guard position in general, there's not a lot of positions, not a lot of available ones out there. So there wasn't a lot of good options available. You found a good option. You upgraded the position. You didn't spend a lot of money to do it. You didn't give up a lot of draft capital to do it. I think those are all plus moves from every Seahawks fan standpoint, and you've got to consider the trade a win because of that. John Robinson, doesn't play time factor in with the comp picks as well? Yes, it does. Absolutely, it does. Randall McDaniel, how much would you pay KJ to return? Like $5 million? I wouldn't go that high. I think he's like a $3 million guy, and I'm struggling to go up that high for what's going to be essentially a Sam linebacker who becomes Will on passing downs. But $3 million, probably about that. That'd be about as high as I'd want to go. That's about it. My 5 is still a little too rich for me, Randall. Dominoes, what do you think about Juju as a number 3 wide receiver or replacement for Lockett? I'm a bit on the fence with Juju Dominoes because it seems like his production's it's fallen off the table the second Antonio Brown went away, which is a little bit odd because with Antonio going away, he should have more targets, should have more available options, should be more productive. But that's not been the case. That's a little bit disconcerting. Makes you wonder if Antonio and the respect he was given, the double teams he was given, opened up Juju to operate a little bit more fluidly. I might think that that's a little bit more of the case. But if you're talking about getting Juju at a cheaper level, at not an expensive con, I'm not paying him $10 million a year. I'm not paying him $8 million a year. If I can pay him at a more realistic level as far as a contract goes, then I'm open to it, especially if I have moved on from Tyler Lockett. Randall McDaniel says, I don't think Everett's $6 million deal cancels out Shaquille's $14.5 million, maybe moves from a third to a fourth. Carson and KJ will tilt our way too. Yeah, that's the way I see it too on this, Randall. So as I think if the ever deal pushes it up to about a fourth off of a third. So you do still get some value back, but it does push it up a little bit. Randall says we need wide receiver help, need a playmaker. I agree, man. I agree. There's some guys out there. Antonio Brown. You can get Josh Gordon and Antonio Brown and draft a guy if you wanted. There are some options out there, and there are some options out there in trade at wide receiver. So it's a little bit more of an easier position to go out there and find, I think, some other assets rather than, let's say, the guard position, which is going to be tough, or the center position, which is going to be tough. Emmanuel Mendahane, my patron, hello. How you doing, Emmanuel? Thank you for your patronage. Says, hey, guys, over the moon about the Gabe Jackson trade. Russ liked Corbin Smith's tweet about Russ being happy and getting some protection. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I think we're all stoked about this one, Emmanuel. I think everyone is. And why shouldn't you be? What's the loss on this trade? What's the downside on this deal? Hard to see it from my standpoint of things. It seems like a plus all the way through the roof. Good move. And again, upgrading this offensive line was the biggest thing I wanted to see this offseason. It was my number one priority. Well, you've done it at one of the positions. You do it at center. I would be a hypocrite not to be standing up and clapping my hands at that point. Is it getting the game changers at the position I might have wanted? A Pro Bowl level talent like a Thuney or something in that range at the center position like a Rodney Hudson? Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's not bad. And it's, again, it's going to be my common theme throughout this thing. It's that Rolling Stone lyric that just keeps dancing through my head. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes you get what you want. But you get just what you need. Oh, yeah, now. I think we're getting what we need. But we're pretty over the moon on it too, Manuel. Pretty happy. That with the Gerald Everett signing, pretty good day. Pretty good. Joseph Rhodes, how about Mike Davis? I think Mike Davis would be a very good option. I think he will. I don't think he's going to cost a lot of money, Joseph. I think he's a guy that worked well here when he was here prior. He's worked well with Carolina. Didn't work as good with Chicago. I felt like Chicago really didn't maybe know as much how to utilize him as well as, they were kind of in a flux type state when he arrived there. But, yeah, I like it a lot as well. I'm digging the Mike Davis potential as well, if that they want to look at him. So I'm okay with that. He's a good player. Not a game changer, but a very good back. And, man, his jukes alone make him fun to watch, don't they? The amount of guys that he crosses over and the ankles he breaks, it's pretty awesome. Randall McDaniel says, I wonder if Michael Thomas gets dealt. It's going to be very hard with their situation, Randall, because they've got their players on that team that they've got to eventually cut off him to get underneath the cap. He's one of those guys because he's just signed the new deal. By them trading him, they take actually a dead money hit by moving off from him. So would you be able to get him to restructure? I don't know. They're going to have to essentially take a dead money hit to move him, which means any team that then takes him has to give them the draft resources all like we needed with Russell Wilson and his $39 million dead money to then make up for the dead money hit that the Saints then have to take or flip back equivalent type cheap players in return. Not necessarily certain that you're going to find a trade partner like that for that. Seahawks Network, didn't David Andrews miss the entire season because of blood clots? That is correct. That is correct. Highlight tapes makes anybody look good. True, Seahawks Network. True. It's very easy. It's why that game film is so important with these guys. I want to see play in and play out what you're doing. Play in and play out. I want to see what you're doing. It's a 3rd and 8 and you're a cornerback. Can you play the sticks? Can you stay on top and then still play the sticks at the same time? And so much is informed by watching the game tape, play in and play out. Michael Myers, are we signing Todd Gurley too? Just kidding. But man, I think it's another miss on a tight end. Glad I caught this live. When I miss live, I always catch replay. Thank you for all you do. Michael, thank you, man. I appreciate you watching, even if you're not able to catch it live, man. There's been a couple of folks, are we turning into the Seahawks, NFC West, the Seattle NFC West Seahawks? And there was a little bit of plucking from competition that you've done here, especially you could end up going for Austin Blythe here too, former Ram center, so you could continue the trend. Feel good about this tight end. This is a good tight end you should feel good about. I don't think it's a miss. This isn't what you had in the last 2 big tight end money deals that you've made, and I'm going to mispronounce the name. What was it, Dixon, that you got from the Carolina Panthers? And then you also then got Greg Olsen. And those guys were 2 aging, somewhat injury-prone players who had seen their best days. That's who they were. Gerald Everett's going to be 26 years old. He's not been used to death like Olsen had been. He's not coming in with a whole bunch of injury concerns. He's a guy that you desperately need, Michael, for this team and this roster, being a move tight end. They call it the Joker tight end in this, or at least that's what Carroll's usually called the move tight end in his offenses. You needed that. And Hollister was that last year, and he wasn't a talented enough player to get done what they need to get done from that role, being the pass-catching tight end of the tight end, being the Joker tight ends. So he fits that mark, and I think he's going to be a real good fit for us because of that. Real good fit for us. He's going to know the scheme. He's going to hit the ground running. I don't expect him to go out there and put a 1,000-yard receiving year up, but I expect him to be very productive. A very good player, and Russell Wilson is going to love the hell out of this kid. Trade deadline was moved to week 8 12 years ago. There we go. Well, it only takes me 12 years to come around to these things, Seahawks Network. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes. Dante King. Hello, Dante. Have you seen film on Paulson Acebo in this year's draft? I have. Dante, let me grab my big book. He's actually, because he's Acebo, he's the first name that comes up in my book. So I've nicknamed him, or his nickname's Glue. I love that nickname on a cornerback, Glue. He's a long, tall cornerback who plays even longer than his 6'1" frame. He plays like a 6'3" guy. He's just long as hell. I mean, just takes up a lot of space with his size. Down the field, he deep blankets guys as well as anybody in the draft. I think both him and Caleb Farley are the best in the draft at taking away taking off the top type players, the players that want to take the top off the defense, being that they don't necessarily need that cover 2 high safety on the back end to cover things up for them and protect them. They can stay on top of guys. They're not going to get stacked on routes going deep. And they show a very good ability to do that. And they do it within the context of playing a zone scheme very similar to Seattle. So you'll see them 7 to 8 yards off, and then they start to drop further in coverage off the snap, protecting against that deep ball while still being able to drive on the ball and come up and make a play. It's a very hard skill to pick up on. We saw a guy in Shaquille Griffin, I think, kind of struggled in picking this ability up in this scheme. But he's a guy that shows some of that ability. He struggles on comeback routes. He struggles on shorter routes. This is going to happen with a taller cornerback. This is going to happen with a taller cornerback playing in our kind of particular type scheme like he was playing in Stanford, off coverage zone. You're protecting against a deep ball predominantly, so that is going to open stuff up a little bit underneath for you. He's not the best tackler, not super physical in the run game. He can take some poor angles. If he's just coming downhill at the ball carrier, just right down, and it's very simple and easy for him, he'll make a solid tackle. He can even lay a little bit of a hit. But when it's not simple, when there's a little misdirection on the play, when he's not always certain about where he's going, it gets a little bit rough for Mr. Paulson. He does play a little bit too far off coverage for me at times. This is what opens up some of those underneath routes. Almost like sometimes he's not trusting his deep speed enough. He thinks he's going to get beat. That makes me concerned about whether or not he's got enough speed on the outside to operate. I think he does. I think he was a young guy. He hasn't had enough time to kind of come as a development. He sat out all last year. So he didn't even play last year at all. So we're watching, 2019 sophomore tape, essentially, a really young player at that point in time. He does have fantastic ball skills. He'll drape on a guy, but he won't always look for the ball. But he is sticky in coverage. He can stay on top of a guy in that respect. His technique is a little sloppy. I'd expect sloppy technique from a sophomore cornerback who is a little bit tall. And then my last note is he is a little stiff in his hips. His change of direction is a little bit questionable. Still, he's a pure scheme fit for what we do, playing the off coverage, playing the zone scheme, kick step technique, into bail coverage. All those things he would be able to do very well. I like him in around that 5th round area of things. I don't want to go any higher than that. He will be a guy I think it will fall because of some of the rough edges that he has to his game, but he's absolutely a Seahawks cornerback. And let's face it, Dante, we did pretty good with an oversized cornerback coming out of Stanford a couple years ago, didn't we? Worked out pretty well for us the first time. Maybe we can duplicate those results. Swine flu. If we trade Reed, do you like Jarrell Casey? Pro Football Focus has him getting a 1-year, $5 million deal. He's coming off a fairly major injury last year, swine flu, which makes me hesitant, but I still thought he was a pretty useful player for the Titans when they moved off from him to the Broncos last year. I didn't think he was a guy that was completely done as a guy. Getting a little older, for only a $3.6 million savings for a guy coming off a major injury for a much older player, probably not enough of a savings for me on that swine flu. If you get a guy like Jarrell Casey on a 1-year, $3 million deal, and we're talking about saving now $5.6 million, now you got my interest. now I'm with it. But not at that price. I need a little bit more savings than that. That's too high to spend on a guy kind of in that territory of things. The Bengals are signing former Browns defensive lineman Larry Ogunjobi, source said, on a 1-year deal. More help on defense for Cincy as he stays in the division. Solid guy. Just a solid rotational defensive tackle. I think he had a pretty good year for them last year. So good on the Bengals. I think it's been a little bit of a up and down free agency period for them, but what are the Bengals going to do? It's always a little bit odd for them. AI, I still think they're using that second round pick on O-line unless something like another DK falls to us. They could. It wouldn't be a bad place to pick that lineman. The value is there, AI. It's a good value for center, good value for guard, great value for tackle. Right at that spot we're picking in the second round. Wide receiver is going to be pretty deep throughout this draft. Offensive line, you're good up until about the 4th round, really. So that would put the onus probably upon drafting offensive linemen at that point. Jace, when you're reading this, I will be back. Also, what do you think of Gabe Jackson? Love Gabe Jackson, Jace. Love it. Nothing not to like in this move. I'd like to restructure him and get his cap hit down maybe a little bit if they can. That would be my only one thing I'd hope for. But considering what was available out there, considering there wasn't a lot you could go grab, they made a good of a tough situation. They made a good of a tough situation. And a 5th round pick is good value for a guy who's one of the better pass protecting guards in this league, bare minimum. Michael Myers says, Jesus, Everett had 116 catches over almost 4 full seasons and 8 touchdowns. This money should have gone to Dunlap. Well, it's a 1-year, $6 million deal, Michael, and we don't know that Dunlap's going to take a 1-year, $6 million deal. Seattle attempted to renegotiate with Dunlap before they released him, and he wasn't willing to sign a new deal. I think he thinks he's going to be paid more than that money. I also think that this doesn't preclude us from going out and signing Dunlap. As far as his catches go, I think the thing to consider the final thing to kind of consider with this is that the Rams, though they are a very innovative offense and they do think outside the box, they are not a pass-happy offense. I think Goff barely maybe threw for 4,000 yards a couple seasons ago. They are a run-heavy team, very run-heavy. And they're our team as well, Michael, that's had a lot of pass catchers. Gerald Everett's had another tight end on that roster at the same time as him, who's been a very good pass catcher, and Tyler Higbee. They've also had Cooper Kupp and Brandon Cooks and Robert Woods and Reynolds and Van Jefferson. They've had a lot of wide receivers to throw to throughout that time period as well. So it's going to mean you're not going to need to feature that guy as much. He's just going to be a rotational guy within there. So, I think, look at the Myers, to understand the value on this Myers, go look at Jonnu Smith's contract. Jonnu Smith is a better run blocker than Gerald Everett, but that's probably the only place he's better at in his game. They're both very similar as far as athletes and what they can do in the pass catching game. And you look at Jonnu Smith, he's making basically 4 times as much as what Everett's going to make this year on a multi-year deal. You gave Everett a 1-year flyer. So that to me makes it a smart move. Jay Hornsby was thinking if all else fails, might be okay with Posick and Waldron's offense. Posick, sorry. Yep, they may fall back on that. And I can't think that there's going to be a big market for Ethan. So if you've got to go that direction and you've upgraded at least your left guard and maybe you go into the draft and find a center in the draft to compete with Posick, I wouldn't feel horrible about that. Enrique M says we should sign Golden Tate for cheap. There have been rumors connecting him with us, Enrique. So it's not completely out of bounds that it could happen. He certainly has been in contention. I would say that, like Jay Hornsby says below you there, I'd rather go get an AB. If we're talking about the contracts being of similar value, I'm more for an AB guy. Enrique M says Josh Gordon ain't coming back to the NFL. Stop it. Maybe not. A guy can hope, right? Guy can hope. AI, do we get a comp pick for Griffin? We do. We do get a comp pick for Griffin. So you get the way this would work is it would be it's third round pick for Griffin out the gate with that contract, 7th round for Hyde. The Hyde thing gets flipped around for the Witherspoon signing, so that's off the board. Now you only have the 3rd round pick. You sign Everett, that moves that 3rd round pick to a 4th round pick as we stand right now. Michael Myers says, don't know if Josh Gordon would want to come here or back to the NFL. He's killing the fan-controlled league and can hang with Johnny Football again. True, maybe not. Plus, he doesn't have to do all the testing and stuff, so makes sense. AI, what are the best free agent guards or centers still available that we might target still? I don't think that we're going to target another guard at this point. I think you're spending $9.5 million on guy we just traded for. It's getting late in the stream here. The guy you just traded for, I don't think you're going to go for another guard. Center, the three guys on my list are Leiter, I think from Kansas City, Leiter. You have, you've got Andrews from New England, and then you got Austin Blythe from the Rams, who was their starting center last year. So still some good options. Deadly Contact, Mikey might have accidentally timed you out. Sorry about that. Mods are getting tired like I am once we're getting almost 6 hours into the stream. Thomas E., I don't know who he is, but we traded for Gabe Jackson. He's been a very solid upper-level guard in this league, Thomas. So not a Pro Bowler necessarily, not an all-pro guard, but just a notch below that in the level of an upper-level guard. Better than league average. I would expect that's what we've got. Only cost you a 5th-round pick. It's a good deal. Seahawks Network, Lawyer Lemoy was at UW. Randall, I think he might have accidentally timed you out if he did. He didn't mean to. Is T.Y. Hilton still available? Yep. He shouldn't cost too much. I'd expect he's in probably about a $7 million a year contract, $6 million a year contract. I'm glad I got you finally sold on the trading Tyler for this. I think I always had you sold on that, Randall. So I think you're always on board for that. But yeah, you could get a T.Y. Hilton and a Marvin Jones for the same cost of Tyler and then trade Tyler for a 2nd-round pick. I think you absolutely could get that. Seahawks gaming, was Lawyer Malloy good? Lawyer Malloy was fantastic. You go back to his University of Washington days. One of the first freaky safeties that they've really had from locally. I think we've had a couple since then. Buda Baker, for instance. But Malloy was great. Strong safety, box guy, good, very, very good blitzer. Excellent blitzer, actually. But a very complete player. Tough thing for him is right about the time the New England Patriots won a Super Bowl and he was in some tough negotiations to try to get a contract. The Patriots moved him, I think, the Bills. He would be more well-known, might even be up in the Hall of Fame realm of things if he had remained with New England throughout that time frame. Tough for him, tough break for him, but Lawyer was a very, very good player. Very good player. And yeah, he played for us in his last year. Had a pretty good year, too. Randall says, is there any thought at all Penny, Hart, or the kid we drafted from Hawaii, John Ursoa, could challenge for the slot? I know we're very limited experience, but they've been in the program, developmental guys. I think both would have a chance at the slot. They both have a chance to compete in free agency. They're both on the roster, but it would be a competition. That Ursoa is a specialist. Penny's more of a slot guy, I think, at the end of the day. They both have the makeup and the build for it. Whether or not I would count on them, I don't know. Michael Saylor, is Will Fuller available? He is. I think he's probably going to go to some other team that's more needy of wide receivers than us, though. I think he's going to make some money. So he's a darling of Pro Football Focus. They've got him attached to just about every damn team, it seems like. Good player, good deep threat, kind of a one-trick pony in that respect at times to me, but he is a good player. See, I really like Penny as a slot guy, but only slot. Both him and Ursoa are slot. Ursoa's 5'9" as well, and Ursoa's got 30-inch arms, and that's not going to get it done on the outside. So they both got to get it done in the slot if they're going to get it done. Leroy Esteban. How you doing, Leroy? I am doing amazing. Way better than when I started out this stream, when I was bummed out and worried that the Seahawks were going to muddle their way through this offseason. But it looks like they're going to do something. We're at least going to try to be competitive here. So I'm feeling better now, man. Feeling much better. Washi, I'm not going to do people on the show today, man. I'm 6 hours into the show. We'll pick it back up on Sunday. We'll do the call-in on that. And I'll try to do it earlier on Sunday after we get through. But I kind of wanted to talk through a lot of the things and see where the chat was. We had plenty of other stuff kind of talked about on it. Not for sale. We need to get Fournette and pair him. Not for sale. I'm on board with that 100%, man. Wouldn't they be a good pairing? I call them Thunder and Lightning, man. Thunder and Lightning. Perfect for the Pacific Northwest. Perfect. Leroy Esteban says, what's next? I'm guessing what's next is going to be they're going to address the center position next. Center, or we're probably going to look at defensive end, a pass rusher. So if I had to guess, I'd say Austin Blythe. That'd be my wild guess. Austin Blythe or Andrews from New England are going to be the next move coming down the pike. Though we're going to have to restructure. So maybe I should say the next move's got to be a restructure. You're going to see one of either Tyler Lockett moved, Russell Wilson base money converted to bonus, or something else. Always Compete. Greetings. Hello, Always Compete. How you doing? What does everyone think about Rodney Hudson from the Raiders? Just released. Unfortunately, always compete. Rodney Hudson got traded to the Arizona Cardinals. They plucked him for a third-round pick. I don't think we could have been in on that deal, so drats, Unfortunately, it didn't go all bad because we got Gabe Jackson. So we were able to trade with the Raiders for a fifth-round pick for Gabe Jackson. He'll be our starting left guard next year. I think we're all feeling a lot better about the left guard situation than what we thought when we walked into today. So very encouraging. It's not going to be a rookie there trying to make do or find his way. It's going to be a veteran who knows what he's doing out there, who's good in pass protection. Should be encouraged by that. Still now need to address the center position, but we're starting to turn this offensive line a little bit more further into what I've hoped we could eventually make it, which is a strength of this football team rather than being a weakness. Randall McDaniel says, is Lewis ceiling about Gabe Jackson peak? No, not necessarily. I don't know if Lewis will ever be the pass blocker that Gabe Jackson was, but I don't know if Gabe Jackson will ever be the run blocker that Lewis is. So it makes it hard to make a determination between them in a comparative value. Yes, if we're just making it from that standpoint, Randall, like the equivalency of what Gabe Jackson's pass protection is will be the equivalency of Lewis as a run blocker, and the equivalency of Gabe Jackson as a run blocker will be the equivalency of Lewis as a pass blocker. So if we say it like that, then yes, that's probably a good comparison. Jay Hornsby, great chat. So day, but happy. So day, but happy. Thanks, Brandon. Go Hawks. Thank you, Jay Hornsby. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you much. David Phillips, besides offensive line, what is our most pressing need that the draft is lacking in? The most pressing need that the draft is lacking in, I would say, is pass rushers, David. Pass rushers would be the place that you don't want to go into this draft looking for a pass rusher. And right now, with having released Dunlap and knowing how big a hole the pass rush has been over the last couple of years, you don't want to leave that. You don't want to leave that. We've been in that boat before. We'll just rely on we'll rely on a couple of our four guys. We'll rely on Allen Robinson or LJ Collier or Dell Taylor or Rasheem Green. One of those guys will pop. One of those guys has to pop. Do they? We don't know that. So we need some more certainty at rusher. There's a lot of question marks in this draft as far as rusher. They're going to get taken off the board. Even the decent ones that are available, they aren't going to be there in the second round. So you got to get that work done in this offseason in the free agent period. It's the only way to get it done. Luckily, that's the deepest part of this free agent class is the pass rushers. By far the deepest. Domino's, do you like DJ Reed as a returner? And if not, who would you like to see there? I don't like DJ Reed as a returner because I don't want to have my best cornerback returning footballs on a normal basis. I think that can lead to injury. It'd be horrible to see him getting injured on a kick or punt return, and now you're down your best cornerback. So no, I don't want to see it from that standpoint. I think the kick return and punt return game has been reduced by the NFL due to the changes in rules that they've made, and that it's not as important. It's hard to have as big effect in that part of the football game. So when it really comes down to it could be Brett Swain, and that's fine for me. I'm not really all that worried about it at that point if that is my choice and I've got to make it, because I just don't think it impacts the game like it once did. Not for sale. How much would Fournette cost? I feel like Fournette's been in that range of like a, somewhere in the neighborhood of a 2-year deal at like $9 million. Here's what we know about him, not for sale. He was available on the waiver wire for a $4 million 1-year deal at the beginning of the season. Any team could have had him for a 1-year, $4 million deal. No team took that bite. And while now we are calling him Playoff Lenny, and he did have a good little run there for Tampa Bay, he wasn't amazing. He didn't blow the roof off. He did fine. So hard to see his value of having increased so substantially off of decent but not amazing production over the last year, especially knowing teams weren't that hot to trot on him at the start of the season last year. I expect somewhere in the neighborhood of a $3 to $4 million a year deal is what he's probably looking at. Tommy says, got to go to bed. East Coast schedule. Good day for the Hawks. Good day for the Hawks, Tommy. I appreciate you hanging in there. Thank you so much. You hung in for a while there, Tommy. I think you had you nearly the whole stream. Appreciate you, bro. VHawks 5414. Do you think we should have traded for Rodney Hudson instead of Jackson and invested like a fourth? Well, here's the problem with that, VHawks. We were kind of going through this. We were going through this exercise a little bit. The Cardinals gave up a 3rd and a 7th round pick. So you would have had to have beat a 3rd and 7th round pick. You currently don't have a 3rd round pick. So somebody said, well, then we just would have offered a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick. The problem is that 4th round pick comes at the end of the 4th round, as opposed to the 3rd round pick the Cardinals are offering is somewhere in the middle of the 3rd round. So you're not going to get it done with a 4th and a 6th. It's going to cost you 2 picks to do it, and it probably doesn't get it done. You got to go even bigger. What does that mean? It means a 2nd round pick. Would I have taken Rodney Hudson for a 2nd round pick instead of Gabe Jackson for a 5th round pick? No. I would have rather have gone for the Gabe Jackson. I think the second round would have been too much for a guy who's 32 years old than Rodney Hudson. That's a little too old for me. I think he's still a very good player, but the drop-off is coming on the guy. So I'm okay with them not having done that. I feel fine with it. Washi says, I think it's very unrealistic to trade Lockett for a second, but maybe we can trade him to the Jacksonville Seahawks for a second-round pick. That's how I factor it in, Washi. I don't think of it in the respect of there's 30 NFL teams that would trade a second-round pick for Tyler Lockett. All you got to do is find one. All you got to do is find one. All you need is one team-needy, wide receiver-needy team, and what they will look at, because here's the contention people make, is, well, there's so many wide receivers in this draft, why would you trade a second-rounder for Tyler? Well, there's a lot of unknown, talented first-round receivers, not first-round, but talented receivers in this draft, but they are unknown. You have with Tyler Lockett one of the most, if not the most effective slot receiver in the entire NFL. I think there would be a team out there that you could talk into giving you associated value with that, commiserate value with it. Maybe it's a mid-second round. Maybe it's a late second round. But I do think you can get a second-round pick for Tyler Lockett. And like you said, Jacksonville, you don't think Jacksonville can see the value in bringing in a guy like that who now you pair him with DJ Shark. You now get Trevor Lawrence, a safety valve slot receiver, knowing how valuable that was to Trevor Lawrence in college. His slot receiver in this draft is going to be drafted. That's how often Trevor utilized him in college. I could see it. I could see it. Mark Hawk, sign Blythe, draft Javonte Williams in round 2. Love it, Mark. I'd be on board with it. I'd be on board with that. No problem with that. No problem with that. You would have upgraded your offensive line. I think you would have upgraded the running back position. I think Javonte Williams is more talented than Chris Carson is. So, love it, dude. Love it. I like Turtles. I'm pretty impressed with the moves we've made so far. I'm overall pretty encouraged. I like Turtles. They didn't have like all the money they had last offseason to spend. They didn't have all the draft capital they had last offseason. You had to make do here. You had to make some things happen here. So I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing so far. I'm encouraged. The Seahawks Network, I try and get a second for Lockett. Okay, now I got to go. See ya. Have a good one, Seahawks Network. I think you got to hold out for a second round indeed. I don't want a third rounder. I want a second rounder. Julian Aragoon. Hello, Julian. Says, is David Andrews a good sign? I think he would be a solid sign. He's about a league average. The three centers that are available, Leader, Austin Blythe, and Andrews, they're all about league average centers. So they're not going to light the world on fire, but you've got to consider since Max Unger, we haven't had basically really outside of 1 year of Justin Britt. Throughout those years since Mack Unger, you've not had one league average year of center play. So you would think just getting league average center would increase and improve this offense by leaps and bounds. I think David Andrews gives you that, Leader gives you that, and Austin Blythe gives you that. I think they're all very, very close to the same kind of players. I probably lean a little bit more towards Blythe because Andrews did have the blood clots last year, and maybe there's some worry with that. But Andrews might still be a better overall potential player in what he gives you out on the football field. Certainly as a scheme fit, he can move around really well, which is what Waldron's going to want for his lineman. Ability to get the second level, ability to pull. He can do all that. AI says trade Lockett, sign Tate, use a second or third round pick for Lockett on another wide receiver as well. That's how I would do it, AI. Big thing with me on the receiver core this year is I think last year was a little too top heavy. And by being too top heavy, when one of those guys seemed to get a little dinged up as Lockett did, as he seems to do every year because he's small, you really then only had DK to lean on. DK is getting doubled. You had nobody else getting open. So let's round out that receiving core a little bit more. Let's get this a little bit more deeper, a little bit thicker. You know, I think that this would do that. I absolutely think this would do that. So, all right, we are almost 6 hours into the live stream. The voice is going, the stomach's rumbling. I can feel the scratchiness in the back of my throat. What a great day. We got a couple of good moves made, some encouragement. I'm feeling good now. It's so much better than where I was last couple of days. It's been depressing this offseason, just depressing. You know, the noose is ready. It's in the bedroom. It's kind of one of those things. But I feel good. These are good, solid moves. Everybody should be encouraged by this. We got Russ liking tweets. He's back in the fold. Things are turning around. This could have been a week ago something along the lines of Russ is traded, Seattle's kicking in the can, we're not even going to be competitive next season. It's a lost year, and who knows what beyond that. I think we've seen things turn a great way and a good way over here over the context of this last 72 hours, let's say. So I'm very happy and encouraged to see that. It looks like they are going to try to build up the offensive line a little bit. Encouraging to see because it's going to make Russ happy. keep Russ happy. Not only do you make him happy this year, but maybe you can hold on to him for not just the now, but in the full future, for the years to come, which was something I think is at the benefit of both the team and Russ as we go forward. So, man, it's a lot of positivity here. A lot of positivity. There's more work to be done. This ain't done. The offseason ain't finished. Seattle still got to roll up their sleeves here. They're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to make some tough decisions on players that are really good. But this is all a good couple of steps in the right direction. You got rid of the 1980s offense. You got the new modernized offense. You've upgraded your left guard position. You're in pole position to upgrade that center position. You've upgraded the tight end position. That's what we call the right kind of start to an offseason. Maxwell, you have a good one. Savon Hines. Do you think Seattle should sign John Ross? Savon, welcome on the chat. Savon, the New York Giants signed John Ross to a contract. So unfortunately, he is not available. Great suggestion, though. I like Turtles. Has Aldon Smith signed with anyone yet? He has not signed with anyone as of yet. Viok, do you think we should try and invest a lot of capital to one side of the ball? I don't think you'll ever get to that place with Coach Carroll, Vihawk, in the respect of he's going to want to make Russell happy to some degree, so he's going to want to put appropriate investments to the offensive side of the ball. Coach Carroll's never going to be able to buy in on having a not great defense, or at least not a great defense on paper. So he's just won't. It goes against everything in his DNA to do that. I think that does leave them sort of splitting the difference a little bit at times and not really going one or the other, which maybe it's smarter to go more to one than just splitting the difference between halving it on both. But it's going to continue to be a little bit halved in the way that they go about it. And Aldon hasn't been signed. I do like Aldon. He's another interesting player for the Seahawks if they could target him. Washi says, do you think we can sign Aldon Smith and Dunlap for $10 million per year? I think we can, because there isn't any buzz about them. Yeah, I absolutely think that you could fit him in, especially if you get a multi-year on deal on a couple of them, to where it's not a one-year deal like we're seeing here out the gate, and you can lower down that first-year cap hit, give them a little bit more bonus money. That would be the way, essentially, for me, my standpoint, to get it done. But that'd be a great pass rushing set then. And then the young guys, there's no pressure on the young guys then. You hope then of the four guys, you get two that pop then. And there's no pressure on them to pop. But you hope you can get that at that point. So I like what it does from the depth standpoint. Allows the young guys to develop in the way they need to develop, gets them in a rotational role rather than here's your starting role for you. No, earn it. Earn the starting role. Undo one of these big dogs. Get past one of these big dogs first. So Maxwell turned it around today. Last week I was depressed about our Hawks. Now I'm feeling much better. Same, Maxwell. I feel a lot better, bro. A lot better than you should. You should. How about a kick returner for special teams? Swain, to me, would be the guy you have to do it. I like Turtles at this point. Again, it's just there's so many that don't even get returned that you can almost every time as a kick returner just tell them to down it, take the ball at the 25 and call it a day. It's just been minimized by football and how that they've, over years of rule changes, have just defunct the kickoff and punt return. HB, I don't like the Everett deal is only 1 year. That is the one part of it that makes me a little annoyed, HB, is that you couldn't get this into a multi-year package in order to get the first-year cap hit lowered down, as a lot of teams in the league are doing with their contracts this offseason. That part is annoying, and it should annoy you as well. Understandable, man. Julian Aragon, what about Alejandro Villanueva? He's a left tackle, so I don't think he's a guy that they're going to probably target, and I think they probably feel fairly good with Brandon Shell. So probably he's going to go somewhere else. I wouldn't expect him with Seattle unless you heard Dwayne Brown retire, which it looks like Dwayne Brown isn't going to retire. Maxwell Stern says, watch the whole stream, very start to the very end. Maxwell, I'd give you a pin if I could, man. Thank you for watching the whole thing, brother. Thank you for making it all the way through. God bless you, man. Giovanni Bito, have we done anything to try to help out the O-line? We traded for Gabe Jackson from the Raiders. He's going to be our left guard next year, so they have done something, Giovanni. It's a good move. Solid signing. Only give up a fifth rounder. Viak 5414. What do you think Jaron Reed is worth? Reed would probably fetch you top end a fourth rounder, probably more in the realm of maybe a fifth rounder in return. Maybe you can get more than that. Maybe I'm being a little conservative here, but I can't think it's much more than that. Random McDaniel says, Fournette's a top 5 talented running back last 5 years. Dude was no joke coming out. Was tearing it up on a young team who got dismantled. Had 75 catches 1 year. Not far-fetched, he turns around a career. He's a guy that gets just railed by people, and I don't get why, Randall, because nobody seems to look at the situation that he came from, what you spoke to. His first year, he's drafted as his top 5 guy to be featured. Everyone knows he's going to get the ball. Still pretty effective in that role. They don't have anything as an ability as far as their quarterback with Blake Bortles to attack on the outside. So all teams know that they just have to bring the 8th man in the box. And you show me 8 men in the box on a consistent basis, I'll show you a running back being a whole hell of a lot less effective. Then he goes to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is married to Ronald Jones. So though he was good for them and they gave him some carries, they still wanted to kind of feature Ronald Jones and not really give him a chance as well. It wasn't the scheme fit for Fournette. Bruce Arians doesn't commit to running the football really. He kind of came around to it a little bit by the end of the year, but it was like begrudgingly and probably because Tom forced him to. But I think you get him in the right scheme, which would be Seattle's scheme, a perfect scheme for him in Carroll and loving the inside zone run. I think you do very, very well. Washi, Aldon Smith was great in a 4-3. Well, the Niners were 3-4 back in the day, but I think they did some more 4-3 stuff this year with Cowboys, and he was very good in that respect. Very good. I like Turtles. Any buzz on Dunbar coming back to the Hawks? None of it as of yet. It's been all quiet on the Dunbar front. He's probably going to have to wait a while to get signed, and he's probably waiting for things to shake out to see where he finally kind of ends up at. Maxwell Stern, our O-line could be a top 10, top 5, depending if we make any more O-line moves. So yeah, you can look at it like this. You've got an upper level left tackle. You got one of the better top 5 left tackles in the sport. You'd have a very good left guard, maybe a top 10 left guard. If you get a guy like Austin Blythe, you're looking at like top 15 center. And Damian Lewis would be a top 5 right guard. And then Brandon Shell, you probably would say is a top 15 right tackle. Does that get you into the top 10? Maybe, just barely. Maybe just barely at that point, Max, but it certainly has you dancing there. Has you dancing. All right. We've hit 6 hours. I've hit the end of my road. I thank you guys all again for tuning in. Great content today as far as you guys just keeping the questions coming, keeping the ideas coming forth. Thank you for the updates on the signings. So awesome we could get a couple of signings here. It was just as I planned. AI says, along with Smith, get revenge on San Francisco. That's it. Aldon Smith, get revenge on San Francisco. That's it for releasing him. Sorry I wasn't back when I saw your trader. How do you feel about the trader along with the new tight end? I'm great. I like the new tight end. Gerald Everett's great. Very good, Trace. Very happy with it, man. Solid move tight end for us. Should be good to go. Julian Aragoon, is Rick Wagner be a good sign? Rick Wagner had a little bit of a better pro football focus grade than Brandon Shell last year, but it was a very tiny incremental upgrade over what Brandon Shell gave you last year. So is that worthwhile for you then to release out of Shell, not really save any cap space when you factor in what you're going to have to pay Ricky Wagner? No, it'll probably be a fairly lateral move when all is said and done, you consider that. But he's still a solid right tackle in this league, just not quite as good enough to be considered really a vast improvement to go make that move. Washi, what defensive moves would you make? What could make it good? I think just the defensive to me, the really only defensive moves you need to make right now at this point. I'd go get Bruce Irvin to play the Sam, rotational pass rusher, cheap deal, 1 year, $1 million deal. And I'd get 2 veteran pass rushers. That would probably be the way I'd go. And then I'd ride with Jordan Brooks at the will next year. That'd be really all you need to do from my standpoint defensively. But I need 2 upper level pass rushers, 2 guys that can get it done. Ace Osimoe, what left guard should we get? Ace, we went and got Gabe Jackson in a trade today, so you should be super happy. Super happy. So you're getting Gabe Jackson at left guard. Definitely good for us. So give up a 5th round pick to get him. T. Morgan, XX. Who is our running back, and do we draft a center or do we draft a defensive end? I don't think that we draft either of those 2 positions, T. Morgan. Center would be over defensive end. Defensive end's very weak in this class. There won't be a good one there for us to pick in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, really. Not when you factor in what you already have on the roster. Center, I think they're going to probably sign in free agency because there's a couple of good centers out there that aren't going to cost a lot. They'll go in that direction, I think, instead. There are some good guys in the 2nd round, being Dickinson, Humphrey, one other guy whose name I keep forgetting. There's 3 real good ones that'll be available there in the 2nd round. But that would be that's about all I could probably see with that. So no, I don't think they'll draft center. I think they'll probably go a different route in the draft for both of those 2 places. But they'll sign in free agency, those positions, I think. Randall, thank you so much, buddy. Peace out to you too. And thank you for that dono today, that fatty donation. I do appreciate it, my man. We will be back on Sunday. So we'll go live again on Sunday. If we've got any major earth-shattering breaking news, I'll go live if something turns. But other than that, great show today. I do appreciate y'all. We're back on board here. I'm feeling folks hopping back on the bandwagon, not bailing. I'm never going to be able to watch a Seahawks game again if they do this. Well, they didn't do it. So we're back in the flow here.